Good morning,
Welcome back.
everyone. Welcome
Welcome
to.
back to Auckland, New Zealand, for the kickstart of the day three of our Trans-Tasman Challenge. I'm Shana Bassi, joining you from Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. And in this challenge, we've got the best of Australia versus the best of New Zealand. So, speaking of the best of New Zealand, we've got Scott. Hey, Scott, how are you doing?
Hi, Sean. I'm fine, thank you. I want to say good morning to everybody around the world, or good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are. Right now in New Zealand, it's about 8:30 in the morning, which means it's 6:30 on the east coast of Australia, or 5:30 if you're in Queensland, and far earlier than that if you're in Perth. So,
Yes, it's a nice gray day over here on this side of the world. But I think inside the playing room, the external voices, noises get all shut out as people get ready and keyed in for Scrabble right there at the Eden Village Center. So tell us a little bit about what we have upcoming here, Scott.
this morning's broadcast, we're going to have four matches on. We're going to have the first one will be Blue Thorogood versus Bob Jackman, followed by Stanley and Ngundi versus Russell Honeybun, and then Andrew and McLean and Victor Tung, and then a final one that Sean and I will do will be Chris Tolman versus Rocky Sharma. And then the afternoon crew will come in and they'll pick up their three games, which will be Joanne Craig versus Chris Ostrowski, Dylan Early versus Russell Honeybun, and then Howard Warner and Esther Perrins to finish off. So it's going to be an action-packed day. So we're looking forward to some good action today, good games today.
Yep, and for those of you wondering, in this challenge, New Zealand, which has been eager to win Trans Tasman after a little while, is
Well, Blue's been around the New Zealand Scrabble scene and represented New Zealand in world champs multiple times, and he's had good finishes out. He's recently, in the last few years, he's won the New Zealand Masters tournament, which is the top 24 players in the country, and a New Zealand national champion as well. So he's an outstanding player. He's currently ranked fourth in New Zealand, and he's just a. I've played Blue many times, and he's just a real gentleman on the board. And his opponent is Bob Jackman. Bob's been a long time stalwart of Australian Scrabble. I was going to say cricket, but that's a whole different thing. He's won national titles in 93 and 2003. He's been in the top 10 finishes at nationals a record 10 times. He lives in Sydney, so he's come over a few times from the nationals. I believe he was also one of the founders of the Trans-Tasman, if I remember correctly. And he's authored several books on making word lists of by grouping the fours and fives and sixes, sevens, and eights in different batches, so they're easy to remember and learn. And it looks like we are ready to go.
yes, this is really exciting. And yes, as you mentioned, the pedigree of these two players, so we're going to expect some high quality Scrabble. And looks like we're going to get started in a
Yep.
moment. Blue will be playing first. I feel like this is a couple of veteran players also coming together, which is nice to see. So they both have a lot of experience, a lot of winning
Yeah.
history. So this is going to
And
be one that a lot of people can take some notes and pick up some great new vocab and some useful strategic insights as well. So let's see what happens here as Blue gets his first set of tiles, and we'll figure out what we
look,
can see as well.
uh, of course, I'm not biased at all, and I want Blue to win, but I don't want him to win too easily. And just an update on the standings: New Zealand had 117 wins. The magic number to clinch the title is 145. So
Okay.
they've only need 28 wins today.
Well, it
Uh,
looks like he's started off with an evil rack while
yes.
on this live stream. So let's see what he's able to do to balance his rack. What do you think might be one way in which he could handle these duplications?
I think I would play live. Or
All
level
right.
level might be nice, but I would want to keep the at least one consonant. Keeping LIE
Right.
is not a terrible leave. Live level.
Any choices here between playing live or some of its anagrams?
I was thinking
Um,
maybe evil. I wouldn't play Veil because this early and there's no need to put a vowel under the double letter score at this point. No,
True.
no,
Yeah.
no, no. Reason to give your opponent a quick hit back on you if they've got a good tile like an X to put
Yeah,
out there.
live would have the most hooks, while Vale,
Yeah,
as you mentioned,
it,
the vowels are next to each other. So it seems like evil would be the right choice,
yes,
and we'll see if that comes down. And I think this is one of those things where you have to take a moment, just make sure you're not missing any key 4 or 5 letter word that might be a little bit more optimal. But I think that's what we'll end up seeing from blue probably at
yeah.
the start.
No, it looks like you might play live. There actually is
Meanwhile,
a
Bob
six
is,
in there, which I don't know. And oh, Bob set up a very nice eight if he gets the right letter.
yeah, he's hoping for that A
Yeah,
for graphene, which is a
yeah.
really great eyesight from Bob to see that with otherwise not
This,
so not so synergistic rack. A little bit too consonant heavy
yeah.
there, but
Looks like he's going to play
Vile is the
Vile.
one he chooses. Okay, all right, yeah, that makes a
That's
lot of sense. It
yeah.
does take a few hooks on the right, so we'll see if that Viler hook comes down. I wouldn't be surprised if we did see that. But a solid start and kind of sound choice by Bob, by
Yeah,
Blue. Sorry.
by Baloo.
Yeah.
I do notice it. That's five of the E's out of the 12 have already been pulled out of the bag.
Very
So that
true.
that could lead to trouble down the road.
He used a little bit of time in the 2 minutes, but I
It's
think he would want to make sure.
yeah.
So
Uh,
now, what options do we see for Bob at this point? He's got a few consonants he probably want to unload, and there are definitely a lot of word choices to go through.
Hepper Hepper ph over I the ILE.
Absolutely, I
Um,
think that would be solid in terms of leave and
keep
balance.
keeps the board tight as well. And he's
Oh,
going to
he's going a little
a
more
bit more.
aggressive here. Looks like he's
Well,
playing fear.
yeah. Keeping NG, hoping for an I in the next draw.
Absolutely. That's We may have factored in the fact that the eyes is synergistic
Yeah.
with the N and G and thought
The,
maybe, well, might as well leave that line available. So that also makes some sense. I think I preferred HEP a little bit just from the standpoint that it seemed
yeah.
to control the board a little more. But it's a
It's a,
start of a game, start of the day. So maybe that's part of the factor, just to play a little bit more free.
I think I would have preferred Hepper Pay as well. Just tightens the board defensively. But
Yeah, and I think
Fear scores 7 more points. So
Yeah, the point difference is definitely a factor, and sometimes playing too conservatively is not the right choice, and in this case, it's going to pay off for him because he's drawn a
he's got a
beautiful
fantastic
combo
draw.
every time. So meanwhile, Blue
Blues.
might have to open the Bible for
Yeah,
guidance on what to do.
I don't.
Although Bible doesn't really play anywhere too great, but I believe Bibe is,
Vibe is
is
legitimate.
a solid play. Yeah.
No,
Um, Off of
because
PE, that would just seem
because
like
we
a
have
solid play as well.
because we have foresight, we can see that would that B give Bob anything for to
Oh, but he's not going to do that. He's
no no
decided to use
he's
the front
he's
hook on Viler to go from
yep
vile
Bible
to
to
making this
Bible.
game more evil. And he
Yeah,
does play
so
Bible after all.
some contrasting words there.
Yeah, very, very interesting shape to this board. And interestingly, it's not going to be an S plural bingo that we likely see here now.
No,
So, out of the choices available, I'm liking kind of regains perhaps as an overlap play.
yeah, I'm
That definitely could be one of the options. Maybe he's going to try to
yeah,
see what else there is. I would think
he's,
that a glance to see if the triple line with
maybe
igniters or something like that could be hit if that's worthwhile. But if he sees the four tile overlap for regains, I think that's
That's
quite likely.
Bob will definitely be sitting there thinking about what's going to be score the best and give back the least.
Mhm. Yeah, so I think that when you have such bingo prone tiles that there's multiple
Yeah,
options, one of the things that you want to do is pay attention to the fact that where is
yeah,
the most potent place on the board, and somebody might
yeah,
look for even more difficult bingo just
yes,
because of the fact that something
yeah,
might be possible. So I don't think the B and the P will produce anything, but even looking for nines that are double doubles would have been really interesting when you have such flexible tiles.
yes,
But I think after a little search, he'll probably resolve to
yeah.
go for that overlap play.
Regions or regains. Yes, I wonder if
Region
Blue
two, yeah.
paid Bible to make it a bit harder to get through fear as well. Is it?
That's an interesting point. Yeah, I mean, I think it definitely shapes the board
It
in a very
yeah,
um, not it's not as easy to play off, especially because it doesn't create any great hook for
yeah,
7 letter words that would play. And so I think that's maybe part of the thinking. But that being said, um, you don't really need to play super defensively either after a 5 tile play because
no,
you really know what your opponent is facing. You might read the double E play as meaning that maybe the person's holding 4 E's. There's a lot of
yeah,
ways to interpret that. So I think this
yeah,
was more of a play of just turn over some
yeah,
tiles, score some points, and keep moving
yeah.
on until you get into the more complex decision making turns.
Purely for a personal point of view, it would have been absolutely beautiful if Bob could have stuck OPEE between the B and the P and make Bo Peep and just box the board off, literally.
Is that the only 6 that would end there, or bebop, bo
Oh,
peep, bebop?
no, Bebop's too short.
Okay, you can't spell it with a 6, right? True enough.
No,
Uh, that's an interesting observation. Um, yeah, I think this is um, quite quite
oh,
interesting. I think one of the things that I also love to look for is the nines through the
yeah,
H and the I. Just taking a glance to see what might be
yeah.
sitting there.
No, there's actually 14 words that go start with sixes that start with B and end in P.
Oh yeah,
Hmm. But Bo Peep always just sticks in my mind because you can have Peep Bo as well,
peep
and both
bow. Yes.
have take plurals as well. So Bob's spending quite a bit of time trying to figure out what's the optimum way to play this.
Yeah, I think I would not want to belabor it too much at this stage. Like going down 5 minutes into the clock here. There it could get a lot more complex later, and I would prefer to play a little faster than this. But I
Yeah,
think maybe he's just trying to make sure that he's not missed anything.
no,
It's possible he hasn't seen regains yet. So let's see
I'd
if
be surprised because if he's walking through the blank alphabetically, he's already gone through A. Yeah,
yeah, that's also true.
yeah.
Um,
So are there any nines there between the I and the H?
it doesn't appear that anything is playable.
No.
The thought process for Blue is maybe does an R come down for
Yeah,
jewelry, and if he sees an R but not going to come where he wants it to. And okay, so it looks like we're going to have a blank designation here that could
yeah,
be an L or a D or a T.
yeah.
So as
Al,
some
our
reciting word is coming down.
yeah, yeah. Our producer Alex will let us know what the blank is soon enough.
It's interesting. Resile and reside and recite all have sort of somewhat related definitions,
Yeah,
some location-based definitions. We'll see. Location, very important in Scrabble. But in this case, it's an interesting choice because it's actually opening up the board. It's making it more dangerous. It's definitely it's not the highest scoring one available, but I think perhaps he
yeah,
saw it and he thought, okay, let me just keep going and um, get on with my next rack.
yeah,
But this
yeah,
places a lot of
yeah,
decision making on Blue now,
yeah,
who's going to look at these tiles and see that there
yeah,
are definitely
yeah.
some scoring tiles here, and you're going to have to figure out how to optimize and not and avoid missing anything because it's these are some less common letters with
Yeah.
the heavy consonants there.
He's also probably looking in working out that Bob had a lot other better choices. So why did you do this?
Yeah, that might be a thought, but at the same time, um, the why of
Yeah.
it can't be too complicated. Because he also
Yeah.
didn't telegraph too many of his tiles either.
No.
The thing is that he played off 5 tiles, so his rack was relatively fresh. So this will be more about what can I do to score. What am I seeing? What am I missing? What's the best play
Yeah.
through the R, through the G? Those are going to be the obvious places to look. And then there might be some consideration to just playing a
Yeah.
jewel through the triple letter score.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it looks like that might be the play here. Or
All right. So,
Geely, good, better choice. Uh,
uh,
yeah, scores a
so
little bit better.
those of you who's joining for
More
the first
defensive.
time, we are playing CSW 19, so you may see some of the expurgated words. So if he had Blue had Jew on his rack, which would be acceptable in this tournament?
Oh, okay. That's
This
a great observation. Yeah,
and now is Bob going to play Deathing?
that would be the play. Now, I think having um, the ing already lined up, I think it's not clear whether he's noticed deathing yet. The blank is an N. Is that correct? Resonating. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
resonating. I
Yeah.
forgot.
That's it.
Pronouncing
Yeah.
reciting, 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 residing.
Yeah.
That's that. Yeah, resonating. Yes,
Yeah.
that is indeed there. But on the other hand, we've got you know that's an
Yeah.
interesting choice to make it an N. That's often sometimes just a matter of saying,
Yeah.
hey, you know what?
Yeah.
Let's not introduce another letter into the bingo so that there's a little less flexibility.
Yeah.
But deathing actually not even valid.
Death.
So
It's not
yeah,
valid. No. And
yeah. Make sure we clarify that.
if you're out there, Olivia, I'm sorry we haven't given you the racks yet. Bob has Thangdi, and he has now played Thrang through the R and resigning or resoning, making hitting the triple word.
Thrang is a very
Yeah.
good scoring play. So good observation there from Bob.
Yeah.
And he's going to be rewarded by getting some much better tiles to go along with that. So let's go back to
Yeah.
blue to see
Yeah.
what he can come up with these also bingo prone tiles. And definitely
Yeah.
he's
Yeah.
looking for
So
one of the options. And I think
yeah.
it looks very
Yeah.
strong. But will he find anything? Well, is there something in this rack?
He's got R sign with the W, which looks the R sign or Sarni stem looks really promising. And with the W, it's kind of a dead place to go.
Yeah, so this is a wariness doesn't quite fit.
Yep.
So I mean, it's looking like
Just dumping the W looks like a pretty good choice. He plays the W on the triple letter. It's going to be for 24-26. Keeping Sarni or R sign, AEINSRS.
that's a good scoring
Uh,
fish. Looks like
That's
it'll work in almost every case. Let's see if he doesn't draw one of the stopper tiles,
uh,
Q perhaps.
another
Uh,
W.
that's the worst. When you get the same letter back, that's the most annoying one time
Yeah,
that you fish. But he'll draw into Eurasian, which
yeah,
should give him a few options.
yeah. So it's
Um,
Bob's turn now, and he has ZATIOED set up on his rack.
Yeah, and it's a again now this is a rack where you look. Wait, this seems bingo prone. There
Mm,
was certain letter azotized. There are a few types of words. So you take a good hard look at that. But probably after doing that little
Yeah,
search, I don't think he'll be able to come up with an 7 or 8 letter word here.
yeah,
So this is going to be a choice of what to do, how to play the Z in a
yeah.
positive way. There is the opportunity to play a play like Zeta or Zoea, and
He
or
has
here
Zati. He has
Zati.
Zati set up on his rack, and he's playing that from the double letter and the triple row down to the next to the P in fear, and that should score 54 and give him a nice healthy lead.
So this is an interesting choice, and I think for blue, it's kind of like one of those things of timing wise. It's like, oh, there's a Z right there in the triple line, but
Yeah,
if I'm going to be able to bingo here with
yeah,
aversion, perhaps, I'm going to have to leave that Z wide open, which is,
yeah,
going to be a little frustrating. So there is, some players, I think
yeah,
might even be wondering, hey, what's the valuation of
yeah.
not bingoing? But I think he'll have to take the bingo when he does the math here.
I think taking the bingo is the choice here.
Yeah, but definitely doing the work a little bit here, making sure
Yeah,
that we're considering all the
yeah,
options, make sure we didn't forget anything through the Z or even through the A to, at least obstruct that side of the board. But I think after doing that analysis, aversion may be the top play without. No,
actually,
he's playing
Eurasian
Reviler. Oh,
revive. Lovely hook there.
that's a hook I didn't spot.
Yeah.
Very good.
So blue is playing Eurasian, hooking E onto the L of Bible and putting the R in front of Eviler to make reviler.
All
And that
right, so
should be 76 if he gets it up.
we'll see if
Mm.
Bob is able to benefit enough from the
Yeah,
Z to make a bit of an erosion of that additional
yes.
score.
So Bob's rack is wood plus GUE. So it's
So he
not.
may be considering the wood play
Yeah,
overlapping Eurasian.
yeah,
The Z is still kind of very prominent, and who's going to hit that first is going to be a factor. But part of the issue here for Bob is there's not really a great way to use that Z.
no.
Um, so he may have to just take that chance and hope to
Yeah,
not get
yeah,
burned too badly by it, and just the way that Blue had that
yeah,
same issue.
yeah. So now after Blues bingo, it's Bob leads 190 to 179.
Oh boy, and uh, Blue's drawn some nice tiles again, but looking for the free B, which he won't find, so they're both in Bible.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah,
so Bando won't come down in
yeah,
that fashion, but also really strong letters when you have the X and a bunch of
yeah.
vowels to go with it. You usually find a way to score.
Oh, and
So
I see a nice 7 letter through the N in Eurasian for blue. Well, Bob said, though Bob probably would take that away if he plays. It would take it away if he plays wood.
did you say a 7 letter?
Yep, through
Okay.
the N in Eurasian.
Okay. And so, yeah, it looks like that'll probably
Yeah,
disappear,
yeah,
but it would also create some other
yeah,
other opportunities. So this board has been really wide open. Interesting how both players have played without having to be too defensive. They've just kind of taken the points where they could, and that's all sound. I think for Bob, the lead here of UGE is less optimal, and he may be trying to consider: are there any substitutions, any slightly different options from Wood that would improve his leave for the following turn? But
yeah.
it looks like he's starting to get ready to play it.
Yeah, it's. I kind of think it's really forced because there really aren't many other choices.
That's true.
I mean, there's wood, and there, he could play Woody up on top, obstructing the Z a bit, which it looks like he's going to do.
Let's go with Woody. Okay, yeah,
That,
that's interesting. I'm not so sure that I would have played as focused on that because yes,
yeah,
it does obstruct the Z a little bit, but it's also dangerous in its own right. So I
yeah,
feel like perhaps this choice may be, a little questionable in the sense that I would have rather played wood and said, okay, the two spots on the board are dangerous, as opposed to here right now, where it may be the case where if blue plays in that corner, scores some points, and then leaves Bob struggling to have a comeback that is in similar level.
So blues rack is AADENXU. So the play that jumped out to me was annexed, just leaving the U, or if you prefer to keep it a bit more balanced, just annex. And given the number of E's that have come out already, you might actually want to hold on to it. Well, actually, you can't. Oh, annex doesn't fix. He needs two E's. Oh, the spelling thing is so useful in Scrabble, isn't it?
Well, he does have some options
Yeah,
there. To play annex alone is a consideration. But I think, if you're looking at how dangerous
yeah,
the top corner is, the
yeah.
idea of just playing Dex,
Dex.
is a consideration. It would be a pretty tough leave, but at the same time, you're looking at scoring, mid 40s
Yeah,
score. That's going to be a big factor in, choosing what to do next.
yeah.
So let's see if what he is willing to tolerate in terms of leave for points.
That, now that I see it up, he could play unsex through the S in reasoning, but it looks like it's going to be Dex.
It is Dex
Uh,
indeed.
that-
And so, for Bob, I'm not sure you consider
yeah,
that as being like, a successful way of in which that worked out, a result from his choice. But he it does leave some lines open. He's
yeah,
sitting on his rack of Gautier,
yeah, yeah.
and does he uh,
And he's quickly dropping down Gaustier.
Gautier?
So,
Very good. Gautier, the
yeah,
anagram of
yeah,
roguiest. And that's
yeah,
a good quick find, and
yeah,
that was the standout
yeah,
play, of course, to be able to play a bonus and
yeah,
keep moving. So that actually worked out okay. If he had played wood and I'm perhaps it's possible that if he had played wood in the bottom off of a range, it's
okay,
possible Gustier would have still come down,
yeah.
but we don't know that for sure.
So blue now
And
has AANNYOU.
yeah, it makes
Looks,
me
it
think of
looks,
Annoy,
uh,
Onion, uh,
it
and
looks like they may have blue is challenging Gaustier.
yeah, may as well double check
Yeah,
for the 5 points.
but,
Especially one consideration you might make when you're thinking about challenging is, wait, if this person didn't play this, would they have had another option for a
yeah,
bingo? And Gaudier wouldn't have played
yeah,
anywhere else, I believe. So but that's the only option. You may just think, okay, let me double check that one, and he does, and so we get the coinage of a
yeah.
nickel. And if that annoys him, he might choose to play annoy through the N of evasion.
Yeah.
He has a couple other options, maybe yuan
Mm.
currency, could play forming yo. That would also be a consideration, and it looks like he's doing just that.
Now, Quackle found Nyanza through the Z on the top, the Z on the top for 54.
That's a pretty one.
Uh,
Nyanza. Yeah.
that's definitely one that's coming in my card box now.
Wow.
Bantu, it's Africa. In Africa, it's Bantu for a lake.
Well, here in Canada, the popular sport is hockey, and
I,
in hockey,
ice hockey for most of the world.
yeah, ice hockey. And in ice hockey, when a player passes to another player and shoots the puck immediately without holding onto it, it's often called a one timer, which is not
Yeah,
valid yet in Scrabble. I'm waiting for one
yeah,
timer, but it's anagram Timoneer. I always think of one timer first and then think of Timoneer, but Timoneer also doesn't play in the position at
yeah,
the end
yeah,
that's there. So, what options does Bob have with this somewhat bingo prone but not quite there Iraq?
yeah. That's let me catch up here. So
It may have
yes,
something through the Z. I'd like to think that there's.
so
Uh,
Bob's rack is Meeiort. So meteor with an I. And
yeah, you look for a C for
yeah,
meteoric, but not so. Um, and so this is going to be one where, maybe if he's able to find a play to the Z, I'm
yeah,
not sure I see one. Arrow ties is actually an option, just to keep the M and score some points. That would definitely have
yeah.
to be considered.
So the scores are Bob 284 and Blue 254. And Bob's on turn. Bob has 12 minutes 45 and Blue has 11:45. So time might be a problem if they keep thinking hard.
Yeah, I think they
Uh,
might be taking comfort in the fact that they're both in this similar
yeah,
place in their clock. So, sometimes if I was at 12 minutes in my clock after 6 or 7 turns, I'd be
yeah,
like, oh, maybe I'm going deep in my clock. But
yeah.
then I'd look across and see my opponent's time and think, okay, maybe I don't need to worry
No.
about it too much.
Oh, I think
Um,
I like arrow ties holding the M.
yeah, I think the
Get
points
get
there.
That's right. Take some points. Remove the threat of the Z.
And there's also still a
Yeah,
blank out to
yeah,
rush to,
yeah.
and that may be a factor in choosing. And I think he's like just trying to make sure that he's not missing any bingos.
Uh,
Um, that's definitely consideration.
One thing
If you
to
remember that Timonier,
another thing to consider is there's only one E left if he plays both of them here. So
very
he
very
may be
astute observation.
he may be considering, do we want to hold it back? Doesn't look like he's found arrow ties yet, anyways.
Hmm.
But it would be for me. It'd be a toss up. Do I take the points, take a 60-point lead or so, or actually he's up by 30. It'd be a 70-point lead almost. Or do you hold one of these, knowing you're going to need it? You may need it later. This is a tough choice. But since he hasn't set anything up on his rack, then we can really see. What do you think that might be? A merit or something?
I think he's probably still just trying to work out whether or not he's missing anything in terms
Yeah,
of bingos. That might be a factor. Because I don't know that he's necessarily picking a specific kind of length word. I mean, there's
yeah,
also options to just play through the B and play mob or something like that.
yeah,
I'm not sure if that's where he's trying to go to play a little shorter and try to keep more bonus
yeah.
tiles.
Our producer Alex suggests is lamenting the lack of a C for meteoric, which would be
Yeah.
out of this world.
Yes, yes, indeed. There are also
Yeah,
words that are of a similar
yeah,
form with like arrow team and stuff like that.
yeah,
So I wonder, about
yeah.
that. Um,
Though, actually, a simple play like Dexy, up extending Dex would keep a nice C. Would keep Tome Tome in an R.
so he's looked at Omen, and that
Yeah,
seems to be
yeah.
an
X.
option for balancing the rack. So he's balancing the rack
Yeah,
and taking out a
yeah,
dangerous spot. So I can see a rationale for that. It is a big point sacrifice compared to Eritize. I think he probably just did not see Eritize,
no, I
and
think you're right.
I don't think that he would have given up point difference of about 20 plus for that. But I think he may be able to hit a bingo next turn and overcome that what he gave up, and so that's going to be a big factor. Meanwhile, for blue, things are looking a little challenging. He's falling behind. His
Yeah,
rack is not too
no.
synergistic.
So
He
you
has to
want to
look for complex bingos.
tell them what his rack is?
And the letters are ALOOUNP. And I didn't alphabetize that for you, so try that one more time in alphabetical. ALNOOPU. And that, is meaning that, some of these letters could be helpful for bingo, but and he might be thinking about that. He might be even thinking, okay, wait a minute. If I was able to
Yeah,
make a play and keep some decent letters so that I can hit plots next turn,
yeah.
drawing. He's not thinking about that because he's playing into that triple line.
He's
So I
gonna
was thinking
play
maybe,
like playing along onto the G from resoning.
that's an interesting
Yeah,
choice. Definitely a little bit surprising to keep the U, although he may be wondering, if that Q is going to come out here at this stage in the game and not be destructive for him, so that may be a factor. Plong is also valid, Plong, but that would have kept three vowels, so I can understand choosing along over plong.
Yeah.
Overall, I think this is one where a bit of some debatable options, and probably
Uh,
the Q factor
yeah.
is probably what's
Yeah.
keeping that U on his rack. Although there were two U's still to draw, so I may
Yeah.
have chosen something like
Yeah.
pub
Yeah.
or another option.
Bob's rack is strides with an extra T. Stride with a T.
Hmm.
And I don't see anything off the top of my head.
Yeah, I think these letters are very bingo
Okay.
prone. They form a lot of eights, but as far as ability to play one of those eights, I'm not sure that there's anything that he can do. The
There's
A that's free up on the top is not in the optimal position.
there's three that, with an A, but none of them will fit.
Yeah.
And then there's the free L out of Geely. There's none with an L. So it doesn't look like anything's going to come down.
Yeah, so he may have to take a little extra time on this turn as he thinks about that, or he may think, well, you know what, let me make sure the board is open enough that I could probably bingo if I play short, and he might try
Yeah.
that. Although oh, this is an interesting choice. What is he going with here? Stired? If he goes
So
with
he's
that.
chosen Stired in Revilers.
Okay. So
Yeah.
he's going for a tile turnover here. It
Yeah.
looks like he doesn't want to
Yeah.
allow, take a low score and allow blue back in that easily. He's also taking out some lanes. Maybe he thinks that the lanes that
Yeah.
are created by Stired are
Yeah.
not as easy as the underlap under Gaustier or in unbingo. So that might be a consideration as well. Um, but it
Yeah.
may pay off for him because now he's drawing
Yeah.
six tiles and there's still no
Yeah.
blank on
Yeah.
Blue's rack. So if he's able to pull that, that will pretty much put this game in a very difficult position. And he
Yeah.
gets that blank.
So blue has AOUKMPS. So
Yeah.
I'm not seeing anything there. I don't think there'd be anything there.
No, I think maybe just playing cab, um, cob. These
And,
kind of plays would score at least to close the
yeah.
margin a little bit, and would allow for some possibilities to occur here. He doesn't know, of course, that Bob has drawn the blank down, but
Yeah.
probably as he thought to himself, well, he's turning over six tiles, there's not much left in the bag. He
Yeah.
thought about where's the cue, where's the blank, and these
Yeah.
are definitely going to be factors to
So
see if he is able to punch his way back into the game.
so just so people know, Bob Drake is fruit plus an I plus the blank, and he's already set up so through the E from Stired. It looks like would that fruit here fit in there?
It would not,
It would not. No.
but
So,
Fruitali would actually play up top for the L,
oh,
and
okay.
that looks like he may have spotted that already. So
Yeah.
this, depending on what choice Blue makes, I'm not thinking it's very likely that he'd play up top. He could
Mm.
play a little overlap. He just thinks he's going to
Yeah.
score some points and play like MAK. But it's not intuitive to shut down lanes when you're
Yeah.
behind. And there's a very strong chance that if Bob has indeed spotted Frutily and plays it, that will put the game out of reach.
Yeah. So Bob leads 330 to 275. Both have about 8 minutes remaining on their clock. So Blue's now deep in thought.
Yeah, I think when you have many common adjectives that become
Yeah.
adverbs, that the ones that end with y turning into ILY, you may question, with not you may not have 100%
Yeah.
certainty about whether or not which ones are valid and which
Yeah.
ones aren't. And that's a little bit of a tricky thing, which depending on whether Bob is confident that Fruitily is definitely good, that might be a factor here as well. If he isn't, that might be Blue's lucky day if he
Yeah,
doesn't actually manage to hit that and is able to keep the game going just a little bit longer.
yeah. But I think you're right. I think Bob's seen it, and there's no real reasonable play up there for Blue. I would think. I think he'd be looking more towards the bottom,
Looks like he
trying to get.
scribbled something down and was reading it, so he might have written down Fruitily and just
eh,
been like, "Wait, does that look right?"
I
One of
think we've
those,
all done that
or
at some point.
yeah, yeah. Certainly, that can happen, and when you know that you have the word, you're a little bit biased to
Eh,
believing it is, and you don't want to
eh,
cough up a game by playing a phony. You may think, okay, I need 100% certainty to play this. And he goes with
oh,
Puma, which is
eh,
interesting
eh,
choice. I think it's a scoring the
okay.
points and getting a little closer. KOS
Uh,
is an okay leave. It's
eh,
going to make it very challenging to come back through
eh,
bingo, but he's hoping to
yeah.
just punch his way back into this game with scoring some
Yeah.
points.
So we played Puma parallel down to Steyr. And that should score reasonably well. I don't trust my math anymore.
Looks like 31. Looks like
Yeah,
31 points.
that sounds about
Brutally is
right.
coming down, and that's gonna
That
be
will
a
kill the game
dagger.
off.
Frugally through the Y,
Yeah.
sorry, through the L, making the blank Y. Um,
So
is going to be 74 points.
yeah.
Maybe for desperation
Eh,
purposes, we'll see if Blue says, so let's check it for the 5 points. It looks like he's
Yep.
looking to
He's
do
going to
just that,
challenge it for the 5.
which makes a lot of sense at this stage of the game. There's really no likely path to victory
No.
for Blue without it, so he does that.
And what do you do when your opponent bingos 3 times, hits his head for
Yeah,
40?
well,
I think
we,
it's gets tough.
well, we had a U along with the Q and had some crazy 100-point bingo. That was the only way that
It's
anything was gonna happen here, and that was the sport is not even making that kind of thing possible.
no.
Okay,
Uh,
so big
uh,
play, big score,
Score.
big game for Bob as
Well,
he reaches into the 400 territory.
hey,
Looks like Blues Rack
uh,
is looking like stock plus AC. Oh, okay. It's
uh,
actually
yeah,
some pretty nice leaves
yep.
here. Letters here. I think that there might be actually some possibly big hit
There is a
scores.
7 there. It's one I do not know.
Unfortunately,
Uh,
won't play land on this board.
no, I don't think so. He's got ACCKOST.
Yeah. Anyone in the
Uh, and
viewers want to try to
it's,
solve this one? We'll give you a moment here, but I think
and no Quackle,
seven is
no
not
Zizava,
playable. Oh, but
no Lexpert.
he's not taking too much time. He's thinking of fishing for something. Oh no, it's not a fish. Oh yeah, it's a CK fish here.
Uh,
He's just trying to set up which makes some sense. There's a couple of letters that could come down and might be difficult to actually block. So wait
so
a minute, is this game like theoretically possible for him to still catch? With if Bob got stuck with some
if he
junk,
got stuck with the Q, it's possible.
but he's
He's
not
got the
stuck. He can
Q,
definitely play. He can play
and
the Q off it
he can play the
with
Q out for
trouble.
22 now, and that's won't clear anything up.
But it will mean that he'll have a lot of other
Uh,
tiles on his rack while he does that.
so
So,
Bob has O
oh, but
V
he doesn't
E
quite draw
N
into a bingo.
A A Q.
He needed that E
Yeah,
blue for coasted. Um, but so that was actually a valiant try.
yeah,
To say, hey, look, let me take my 20 points and take one more shot at hitting a bingo and make this close the spread out and hope that maybe there's some way that you're stuck with some
yeah,
junk and
yeah.
worthwhile effort. Not going to work out for him this time, but I really appreciate the fact that he is playing to The last stand to the last turn.
Never say die. And if it comes out for you, that's great. If your opponent takes it away and scores well, that's you're going to lose anyway. So you might as well take the punt.
Absolutely. You got to keep playing the game. He's
Oh,
almost got factoids on his rack. Um, Fortunately, there are no nines through IE that would
no.
have been
You have the I
helpful.
for
And
cat factoids or an O for cat foods.
oh, this is an odd choice. He chose Qua, which is actually going to set up Quasi, Quasi and Sob,
Yeah,
or something like that.
yes.
So I don't know whether that's intentional or probably not intentional because he had to know that he doesn't have the S and not likely, or I suppose he's
Can
just
he?
playing the QI.
So he's got Nova with an E left on his rack. Is there any way to go out with Novi? Did he leave himself an outplay?
I don't believe so.
No, I don't see it.
Um, he can play Nova, but I don't believe he can play all five.
No.
Um, so this is actually interesting. I wonder if Blue has spotted Quasi. Um,
It would
because
be.
he
It
doesn't
would be.
necessarily have to play first. Because if he
Yeah.
realizes that, wait, Bob probably didn't see that when he chose it,
Yeah.
then he could choose to play a different play, like play off his other tiles, like with fact or something like that. And fact, I think, will
Yeah.
play forming fur, so that's
Yeah.
actually an interesting choice.
So if it was earlier in the game, would possibly be something Blue would do because he's very good at squeezing points on in tight boards. But he's maybe just wanting to hold this for scoring elsewhere off his pick hook that he set up.
The downside of Saab is it doesn't look too helpful in terms of being able to go out in
No,
2 turns.
no,
Yeah.
it just scores
So
nicely and looks pretty.
yeah, but it would still 37 points for that. I
Yeah,
think is hard to ignore.
yeah,
Actually, more than that. Uh,
yeah, it's
14,
gonna be
15,
a fair bit. 10, 11, 12,
I think
13, 14,
39
15,
maybe.
16.
39 for Saab,
16.
and yeah, playing fact
Yeah,
off of fur might be a good way to make sure that you
yeah.
use a lot of those other letters.
As he probably doesn't have to worry about Bob taking away the Saab area.
Yeah, yeah, both because
Yeah.
he's not, and also because there's not a whole lot to do over there.
No.
Another word I
Yeah,
enjoy seeing get played is kofta. Kofta is
yeah,
a little meatball. I
yeah.
enjoyed them many times, but it does look like he's maybe considering
Yeah.
fact
One of my trips to Australia,
or cat.
I had kangaroo kofta, which
Kangaroo
is
kofta. Wow.
it's not on many people's diet list, food choice list, but it was actually really nice. So blue opts for fact, making fur, aim, and cad.
Yeah, so that
So
may indicate that he may have seen the saw
yeah,
play,
yeah.
or
Or he may just go out with cads and sod.
yeah, that could also be. The thing is that by not going out and giving Bob
Yeah,
an extra play,
yeah,
the advantage of Saab is a little reduced.
yeah,
So let's see what Bob has come up with. He still has Novi lined up on his rack. Don't believe that will play, but he could play off of making Amen and playing down to play something like, I don't know, and using
yeah,
that spot for something like NE something. I don't know. Could be an
yeah,
option. Ideally, he's
yeah.
probably thinking about using the V first, make
Yeah,
sure that that's loaded. He's expecting his opponent to go out.
yeah. It would have worked out. Blues can go out in a couple of places. So take your points and run. It's been pointed out that Nova plays under fact for Fatka.
Oh, right, plural effectum.
Yes.
Of course. Yeah. And which seems like would be the
What?
standout play by far if he spots that hook.
Yeah.
I
I
admit I didn't spot it,
I
so
didn't spot
thanks
it, and I
to
suspect Blue didn't spot it because I don't think he would have done that otherwise.
thanks for letting us know,
Yeah.
Alex.
Yeah. Alex, maybe you should be doing this, and we do the technical stuff.
I wouldn't trade jobs.
Yeah.
And he chooses save, which doesn't obstruct Sob, but we'll see if he may, what he chooses here. He still has the OS separated from the D, so I feel like he's going to just do a little quick math and say, yeah, Sob
Yeah.
seems like it's going to be a little bit more worthwhile.
Well, I wonder if Does
And the
and
content play of
Facts.
it.
I think Does and Facts going out might just do our. It'd be, I can't do the math, so
It depends really what the NO outplay does for Bob, so I think it'd be pretty similar. And if it's similar enough, then maybe you go for what's stylish. Um, and
yeah,
oh, he's going out. Oh, but he's actually doing
yeah.
it on picks,
Odds and picked.
which is slightly
That'll
better.
score
Yeah,
better. We'd
yeah,
completely ignored that one after you set up Fact. So Blue goes out with odds, ODS, and picks, and Bob will be the winner here. Once the final scores come through, Bob's at 448. And we're just waiting for the last bit of Blue. 12, 13, 18, 21, 22,
25-point outplay.
25. Does that look right? Yep.
Yeah,
29, 3. So it's Bob Jackman of Australia taking the first game on our stream today, 448 to 385 from Blue Thorogood of New Zealand. There's some nice play in there. Blue's play of Eurasian making Reviler was very nice. And then,
yeah. This game was spread out all over the
uh,
board. We had some bingos. It was falling in Bob's favor despite Blue's solid play. So
yeah,
I think no fault to him here, and he managed to keep a very respectable score and get stay in range
yeah,
until the end. It just that pull of the last blank for Bob, he was able to put
yeah,
it away.
yep. So it looks like they're just checking the final scores. In a team event, we're concerned about the number of wins and than the spread. But there is a prize for the top finishing player. But that's
Really appreciated his find of Goustier,
yes,
which means desolate in Scots or dreary.
and
And otherwise, if he had missed it, maybe this game could have been more dreary for him. But he managed to play very solid. Um, and I think there were some options where okay, there was risk involved because the board
oh,
was so open, and but both
yeah,
players kind of kept it quite aggressive, and the opportunities were there. It's just where the tiles fell
yeah.
determined the outcome here, and um, they seem to be discussing a couple of things. Oh, he's showing the
He's
consideration of
showing
what he
the
did that for.
uh, Bob's looks like he's kind of laughing, saying, "Oh, I didn't see that one." Where I think if the game was closer, that we might have seen Sob.
Yeah, I think because of the lack of being able to go out that way, and 25
Yeah,
points available for the outplay,
yeah,
that the difference was not overall that beneficial. But it was, yeah, absolutely looks cool, and
I,
I always like those
yeah,
little insertions
yeah,
that change the
yeah,
game. If you miss those when they happen, that's really something. But well played game by both players. I think
yeah.
the choices
There were,
that were the most interesting. Opening the game with styling, and then being able to add to that with fraying.
yeah,
Just those early choices that were able to push Bob's lead up
yeah. If
quickly.
Bob had played the regains that Sean had found, or the regions, he wouldn't have been able to come back with Zoti. So it might have slightly changed it, but you play what you play, and you got to take what's there. But it was once Fruitly came down, that was pretty much the end of it.
Yeah, unfortunately for Blue, like
Mm.
the last 3 or 4 turns of the game, he didn't really
having to play Eurasian
have that kind of letter step.
No.
Maybe no 2 or something. But I thought, even the play of pick to fish one more time and set up a triple line. Capitalism.
All right, looks like we've gone to the room. Sean and I are going to take a short break now. And we will see everyone in back for the next game, which will be Stanley and Ngundi versus Russell Honeybun. So we'll be back in a few minutes.
Should be a good one.
Sorry. Okay, cool.
What time do you finish it?
3:30 should be final game, and then there's a prize giving. So
Sweet. Okay.
okay, nice. Thank you for helping set up.
That's okay.
See you later on.
Okay.
We could sell us a box.
Just had a couple of web orders come through, so
Nice.
ideally 20 more of those. Have fun teaching code, right?
I'll be able to stick around to just watch our show for a couple of games. Alright.
Did you know that if there was a loose O, you could play cat food?
Cat foods, they're so good. I never would have thought they would be one word.
Yeah, ridiculous. Okay, see you guys.
See ya. Rust-based. Just becomes to be a bathroom. 1, 2, 3. There's a book over there with all the history. Cool. How'd your game go? How'd your last game go? I saw there's a lot of challenges.
from Canada, joined by
Uh,
Scott in New Zealand, who's on the ground in the country, but the event is happening there in Auckland, and we're getting ready for our next game between great player Stanley Ngundi
Ngundi.
and Russell, yeah, and Russell Honeybun. So, what can you tell us about these players, Scott?
Stanley lives in Wellington now. He is now a permanent resident. He's come over from Kenya, where he grew up. He is currently ranked 18th in New Zealand, and is claims he doesn't know why he's sure. I'm not really sure why I play this game. Well, I've played him in our nationals earlier this year, and we were tight tussle, and he tried to block the top of the board playing crap, so I couldn't make a parallel, and instead I put an S on front making scrap and defeated him. And he then afterwards said that was a crap play. I said yes, it certainly was, but I wasn't complaining.
Well,
And now
you got to pick up your scraps where you can in this game, right?
that's right. Yes. Now Russell is a longtime Australian player. I think Sean, you said you played him a couple of times as well.
I played him once at in Kenya, yeah,
In
so in
ah
Stanley's home country at the 2017 Worlds.
yeah yeah. And so Russell is a 15-time Western Australia champ where he lives. He's won the South Australian champs a couple of times. In 2017, he was an Australian national champ. He uses Elise for his analysis software. Now, many of you probably aren't familiar with Elise. Elise came out in the mid the 2000 teens. It was a very strong program, but I haven't seen it updated since about CSW 15.
Well, using game analysis tools, a lot of the best players will do that. Look at their game. Nelise was known for having a stronger end game
And
analysis than Quackle.
okay,
So for those players who are analyzing and playing at these elite levels, for sure that's important, and they're familiar with that, which is great. Not everybody does that though. Some people are using their books and other means of acquiring knowledge and getting some games over the table. And we're ready to get
uh,
started here, as this one is going to be sure to be another
uh,
exciting match. And as Australia tries to mount a comeback on its final day. And the letters come down.
so
Well,
what do we
Russell
have here?
got some difficult letters.
Yep,
Some heavy consonants have come down, so he's going to
yep,
try to pick which
yep,
ones are going to help him do that. Maybe it's Fuji. He's looking at
yep.
hypo.
So he's got HYPO set up on his rack, hypo, and FEG.
I would think Fogi would be the
I
play.
think Fogey would be the play. I wouldn't worry about putting the E next to the double letter score yet.
Yep, and he's not wasting too
And
much time. He's
yep,
done it within
yep,
45 seconds. He's got landed here, doing points, and there he goes. All right, nice solid
yeah.
start there. And will Stanley be able to respond with a bonus of his own?
And Stanley has AAEIDMN.
Actually, it doesn't look like that rack plays through any of the available letters. So, despite having a very strong tile rack, it looks like he may have to settle for a little play just to uncouple those
Okay.
A's and try again next turn. He could just do something like mad or made, but
Yep.
he's not going to. He may have to take a little time to double check that he's thought of every possibility, and that's going to be one of the things that's a
Yep.
factor this turn time.
Stanley is quite often very deliberate, and then sometimes he'll make a play, and then he'll go when you can tell that he disapproves of what he had just done.
Right.
So
Well, I
he's
mean, this is one of those turns where it's part of the function is how quickly do you give up on looking for a bonus and then go to your next set of options of looking for short little plays that will allow you to keep those being thrown tiles, which is a very difficult thing to deal with,
yep.
because on the one hand you then doubt yourself whether you've looked long enough or you missed anything, and on the other hand you also realize that if you don't cut your losses quickly enough, you may be suffering more than necessary. So if he does look to just play off some tiles, there's actually different options here, really interesting options. So the underlaps and overlaps are a consideration. Maybe
Yep.
amide is what he's thinking about. I think that's what I'm seeing.
That's what
Amide.
it looks like. It'll be amide. Yep.
Yeah,
And
he does that.
we've
Okay.
just been informed that Russell's on top, the leading Australian right now with 11 wins. So he's
That's
leading. He's flying the flag for the country.
a 32 point
Yeah.
play there, which looks
Yeah.
solid. It definitely
Yeah.
creates a lot of makes the board a little tighter. Although there are ways to play through this, and I think that Russell will be overall pleased that he
Yeah.
can just play a few letters down and over
Yep.
top maybe choose Pav. Russell, as you said,
Yeah.
leading the way here for Australia. So, but he'll need to slow down a little bit compared to the previous turn.
Yes.
There's also
So
underlap plays which are actually interesting
yeah.
of playing Hap and GIP.
So after that previous round, round 18, New Zealand leads 125 to 91. So New Zealand now needs 20 wins to to seal the title. And it would
Did Australia gain a little ground?
I'm trying to think actually what it was after the previous round.
I think
I think
it sounds like it was a little closer, but I could be mistaken.
previous round. Nope, they New Zealand had 117, so they won eight out of the 12.
Okay.
So now
Well,
they're
there's still time. There's still time. But
until they hit 145. There's always hope.
well, what's interesting here is that if Russell were to play a longer play that stuck an R into space, which is very unlikely, but if it happened, then I think Stanley would enjoy playing Arrhenius, which is so. But I'm still thinking maybe Hap underlapping is going to be the play. Um, I would expect that would, just from a points perspective, end up being favored.
That'd be 40 points, and that certainly and it keeps the board tight still. Doesn't give Stanley his desired R. So just Russell's got PHNIVAR. So it's once again he's got too many high point tiles. So he's got to really try to get rid of these two. He's having a good long thought about this.
He may also be thinking, if we're just checking to see if there's any plays that would allow for him to use EDH along with the PH words under amide. So he may just be looking at to see if there's nothing he's missing and to just make sure that he's considered all sorts of possibilities.
Yep. So the scores are tied up at 32. As Russell puts a lot of thought into this turn.
And he's going with Phi up top. That's actually a little surprising to me. But this is not a bad score. He's going 30 points. But I feel like Hap would have been very similar in terms of leave, and yet it would have been scored quite a bit more.
Yes, it
And
scores
perhaps
significantly. And doesn't, this now takes a Z or a Z and an S hook. So now Stanley's sitting with AAEOUNS. So it's really would have liked the R to come out, but we don't always get what we want.
No, we do not. Truer words have not been spoken. So I would say, in this rack, he's looking at the vowel dumps that are possible, AUA kind of types things that could happen. But unfortunately, there isn't a really clean way that I see that you can play off quite a few vowels. It's something where
and there
he's
comes
going to still play up
AUA.
top. Yeah, so he's going to do that. It's a little bit of it's not a from a scoring perspective. It's definitely not incredible,
Well,
but it definitely does the job that he needs it to do.
oh, and
If
he's taking it back off again. According to Quackle, statically, that's the best valuation.
mhm. Oh, he trades.
He's
That's really
exchanging.
surprising. I think that was maybe a little bit of an overreaction
Stanley
to
exchanged the I'm saying AOU.
yeah, that was a little surprising. But perhaps he just thought, okay, you know what? Why make the board more dangerous for all these points? 'Cause if I play Awa, there's a good chance of them kind of like come back with Z or something that's going to neutralize whatever I gained anyway. So let me just
Yeah.
trade. And I don't know. That is something that I wouldn't have expected.
No, that's not
Um,
what I expected. I would have taken a few points instead of no points.
that said, it's back to Russell to try to work with the board as he left
Yeah,
it. So now he's looking at some different options that will uncouple the ends, and he definitely wants to play the V off.
yeah,
So I would think maybe Vina
yeah,
and could be a consideration, or Van and Fan. I mean, the problem is that um,
yeah,
it's not super clear cut. Which words are going to
no,
be best. Um, in an optimal
yeah,
situation, be able to unload the V, unload an N, maybe even play the D and
yeah.
score decently. But I don't think that there's an option that does all of that.
No. So he's got VENNARD, and there's not. That's this board is not conducive to those.
Well, if he played Van and Fan, and if he was lucky enough to draw an I
Eh,
and another,
eh,
we would have another A, then he might have Radio Men as a
eh,
double double later.
yeah.
So something I'm noticing.
When instead of Van on the other side, he could play Hyen and Nav as
Yeah,
well.
that would Yeah, that would be interesting, except that he has to give up his give up his A hook
Eh,
on high end to do it.
eh,
If he had two A's, I would have favored that
yeah,
option more. Oh, but he's going with Venom. That's an interesting choice.
yeah,
So that's 20 points, and it keeps a pretty good leave.
yeah.
Um,
Putting the E next to the triple letter, but the V there's gonna stop any parallel play.
yeah, actually,
So,
I would say it's pretty much it has to be pretty similar
yeah,
to strength of something like Van. Although Van is same points, keeping the E instead of the A. So I don't know which one I would have chosen, but I can see a rationale for that for
yeah.
sure.
So Stanley has began plus an ES, and he quickly drops down beg, making fags and venoms.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
pretty solid
yeah,
choice. He's using the S
yeah,
and picking up
yeah,
a lot of points off of the face value of Venom.
yeah,
So I think that makes a lot of
yeah,
sense.
yeah,
At this point, there's no real rationale to sacrifice
yeah.
points in order to have a better bingo odds.
So Russell's picked up CNARDAO. I see Canard very quickly. And if that O was an A, he'd have Sean's country on his rack.
Well, this is going to be, I, I think, a little bit of a difficult decision. I mean, how do you
Yeah.
approach this? Like
Wow.
OCA, like we definitely want to use the O and one of the A's, and that probably will happen. But like, do you play aggressively with something like bacon? Do you just play a little open the board on the right side more with Oka? But there
Bacon,
doesn't seem to
bacon.
be any super standout play
No,
in my
nothing.
view.
Nothing stands out at all. When it, you put the D and make hide and something that way. No, no. There's really nothing saying play me, is there?
Hmm.
Right. You just open the board and go. Figuring Stanley just played his S for And it wouldn't telegraph anything because he scored it. It added quite a bit to his score.
Yeah, I think for me, bacon is a consideration, surprisingly, which is not normally the kind of play I would make. But because um, there aren't a whole lot of other great choices, I have to at
Yeah.
least consider that one. It does, of course, open a S hook at the bottom, and
Yeah.
if your opponent has just played an S, you might think maybe they have two. They had two,
Yeah.
and they may be holding one, so that's kind of less
Yeah.
desirable for that
Yeah.
reason too.
I'm not sure if I would think he's got a second because he played that one for 12 points. That's a pretty good return on it.
Oh, you choose the anagram of bacon of Benko,
He plays
which
Banco. Yep.
is a little more defensive for in terms of being able to use the bottom left triple with
Yeah.
a parallel, but still something for sure for in terms of what it does for his leaves. So yeah, solid. I mean, that's similar to what I was thinking, but there comes Man Rope as the
Yeah.
bingo
Yeah.
for Stanley. Well done. Good find very quickly. He realizes
Yeah.
it's got to be the play.
Yeah. Well, the only one there. Stanley.
Oh, so let's see if this pays off for Russell, who had just
Yeah.
rebalanced his rack, has now an E floating in space.
Yeah. In the
Very
triple
some
lane.
possibilities.
Yeah.
Possibilities are there. Oh, he's drawn some common letters. Oh,
He's
but
got sad fart, which is probably not what he wanted to see.
it actually does form a seven-letter word, the rack. Um, but I don't believe that that seven will play. And then it does not form any eights. So let's see how he approaches this turn.
No, I did not know that one. That's now literally just gone into my card box.
Well,
Yeah. We'll let the
the
people
F,
at home try to figure out what sad fart makes.
they may not be able to think of anything beyond sad fart now that you've said it that many times.
I'm just a gas bag. That's all I am.
Oh, I see. This is okay. The solution comes from Urdu, which is a language I know a little bit about.
Eh, yeah.
We'll change the way I pronounce it, and I didn't realize that it isn't. The definition is a word for the seven-letter word that is unseen. The definition is an office, especially a military orderly room in India, and he finds it daftars. And I didn't think that HYE took the D. Oh, but it does. Okay, so therefore he's able to play it. Okay, very good.
Yep.
Daftar, really beautiful find from Russell. Superb play.
Yeah.
And yeah, he so his effort to play Banco and balance his rack pays off, but it leaves the E open, which may or may not be used at this
Yeah.
point in time.
Yeah. So Stanley has
Owlery,
WYURLLO.
good
Yeah.
choice.
He's gonna
Owlery
be. He's gonna.
is this play is the choice he's made, which is great because it lands the W onto double letter score, and these players are playing quickly and catching up with some of these quicker turns. So very, very good performance from both players here with the trade of bingos and now
Yep.
another strong six letter play from Stanley. So Russell has drawn
Yeah.
VOTSNNZ. So after keeping, well, after playing his seven tiles for Duftars, now he has a constant heavy rack, not a whole lot of synergy. The spots are less good than they were when Man Rope was
Yeah.
played. The E is not available anymore. What would you say he could do here?
Aye, aye, aye. This would be the
So
kind of
zone,
rack
so zone,
scratch.
so
I
So
scratch
zone
my
off
head
of
on.
Venom is what I see, first of all. You just play zone and score 33 points
Yep.
and hope to draw a lot of vowels.
Excuse me. Zero off of Banco as well. That'd give you 44.
Yeah, that's an
But
interesting point. I
but
mean,
zone,
he
I
gets
think
more points.
zone gives you more letters to pull out of the bag. It gives you one extra
Problem is,
letter.
zone also creates a front hook of an O, which
Yeah,
which might neutralize anything that you gain if your
yeah,
opponent actually is having holding an O, which he does not. So,
uh,
in most cases, like keeping five consonants would seem pretty bad if he
yeah,
plays so.
yeah.
Oh, but he's actually chosen Vant.
He's
Okay, so
playing.
he's chosen to sacrifice points in the interest of leave,
Yeah,
um, which
it's
a little
understandable.
surprising to me. But yeah, it's an approach. It's a different approach, maybe
Yeah,
more satisfying in a way than any of the other options, which kind of leave you with a struggle and
yeah,
too much dependency on
yeah,
trying to on the
yeah.
expectation of drawing vowels.
So Stanley's rack is Jelliuu.
Yeah,
So
and that is going to be a very difficult one to navigate.
yes,
Um, I would expect that Jun might be
uh,
a kind of oh what
he's
did you say?
exchanging everything but the E.
Oh, again, a little surprising to me to see
I
an
I
exchange in that kind of
I
situation. I would
might have
think that
I might have played Juliet to the T and Vant just to scrub the rack and keep a U.
yeah, I agree. That's like if what you're going to exchange is very similar to what you can play, then why not play? And Juliet would not have put the J in a dangerous spot. So I would have definitely liked Juliet. Even like Je over
Yeah,
Manrope. Keeping it's not a
J.
great move, but it's JEU would score pretty well.
Yeah. So Russell now has SACZOON.
Yeah, so these letters create a lot of different words,
Eh,
and he might play Zune or something like that over top of Manrope where Je could have been played. But he's going to go
I
to the bottom left corner and play Zoe and keep some really
I
strong bonus tiles.
I like that play because he could start a word AC and then come across because he just played Zoe down on the bottom, which he could have done the previous turn, but now he could do something AC and then go from there depending on what he gets.
So Stanley's exchange is
Yeah,
going to pay off here as he's sitting on AAE
yeah,
ORT
okay,
and a blank, forming words like Aerobat, Aerosat, and there's others for eight-letter words, many of those. We'll
yeah,
see which one. I think Anoestra playing through the Banco might be one consideration.
yeah. Um, Arrow set will play under Vance. I mean, he's got lots of choices and lots of places, so it'll be up to him. There are two from the C and Banco, which are the highest scoring plays. And I think he is trying to figure out what's at the C. So Stanley's just gone under 17 minutes. Russell has 12:07 left on his clock.
Stanley is a very quick player, but
Yeah,
he's taking some time on this turn as he tries to navigate what would be
yeah.
the best bonus to play.
Uh, he can be, but I've played him times where he's gotten very pressed for time and then he starts to panic. But right now he is
Hmm.
playing fairly quick. I would say that certainly later on in our broadcast this morning we'll have Chris Tolman on as our last game, and Chris is the fastest shuffler I've ever seen. And on Friday people were asking is was there something wrong with the camera? We're like, no, that's just how quick he moves the tiles around. And I'm sure Sean, when we get to Chris, you'll have some stories to tell us.
Perhaps I will. My story with Russell is not that fantastic. I remember our game specifically because I believe that I had earlier in the day learned the word Farnesol using my word lookup, Farnesol, Farnesol, but I only glanced at it for half a second. And so when a game came around, I ended up with the letters to play Farnesol
Uh,
through an F, but I couldn't remember the word exactly, so I lost a few turns trying Franosel and other variants that were not good as I tried to remember what it was, and I didn't never found it. Um, but anyway, he's chosen arsenate, actually very like interesting from the standpoint that it's in a cool spot, but at the same time super dangerous.
and super invalid.
Oh, is that true? Well,
Quackle is not letting me play it right now.
that's true. Arsenate doesn't, and Wester doesn't have anagrams.
No.
Yeah.
And Russell seems to be tracking, so it looks like he's accepted the play.
Well,
And it puts the E right next to the triple word on the lower right corner.
so there's a seven.
That's
There's a seven that he
super
has, but
dangerous.
it does not play through the E. So I think if he finds his 7-letter play, then maybe that's
Yeah.
one thing was just thinking that, oh, you know what, I can't.
So,
I'm focused on my own letters. I might have
so
missed the consideration of whether arsenate was going to work. And it's just arsenate, arsenite, a lot of
that's
those
right.
words that get you thinking in a different way, and then
It's like
it's
bugger.
so much so similar to some of the other ones that's there's arsenate.
That's right. There's lots of possibilities. It just looks like he's confused a couple of words. That's all. It's no. It happens, and you know what? It stayed on the board, so it's if it stays on the board in my book, it's good enough.
Well, it stayed on the board. Now, what impact will that have here? Because if Russell does not find the seven
Yeah.
letter bingo that he has, then he's going to now be able to score other ways off of that really potent spot in the
Yeah.
corner. And it's really hard to ignore it too, because it just looks like in many, many cases, a person would score a ton, especially with the
Yeah.
X unseen. Imagine
And
that where to land there.
yeah. So Russell, I hope Russell's seen his bonus, and then he's just trying to debate: do I take that E out? So Stanley's sitting on EEIILN blank, and there are no H's through the E. So that's not. But Russell's not to know that.
Yeah, but he might.
Yeah.
Is it the case
Yeah.
where he has something else? I mean, Stanley, in terms of,
Yeah.
yeah.
Ah, welcome, Mr. Sokol. Fish or Aotearoa? Well, that would be home country advantage, wouldn't it?
All right. So we've seen quite a lot in this game. Just a little quick
Yeah.
recap. Fogey opened the game for Russell.
Russell.
It was responded with Amide as an underlapping play. Following that, we saw Phi get played, and then there was Venom, Beggs, and
Banco.
Banco and Manbrope as a bonus. A little shortly after, we had Daftars to respond, and Owlery, Zoe, Vant, and Arsenate. So a really high scoring kind of affair for the most part, with these a few bingos coming down and the Z plays, and some clever words, nice long words that have covered the space the sport open, but definitely live sitting on a very dangerous situation at the
Yeah.
moment.
No, Russell's been sitting on this turn for 4 minutes now, so he's having a good thought about something.
I think it's definitely complicated to think, okay, how could I play in the corner and take that out and also keep myself in the best leave possible?
Yeah, no.
I might even be considering just to play like OH in the corner for 32 points. It's not super obvious to me what the
Yeah,
right choice is. If he sees Chatons, then
yeah,
yeah, he may
yeah,
play it and just say, okay, well, I gotta suffer that. But it's
yeah,
really, really highly dangerous, the arsenate play. So it's actually tough to just ignore it. knowing
Yeah.
that the opponent could just score so easily with just 2 or 3 letters.
Oh, the sirens would certainly be flashing. And there's
And
OH, just like you predicted, Sean. And that
okay,
and that is really not what Stanley wanted. Though if he had played Chatons, it
ooh,
would
and
have blocked his opponent.
Russell draws the cue to muck up whatever that was for. So this is going to mean that Stanley is going to look at his very somewhat bingo
Yeah,
prone rack,
yeah.
and I think he has lifeline to the F. Um,
That'd be
but
lovely.
but it's not really super obvious. Not only a lane that you're going to look at first. You're looking
Yeah,
at words ending with T and through that N, and but he has line in there, and you kind of might think of words that are compound words like timeline and that sort of thing. So that might come to him. But I think that knowing that these letters don't produce a lot of bingos, if you spot lifeline, you're going to play it pretty quickly. And it is kind of in a sneaky spot. It's sort of out there floating in no man's land, a vertical play. So
yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised if he just doesn't get a chance to see it. And if he
yeah,
does, that'd be great.
yeah. So he's got EEIILN blank, and Lifeline is the only playable bonus there.
This game
Eh,
continues
eh,
to get more
Uh,
interesting. He finds it
he
very
finds
good.
it. Here it comes.
So this will put
Bingo,
an E
bango.
out into that lane, which does not help Russell deal with his Q right now. But it does
Uh,
also create a QI spot, which also then he's holding the S and an N. So QI overlap over here for 40 something points,
uh,
44
uh,
will be a really nice bailout kind of for Russell, considering he had to suffer the bingo, the
all
two
right.
blank bingos.
So Russell's rack is ACQINTS, and he quickly drops QI. I wonder if Kintar at the top of the board into the R of Manrope for about the same score, for a bit more, might have been a better play.
I like what he chose because the E was dangerous, but
Yeah,
now he's made it so that
he's,
only with the N and the S, which he
he's,
holds, can it be used.
yeah,
So I kind of agree with QI, and of course, in terms of a leave, these letters are strong if other bingo lanes come
yeah,
available. So let's see what happens here because Stanley has an S on his rack, so he can still use that spot for something like
yeah.
abuse or something like that. He's holding A B D G I U S, so he might look
Uh,
at based or
uh,
abused. He could do something.
yeah.
He could go somewhere else, but I feel like that was probably his most best likely score over there.
I think take the points, take the QI out, and just take it. So Russell's leading by 1.316 to 315. So we have another close game here.
Yeah, Russell's going to be disappointed when that triple line vanishes on him,
But
um, because then it's going to become quite a bit tougher to find some
yeah.
scoring spots.
So the chat recommends Aguised, Aguised, and
That would be a very sound choice. Keeping
yeah,
the B, um,
yeah,
as a maybe scoring tile, it
yeah,
could work.
yeah, and
I personally prefer abused,
it's,
and that's what he
it,
seems to be choosing. Oh, but abused also actually creates a dangerous A spot. So
uh,
maybe they're right. Maybe about a guy's being a little bit better.
it,
But
and the only
in
one
this
that's
case,
really going to
yeah,
hurt you with the A there is the K now,
or the J.
or the oh yeah, right next to it, that funny looking thing. Yep, in the JA.
Yeah, but in this
Um,
case, actually, he's not going to get burned for it. He may actually
yeah,
get rewarded for it if it's left alone, which
yeah,
is going to be
and he
hard for Russell to do anything over there.
and Stanley picks up both the J and the K.
Oh boy.
I think JO will be coming down very quickly. So Russell has WACINTS.
What's interesting is Russell might even perceive abused as a setup. So if he
That's
does,
right.
he might be more inclined to go, okay, let me see,
Yeah.
my opponent may be holding a JA or something, and I need to shut it down a JO. So if he takes it that seriously, then he may sacrifice points to block, which would be very, perhaps the only way that he can stay active in this game.
Yeah. The thing is, his choices for blocking aren't that great.
Another option is to play Caw in the top right corner, leaving the C in the triple line, and hope to have a big play
Uh,
in response to whatever happens. That would be a big
yeah.
dice roll, and there's a lot of difficult letters in the pool, so not super confident that that would have high likelihood of success.
No.
But it might be one way you might approach the problem.
The problem with something like Caw, because we have full knowledge, is Stanley could play Jock
Yeah,
and
yeah, and I think
16, 25, 75 points. Good night, nurse, as we would say.
oh, he chooses to fish off the W. Are there any lanes that are probable for bingos that he may be fishing for? Maybe the R and the N, hoping to kind of get something just in that little
Yeah.
vertical space.
The N in Banco, possibly the O in Man Rope, making hooking like say it into there.
Hmm. So that surprised me a little bit, but
Oh,
I don't. Maybe he was looking through the O in Manrope. Yeah, I think that's
yeah,
probably what he was probably looking at tactions or something like that. If he draws a
yeah,
T, that's kind of
yeah.
um, a good,
And
nice
uh,
idea.
yeah,
It's not going to work out for him. But yeah, now this is the real part where once he gets hammered with this J, how to move on from that? What's the
yeah.
next thing you can do?
So
Um,
it's clearly a fishing play, but given the tightness of the board, Stanley really doesn't have to worry too much yet. And the 54 points he'll get for Joe, we'll put him up. What is that? It's 80 points roughly. So he should be able to survive a bingo and score back nicely on it. Stanley's rank is GIKJOLL. If that G was a Y, he would have Killjoy.
he's taking his
Eh,
time to work out the possible outcomes of this, but I think after a little thought, he'll still proceed with Joe.
yeah. Personally, I think I would have just gone. There's 21 tiles left, so there'll be 14 in the bag. So it's good. So Stanley's got an interesting choice. He's got 8.5 minutes. Russell has 5.5 minutes roughly.
Our producer just noted that in the church where they're playing, somebody is performing the New Zealand national anthem on an organ. Perhaps they're marching on to victory here and getting ahead, little ahead.
We're still waiting for Stanley to make his choice.
Yeah,
It's,
I'm not really sure why he's thinking so long. I mean, I don't really know
yeah,
what would change, what new
yeah,
information he could learn that would change his decision.
yeah.
Maybe he's just thinking, look, I got the pace of the game here. I have enough. He feels he has enough time that he can just just take his time and think about all sorts of stuff. But I would have played Joe a long time ago.
Yeah.
Um,
In the chat, Lewis Hawkins recommends Jokel through the O and man rope, which would kill a lot of the top of the board.
Yeah,
but
it
but
would, but I
I
think
still like Joe.
the points are hard to ignore here.
Yeah, and there it goes.
54.
Yeah, and Joe is simulating significantly better as well than Jokel.
Well,
So
is he going to
that's
fish again? Oh, he's going with crew to set up his
yeah,
S there,
yeah,
which is a nice idea. Maybe he'll still be able to find a TION word or play an S there. So he's kind of created a new spot on the board for bingos, which is a good strategy to have a shot. Stanley has drawn an I and an E to his existing GIKLL. So not a great leave for him, given that all these like words that exist in the lexicon will not help him.
Oh, how about something like killing through the end in man rope?
The most interesting word he had that is
Uh,
with this
uh,
rack is kilogy,
kill.
Killogi, a space in front of a fireplace of a kiln, kilogy. Didn't
Ah,
know that one. But there's the O on the board will not allow for a kilogy to be
uh,
played. So
oh,
I was kind of thinking that girl like might be a word,
yep.
even though that wouldn't have played either, but that's actually not one of them.
So Russell's play of crew is paid off for him because he's got T Sane with an X. So there's
Mhm.
two bingos there. One of them will play. Yes, the EGIIKLL is killing Stanley right now, I think. He's got a 70-point lead and he's trying to figure out how to maintain it.
You can just play killer, which would open to the board and
Yeah.
score. But he's going with something else there.
He's going with killing.
Oh, killing. Oh, yeah.
Bigger, more turnover. Killer would have
Yeah, I
scored
mean,
more.
I think with the ease unseen, then I mean, I would have maybe chosen to go with killer just for the extra points. I'm not sure, but yeah, after taking a little look at what's going on up top, I think anti-sex has to come down here.
Yep, it's got to. Oh gosh, poor Stanley.
Uh-oh. Stanley has
You.
EEERTUU. Which after this
Yeah,
massive bingo from Russell will leave a lot of vulnerability. And Russell
yeah,
doesn't know this, but when he pulls the unseen
yeah,
tiles, um, the
yeah,
remaining what's in the bag,
yeah.
he'll probably be able to
There are four left
um,
in the bag.
walk away unscathed from here.
Yeah,
So we've got anti-sex
yeah,
coming down, which is going to be 7, 8, 16,
yeah.
32, 36,
But
45, 95 points, I believe.
90, 94. But it puts the
Okay,
X right next to the triple letter though, or triple word score. So it's going to give something back.
right, with a play like,
It's going to have to be RE or TE.
yeah,
And it's not. Yeah,
you couldn't even put three letters together there, maybe two E's.
yeah,
Um,
two E's.
but yeah, not pretty. But that being said, um,
So,
with this is now going to get into the fine math of what
yeah,
happens now. Is it a tie game?
it is a tie game.
Wow. So the X play is potentially big. Russell can't actually play off that X, which is the
Yeah,
one maybe point of relief for Stanley is that if he wants to do something else first, he has some options there.
yeah,
He has the N from which he could play something like neuter to unload a lot of letters. This is really going to be um, stressful. And now that he used all this time, I feel like this is where you really want the time. Um, and this is going to be a tricky one to figure out how all the possibilities lay out. DUIT, does it go? Does Russell have an outplay himself?
no, he does not.
Okay.
And then Quackle says it is Stanley's game.
He chooses
Tarek.
Tarek, keeping UEU. Okay. Now he's playing faster than I expected him to play, but um, wow,
And that gives Russell an outplay, doesn't it?
it would. It would do it. Do it would do it as valid.
Yeah.
Maybe he mistracked. I hope not. But let's let's see what's happening here. So with a tie game, Stanley is attempting to take a lead. Oh, he commits the play.
Actually,
So
Russell can go up, but it's not going to win. He could have gone out with do it and next to ante as well.
oh, I see. So he may know that that's just not enough.
Yeah.
Well, okay then. Yeah, overlaps ante forming 4 words here, but 3, 6, 12, 16.
And it's 16, so that won't be enough.
Yeah, it's a little interesting to me that he wouldn't, in that case,
Yeah.
just play TEE or something for off of the X, knowing that Russell had that outplay.
Yeah.
Um, he did have over 3 minutes left, so I feel like
So they've paused their
maybe he wanted to
clocks
make
here.
sure that there was no 5 that he didn't know through the K. That
No,
might just be like a
well,
surprise score.
they've got their clocks paused, so it looks like maybe they're just checking scores.
Oh yeah, there's another thing. If their math didn't add up
Yeah.
to the same things earlier, then that might have
Yeah.
also influenced their decisions here.
Yeah.
This
But
is why it's advisable to do your math check
yeah.
prior to making your play.
Yes.
Optimally, kind of read the score.
So according to Quackle, Stanley's optimal play would have been Auteur from the A and anti-sex, which would have stopped Russell's outplay, and then he would have gone out with the EE and X.
Oh yeah, auteur. Yeah.
And it's one of those things you don't think of W words very often, do you?
It's interesting because keeping EE,
Yeah.
uh, the EX play is completely unblockable. You can put a
That's
D
right.
there, but you can't. So that's also part of the necessary observation to have the confidence to go with auteur, because if you are left with EE and that spot was gone,
Yeah.
then it might not
Uh,
mathematically
yeah.
work out that you come up top. Really, really interesting game here, especially after Daftar's everything that happened
Yeah.
subsequently. Um,
I think Russell's going to kick himself over arsenate. It's just one of those things, I think.
Players are still trying to get on the same page around the score, so that's why the clocks are paused. Um, you know, Russell made a valiant effort opening the board
4,
and
yep.
then drawing anti-sex.
Then
It
we
looked like
change
it was going to work
184.
out for him.
Yep. And 69 is
After
255.
Stanley's terrible leftover letters.
62,
But
315.
he just
Yep.
seems to have had
39,
enough in
354.
terms of the timetable
Yep.
to go out
54,
first and
408.
or
Yep.
at least score
24,
well,
432. 432, yep.
Russell
And then I still have exit
to
post.
score.
Yeah.
It's going to hurt a little bit. But it was
Stop myself.
a pretty well played game from both players as they had a lot of decision points. Right from the second turn of the game where Stanley chose to underlap with Amide, which was a nice play. There weren't too many turns you say, oh, that was obvious, or that was the must do. They had some choices to be made, and they had maybe they picked not even always the probabilistic top play in the way that somebody might say, oh, yeah, this looks like the valuation is the best, and to kind of think, okay, hey, what's going to happen? What my opponent's going to do?
Stanley's just checking, make sure there's absolutely nothing in that bag that he's going to take. So they must have agreed on the scores now, so that's good.
Yeah, Russell's looking around to see if there's some scoring play that he missed.
Yep, I accept.
He knows that he's not going to make a whole lot from the
24.
leave.
And he knows if he doesn't go out, Stanley's going to score
27.
27.
Oh. Oh,
So I'm sure Russell will go out now that there are 2 spots available.
yeah, I completely missed this spot. Yep, that's alright.
He's got a minute and a half to figure out that going up into it is his best choice. Yeah, both got that pose of either deep thought or relaxation. I think we know which one is which for each person.
This is a worthwhile screenshot for what does Scrabble feel? What does Scrabble feel like? The emotions. Or your caption based on this picture. Your image. The funny thing is, you can come out to the end of a close game, even though you're going to be about to win the game, and think, "Oh, I'm going to lose this game." You know, and vice versa. You could be thinking, "Oh, I'm about to lose this, about to win this game," and then you're not realizing you're actually going to lose it. And so these like nervous moments in the last turn of the game. You know, does my opponent see the play, or if I track correctly, or you know, is there something I'm forgetting? But in a moment here, I think we're going to see Dewitt come down and see.
Yep, there it is.
16
16.
now. 19.
Plus 6 is 22. Lose by 5. Stanley's very relieved there. I've seen that look on his face before.
Quite a thing. I mean, you know, looking at it from Stanley's perspective, when you look at those last 7 letters with the 2 U's and the E's, it's oh, you know, this is a tie game. Have I lost this game? And then you do the math and you do the. He says, okay, I got Tarek 27, and that should withstand play tracking. So very slim margin here. There were no 5-point challenges, so that is good for Stanley that he didn't give 5 points anywhere.
Yep. 453, 459. Plus 6, yeah.
But the walk.
453. Plus.
The walk
No, I've already given
plus
it.
plus
Just 13. Plus 6.
What do you think I got for Dewar?
You said 13.
16.
Must be dissecting the end there. They checking the scores.
16 plus 6, 22, 456.
Stick with us. We're going to have a
459.
Yeah.
Stanley.
Good play. Thanks,
Come
man.
up on top. Shake hands. Sports, tough game. Tough.
No challenges.
Hearing Stanley's thoughts on some of his turns. For sure.
But it's not a lot. But yeah, it's not a lot. Just 9 points, yeah.
Lifeline.
Yeah.
I had the last 3.
Hold on after Russell's pushed.
Yeah.
That was.
I made a mistake, yeah. Yeah.
Hello, Stanley. Hear us.
Yep.
Are you relieved? It's Scott here, and I'm here with Shadavasi.
Yeah. Yeah, a bit relieved. Yeah, it was a roller coaster, yeah. But yeah, happy to take it home, yeah.
What did you think after Russell's play of anti-sex, and when you were looking at your last 7 letters? Did you feel that bit of fright that you might not be able to come out way?
No, I actually missed the X spot. Like, my eye just, I just completely missed it. I would have played there definitely. That would have been my move, yeah. But I just played fast. I was tracking. My time was running, but yeah.
we enjoyed a lot of your plays. You made a nice first turn of the game playing the Amide underlap.
Yep. There was nothing in that racket.
No, you did not have a bingo. Yeah. So
Okay, yeah.
this is one of the things which was deciding, when do you give up on a bingo, and I accept the fact that there wasn't one.
Yeah.
You made a good choice.
Yeah, thanks.
What do you think was kind of the point in the game where you made maybe your most important play?
Putting back the J.
Getting away with arsenate.
Oh. What is it? Is it arsenite?
So getting away with it in two senses. One is that this is slightly off from a valid word. There's arsenate and arsenite, but no arsenate.
Oh yeah, it must have been.
Getting away with it because your opponent was only able to score 32 points off of a very dangerous E spot. So,
Yeah.
So what was going through your mind as you played it?
I did have many options. To be honest, it's the only one I saw at the time. I think you've realized I just played a very open board. He's a strong opponent. I prefer playing that way, make him uncomfortable. Because if I play at his level, then I think he's better placed. But if I blow the board up, he has to think and get worried about all the open spots. Yep. And
you did a great job in terms of creating a lot of volatility and making it so that there was many factors to think about. And I think both of you did really well there.
Yeah.
Another play that I thought was pretty nice was Owlery. And then there was the turn. You took some time thinking about JO, which was a big score, but you took a little processing time. What was going through your mind as you did it?
I was concerned about the open lanes on top of Mandro.
It was suggested in the chat that Jokol, Jokol, through the O in Manro, which would have done a nice job filling up that section.
To kill up this. No, I wanted to play, but the end line would still remain open. If I had a parallel play with a J, I would have probably played that if I could get rid of 3 or 4 tiles. I think I would have sacrificed the J move to take it out.
The point of words that ended A, I, or O, so that would have been a bit trickier.
It's interesting because the thing is that no, the L wasn't there at that stage. But the thing is that, I believe that after the fish of playing one tile from Russell, that's definitely going through your mind. What's interesting is that earlier you traded the J. Where we thought maybe you would play at that time. I guess you felt that you just wanted to move beyond it and kind of clean up your rack.
Yes, I wanted to clean up my rack. I couldn't see it giving me anything in 2-3 moves, so I just decided it's better to just change and take my chances.
You could have played Juliet to the T and Fans.
Or Juliet with the 2 L's. I think I saw Julius. I thought of Jello up here, but I would open the board. But yes, I missed Juliet. I think I would have played it for Synergy.
And only 1 L, no 2 L's, but even so, would have.
Oh, it's just 1 L. I think the 2 L's had already mixed me up.
But you know what? You made a lot of clutch plays and definitely finding lifeline deep in the game. And it was one because it wasn't really an obvious spot. And so well done to you. And we'll go to a little break here, and you should try to regroup for your next game. But thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Stanley.
Okay. Thanks, guys. Thanks.
Well done.
Bye. Thank you. Thanks. Bye.
It was incredible to
It
was incredible to
Gosh.
You go and get yourself well done.
Have you guys filled out the score?
Really interesting.
I couldn't even figure out what the final score was with that. Couldn't figure it out.
We did. We got good scores. We got good planning ahead by Russell playing crew to make screw. And then Stanley, I would have seen that right away. But Tarek worked out it was enough to score. And even with this, I wonder which way they had the game misscored and whose favor at that point as well.
I think I think there was definitely just a lot of the nerves of a close game in the last day of a
Uh,
tournament of this
uh,
kind, and maybe a little fatigue as well in terms of just trying to work through some of the situations. But they played well. Like, I
well,
mean, the decisions,
yeah,
you really can't fault too many of them, and
no,
they each scored an immense
have
score of 50. So very interesting performance and exciting
yeah,
Scrabble.
which is what we like to see. Uh, okay. Um, right now, we're going to take a short break. We're going to have the next game come up very quickly. We hopefully will be able to put at least the round 19 results up on there so everybody can keep track. And we will see you back here in just a couple of minutes.
See you soon. back to the Trans-Tasman Challenge from Auckland, New Zealand. I'm Shauna Bassi, joined by Scott Chaput, and we are getting ready for the next round, round 20 here with
Round 20.
Anderina
Yep.
McLean versus Victor Tung. So what do we know about these players, Scott?
I've played Andrea more times than I can count, that's for sure. And Andrea and I have, in our games, have been quite often either she's blown me out or we've had tight tussles, and not often me getting the big advantage of her. She likes to play really pretty words. I mentioned yesterday or the day before that she played portico against me, which is a typical kind of word that she plays. And I think it was the last game we played, one of her thrashings, she played ogreisms against me.
Oh, wow.
Now, yes. Now, Victor, I've played twice in the Trans-Tasman in 2018, and I think in both times he beat me. I think one was a thorough beating. The other one was a closer game, but I honestly don't matter. And it looks like Victor's going to open with a bingo. He has EEWRBS, and he quickly slaps down Brewers.
Wow. That's really interesting. And unfortunately, I don't think that Andorina has a comeback bingo, although she's something close to Majolica, but it doesn't seem to be able to play.
Yep.
But wow, that's just a gift of a 7-letter rack. You get a natural bingo that almost writes itself. Like it's not one that's going to be too difficult for most players
No.
to find. Wow, so this is putting Andrina in a position, but she does have the blank, so I don't think that this means anything in terms of being able to run away.
No.
She'll be able to score some points and then, strike again.
Yep. So Andorina has MAJOCA and the blank.
She does go with major.
Yeah.
It seems like a pretty straightforward play. There's other things to maybe consider, but for the most part, this is the way to balance the rack and score some points, and that's exactly what she needs to do. I might have taken another second myself, just because I would be trying to make sure that I didn't forget any bonuses, but I think she's made the right choice by far.
So Victor's rack is, oh boy, he's playing quick. UUNNETY, and he quickly just slaps down Bunny off the B from Brewers. So
Yeah, that seems like a pretty clear standout play. I mean, I wonder if there were any other options, but the Y, U, and N are the three letters you want to unload. So he's dealt with his priority, and that seems to be fine.
Yeah, then I wouldn't have any problem with Bunny. And then,
oh boy, these racks are getting really really interesting. So now,
yes, oh my gosh,
Andrina's drawn the second blank, and she's going to look for one of several bingos that are available, but the two blanks is going to be a little harder to find and to go through all these possibilities and visualize those possible letters, while on the other rack, Victor is drawn into quartile minus the I, so he's also going to spend some time thinking what that produces.
So Andorina's looking at AACNU blank blank. So it's one of those two blanks can make it really hard because it's just a lot of processing power.
Yeah, the first thing that comes to my mind is the band Lacuna Coil. So lacunas, canulas, one of them. But in this case, she's not really looking for sevens; she's looking for eights.
Yeah.
So that's also going to be a big thing. So looking through the M, looking through the E, trying to maybe see if we can bingo to the E in the center line.
She set up the one that I think I would have found, which is canula or canula E, from the top triple down, putting one of the N's on the double letter, CANNULAE, with a blank as an N and an L.
It seems likely that's what she'll end up playing after a little bit of reflection. Yeah.
So you can't fault her.
Yeah, I think this is going to be one where, with those blanks gone early and some big scores that have opened up the board and spaced out the board, and it's going to be a real battle here.
There it is. She's making the blank declaration. That should be 77 quick points. And she'll lead by 5 after that.
Okay, so this throws it back to Victor, who has QUALRET on his rack. He's got a number of short words I can play. He's double checking can you lie?
Yeah.
All
Yep.
right.
Okay.
So she's going to get the extra 5 for that.
Yep.
Flex in a little word knowledge. Nice. Okay. When it gets back to Victor, any thoughts on what he may do?
Quartile would have been really nice. Doesn't play. There's no eyes.
I wonder maybe he
Maybe.
might do SUQ and just take 32 points and keep some really nice letters since the board is so open and there's a C in the
I was
lane.
thinking maybe Qualm to the M in major.
Also good, really good find. That's 52 points.
Uh,
That was, even stronger from the standpoint that, Q in the triple lane is not so bad after
good.
you see, 2 U's are already on the board and you're putting a third U on the board.
Uh,
And meanwhile, you're going to score well. So
and
yeah, if you spot
and a,
Quam, that's
and a leave
definitely,
of ERT is pretty darn good.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
as you
So
said, the board is still pretty wide open. So, and leave of ERT on this would be really good.
with the silent L and Quam, I mean, I don't know, he seems to have lined it up now. And I think after looking at that for a second, he'll probably go, yeah, that looks like it's got to be the thing. But yeah, I mean,
Interesting is only an I was the only possible bonus for him with that rack.
yeah.
Quartile and requital. Or requital.
hmm Well, Qua, looking at Qua or Souk, these are things that
Yeah,
you might just be
yeah,
looking at what else is he missing or not thinking of, and it takes a little time to go through
yeah.
that.
I
But
think for me, Quam would have come pretty quickly, keeping the board pretty open. I wouldn't, as you said, reply plays from the queue aren't that common.
it's possible he didn't see it. I mean, he did line
Yeah,
up the letters, but it is kind of when you're pronouncing it
yeah,
like quail, you might not think of
yeah.
quam in the same way. So, but I would imagine that was
Yeah.
him. Oh, he's going with qua after all.
He's going.
Okay, all right. If he was going to just play the
Yeah,
QU, then I would have
yeah,
preferred Souk, just because I think the C and the
yeah.
A, there's a few more lanes there that are possible. Although,
He made
S
like
is also very good with these letters, so
yes, the S and
see
the
if that
R
pays off.
he might want. So he kept later. So Andarina has DDKLOOT, which not the greatest words on this board.
Well, she could do something maybe with quad. I
Uh,
wonder if she can play something down from quad. Um, just take a look at what's
uh,
available for her little fours here. Yeah, like, oh, she's going with
Tote.
tote.
That's
Okay.
nice. 30, 30, 31 points. Just making it a bit harder to play through the U and the. Now the word would have to start with the U if he was going to use that.
And Battlers
Uh,
comes down real fast.
Golly
Real
gee,
fast.
I didn't even have time to see what his rack was.
It was Battler natural, so it was a word that again writes itself a little bit, but um, battlers and brewers being the, here actually it has anagrams for battlers, blatters and
There's
battles. So not necessarily an auto play, but I feel like
no.
the perhaps the positioning of the TTL together is stronger there just for the sake of making the board difficult.
Yeah, it's harder to parallel that way. And probably saw it right away. Thought, well, I've spent all that time on my QUA play, so I might as well take something down. So Endarina
So,
has GADLOOE on her rack.
yeah, so she's probably going to be looking at the top right corner at first. That's the logical place to take a look to see if you have a
Yep.
6-letter word.
Something like boodle. Though actually through the C and the B, there's actually a really it would be the type of word she would play.
You almost gave it away there, but yeah, like
Yes,
that's
I I probably did give it away.
That's a fantastic play if you see that. I mean,
Yeah, that's
that
high
would be
style points for that one.
it would be the whole kitten blank. That's how it
Yeah.
would be, right? Yeah, I mean that's a gorgeous little play, and I think one of the things that might work in her favor to find it is the fact that other options that like vertical
Yeah.
overlaps on battler are not great. So then when
No.
you look at the whole board, you go, wait a minute, that I got to play over there. The top left corner does have some options, but unless she
Yeah.
plays there, I think there's a good chance she's going to be looking hard in the top right corner, and she may find this.
Yeah.
Although
No.
it is a difficult
It's
one.
it's
If you
not
see
an easy
Boodle,
one to find, and you
if you
have
see
to know.
Boodle first, then yeah, that'll might help.
Yeah.
But
And I saw Boodle first, and then I saw, well, what? Oh, I saw the A in there.
she's looking at logo, maybe logo and Ohm.
Yeah.
Um, and that would be a good for her
Yeah.
leave, but definitely a big point sacrifice over any of the options in the triple.
Yeah.
She's given a second thought. She's got dog.
And you got,
Okay,
there's quite a few from the sixes from the B, and those would pretty much all be your better choices. But I
it
think
is
she's gonna.
logo that she's chosen.
Yeah.
So we don't see Caboodle, which was the
Mm.
standout, but I think a logo. She's probably also
Yeah.
thinking, hey, I'm holding an A. I'm putting a G next to the double word score. I should be able to overlap that again and be able to score well my next
Yeah.
turn and have some options and keeping good leaves. So definitely, like aside from Caboodle, which was kind of a would have
Yeah.
lucky-ish find, this is a really
Yeah.
solid
Yeah.
choice.
So Victor has WOLLZEN or ZEN.
Blouse is the word coming to my mind in the top right corner.
Blouse.
Big
I
score.
first saw Bellow up off the B as well, but blouse would be better. And
And he does
it
this
looks like,
solo. Okay.
yeah, here comes Bellow.
Well, that's fine. I mean, they can still
Yeah.
score again with and
Blouse was
look at
63.
look at look at
And
below.
that's a 27-point sacrifice from Blouse to Bellow. That's probably more than I would be willing
Yeah,
to make.
I don't know if that was intentional, but I think that most likely it's just Bello just jumped out and felt right.
Yeah.
Um, they're both playing pretty quick. I mean, look, we've gotten to several turns here, turned over a lot
Yeah.
of tiles, and
Yeah.
nobody's too deep in their clock here.
So Andarina has Anthead set up on her rack, ANTHEAD, which I know biologically speaking they exist, but I don't think it exists in our lexicon.
Yeah, she's looking at hand.
Yeah.
She might even consider had or da over logo.
Yeah.
I would probably choose to keep the ends, and several ends have been played. But I
Yeah.
think that's the spot on the board where she's most likely to end up playing
Yeah.
options.
And she's down by 71. She's very lucky that would have been be 100 if he had played blouse. So she dodged a bullet there, but yeah, what do you do?
Yeah, in Scrabble, we never really know how many bullets were headed our way. The ones that didn't
No,
hit us.
she
She
plays
chooses doll, which is a
doll.
really interesting choice. Um, so that's 24 points. I think it's a little
Yeah,
surprising that she wouldn't go for a vertical play. Maybe
and
she wants the board to be more open, and she feels that this will create a D line over there. But I don't know.
opens
I think
opens up
I would have
two
taken points.
lanes on there, but
Okay. Well,
yeah,
that's the choice that's made, and it's back to Victor
yeah,
very quickly. He's rack. Oh, he finds this. Oh, wait, what is this? Oh, that's an H. Okay, yeah. So
it's an
he's finding Heisen. Sorry, I misread
yeah,
it. So I was thinking
so,
of how zone
yeah.
time through an M is a word, and
And there
there's
was one
also
available.
there was a word.
An M. Yes, no, there's an N. So Victor had IZENOTE, and he quickly drops down Heisen.
Yeah.
He certainly is playing quick, living up to his reputation.
Yeah, I don't know what I would have played
And
instead of Heisen. I mean, actually, it looks like pretty solid. It doesn't seem like there was a really obvious scoring spot on the board. I might have said just to play shorter, but he's Heisen opens some dangerous spots.
yes,
So what can Andrina do to capitalize from that E? She wants to land
uh,
her Y
uh,
there. I'm thinking like Yenta.
yeah. So Andrina has Eanggtys. So originally she had angsty sit up on her rack, which
Hmm,
you might feel after this, after a couple of plays that Victor's had. But
yeah.
Yenta I'd be happy with keeping it GS. Not necessarily my favorite leave, but it wouldn't be horrendous.
Well, I mean, when you score enough points, it's just take what you leave. But
Yeah.
she looks like she's going to Tangy after all.
Mm,
This is 35.
I think it's 35.
Yeah.
Yenta would have been 47.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Better leave, but a bit
yep.
of a significant point sacrifice. But the game keeps moving. They're both players are playing really quick. I think the speed of
Yeah.
this game is a big factor in
No.
uh, how this is
Yeah.
playing out because they have some choices to be made, but
Yeah.
they're not belaboring those choices.
All right. So
Um,
from our perspective, if Victor slowed down a bit and allows us time to catch up, and actually his rank is AEEIOST. So I can take a
Yeah,
deep breath and catch up.
he realized quickly that he had Tyrios minus the R, but there's
Yeah.
no R to be used. So, and now he's going to have to unload a couple of vowels and hope to position himself well for the following turn. I wouldn't be surprised if we see like OE being played just to create some a new spot
Yep.
and keep the board looking in his favor while he hopefully draws some consonants to hit a bingo. Maybe off of Bunny.
Yeah. Well, if he wants points, he could play uses A, which looks like he might be setting up and play Zag for 26.
Hmm. Yeah. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like he can be able to
No.
put another letter with it anyhow.
No, I don't think there would be. But I think OE is fine. It does kind of clog up the bottom of the board for playing across. But you still have the L, two L's, O, and the W up at the top there. So the board's there's still places, but OE would score 13 and keep it moving. You can play
Oh,
Toya.
that's interesting. So he keeps a better leave by using three vowels, but it's a little bit, I feel like maybe an over preference for leave when he could have taken maybe 5 or 6 more points somewhere else with two tile play. But it seems like that is still okay, and he's going to put himself in a
Yeah,
strong position for the following
yeah,
turn.
yeah.
But unfortunately, Andorina is riddled with vowels.
Triple I, double E, FS.
Well, she is not yet finie in this game,
No,
but that would be a good solid play to dump FINI and really clean up the rack.
15. Would you take the 15th through the first ended bunny or 14th through the second end?
I would use the triple letter. Oh, she's going up top with phi.
Phi.
Okay, she's going to keep the double e's for more points. Okay, that's also defensible. I think she's hoping to draw well, and here Stingier comes down for Victor real fast. Yeah. Okay. This is
Uh,
now starting to look a little bit hard for Andorina to resolve here because now she's
yes.
gotten worse letters and the margin has gotten quite substantial.
Yep. So Andorina has AEIIOSS.
Yeah, so Phi, which she chose the
Uh,
previous turn, she did take a few more points, but it does not take an S, which means that that play up
uh,
top, it's
uh,
not really doing her any favors.
no.
One thing that she's going to have to think about is if she's got to look at the score and say, okay, I'm down by almost 100,
Uh,
and I really need a
uh,
bingo. So, how much risk am I willing to take? And how soon do I need to take
uh,
that risk? So if she just plays off two vowels,
uh,
hopes that
uh,
she just gets the perfect draw. That might be one approach.
yep.
She could
If
do IO in the corner, perhaps over under bellow.
uh,
That would be 13 points, and she'd be really banking on getting a
uh,
good thing. The problem is our S's don't hook anywhere, so she'd really
no.
be having to get a very fortunate draw to maybe play an under or over stingier.
If
Um,
she had played Phi off the Y and Bunny, she would have scored more and blocked his bingo and changed the whole dimension of the board.
Yeah, but she may have been thinking to
Yeah.
keep the ends open for bingos herself.
Yeah.
Remember her rationale, but yeah, the leave of
uh,
IIES probably wasn't
yeah.
close enough anyway for being in a more bingo open kind of
Yeah.
approach. Now
Uh,
she's desperate for a bingo, so she'll have to take
y-
some risk here. I wonder if she'll play something though that can open up her some bingo lanes. She does have
well,
oh, she's going with IO
Evil
after all. Yeah.
Evil Budgie suggested Wifey when she played Phi, which also would have blocked his bingo. She played in the middle W. And now he said Ariosi through the R and Stinger, if you know it, is a quick play. That would have
Mm.
scrubbed her rack and given her lots of letters to play through. So Victor
But
has Hive and Phi, and he just quickly plays Shive.
she's just drawn into a bingo with Massier and she's got it lined up. So her gamble with IO has paid off. Um, and it's going to get her back within fighting range. Players with lots of time on their clock. She's checking
Yeah.
out some of the tracking. I don't think that we're going to see anything too surprising here.
No.
Um, Massier should come down on top of Stingier in a moment.
Masters also has an anagram as well. So those of you who want to try and find it, we can tell you about it later. Massier's fine choice, 67 points. I wonder if she just doesn't know it.
Yeah, I mean, she had it lined up, and she seemed to have written something on her pad, so maybe she wondered about it. I think that if I were sitting in the chair, I would have probably played it by now because of the fact that I don't want to leave. I would like to have more time for my end game, but it really depends on the player, like how much time they feel they need to have in the end game, how quickly they might move on something like that. Uh,
Yeah.
what's the anagram that
Sarmies. Armies with an S
Spartans?
in front of it.
Okay, that's one that does not play.
No.
Okay,
Uh,
so yeah, in that case, maybe it's just a matter of finding Massier and knowing it's solid to
yeah.
proceed.
Now, Victor, if I was Victor, I would probably be lining up fades and making fife.
Yeah, so I mean, the R through stingier looks like, a place where you might complement some of these letters, but at the same time, you don't really want to make the board more bingo optimal. So definitely what you're suggesting might be the way to go. That said, with knowing that knowing that this only takes phi only takes an F and an
Yeah.
R. If you know that fact, then you might think, well, you know
Yeah.
what? I could afford to wait a turn and see if I can hit that spot harder with a 5-letter word. She's
There it
playing that
comes.
too. Okay, good, good.
Good, good.
So this will bring her right back into the mix. Oh wait, does this produce aerified?
Oh, yeah, quite. AE, no, no, two. Oh no,
Should fit.
AU, you're right, it would.
Okay, well, if he spots that,
So Aerified would probably seal the
yeah,
deal.
looks like he's. Oh wait, oh I thought I saw it for a second, but not quite. If that doesn't seal the deal, then Andorina's rack might seal the deal,
Yeah,
as he has hogged most of the vowels, so
yes.
left her in a very precarious
So
situation to try to
there
come back.
actually are no fives that play making fife or
Right.
fief. So I mean, Aerified screams play me. Andorina has a dreadful pickup. So
To be
Victor,
fair,
Victor,
there wasn't very much that she could have picked up that would have made it
no.
viable for her.
So Victor has AEEIIFD, and as Sean pointed out, he can play Aerified through the Iron Massier, and it would pretty much end the game here and now. Andorina has CPP and TVX. There are only two vowels unseen from her, so there's two vowels in the bag. So she's not looking so flash. Victor's got 14:45 left, and Andorina has 9 minutes 20 left. She's checking the bag, getting a count. Looks like Victor is checking off his tracking. Now, for those of you in New Zealand, I'm gonna count to 5, and when I get down to 1, turn away or mute for about 10 seconds while I tell the score of the rugby match. So if you want to know, so 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. France has defeated New Zealand 30-29. So the no wins in France for quite a while
Ouch.
now for the All Blacks. So
Ouch.
dang it.
That's a painful loss.
Yeah.
Speaking of close to victory, um, there are 12 games per round. Is that correct?
Yes.
So it seems that New Zealand, if they were to run the table in this round, it could actually clinch the victory here in this 20th round. Um,
Yeah.
so that being said,
Yeah.
we've
So
got a great we've got a great lineup of
yeah.
games left to be played.
So after 19 rounds, New Zealand leads 133-95, and the magic number is 145 wins. So yep,
Well, we know at least that
this this is not one of
Victor
them.
Victor's Victor's going to take this one and keep the fight alive. He does play five.
Yeah.
He chooses to play it off of Arf, just to maybe make the lane there. I'm not exactly sure if he was motivated still by the possibility of bonuses coming down, but he's played five. And now it's back to Andorina, who's really not going to be able to do very much. He could play Vexed, score some points, and
Yeah.
accept the fact that this game is well out of reach. There's only one tile in the bag, so
Yeah.
no fishing anything.
Yes, I would say Vexed is probably her only real choice. Emptying the bag at this point is not a concern.
Yeah, and not really much reason to fuss over it. So this pulls it back to Victor, who's was lined up radio, which would play off of Phi.
We have
It'll be
former world champion Craig Beavers in the chat, and he suggested fishing the A off in Zag would give a bonus. This is with the C, D, and or the R if he had pulled one of them.
yeah, instead of Phi.
Yeah.
Well, and those words were edifice, deified, and deified. Great observations.
That's why he's a world champion. We're not. Oh,
there comes the Zig play.
there
Wow.
goes Zig finally.
I guess just for fun, or is it the idea that there's anything? There's nothing to draw, right? Okay, there's nothing to draw, so no radio. Just go with Zig. All right.
Yep. Take points. Finish the game. Since this is a team event, individual spread doesn't matter a whole lot.
For Andrina, she doesn't have vowels. The vowels on the board are not too helpful for her.
No,
So
quite blocked. Maybe something like paid or Cade up through Toya and Phi up at the top.
yeah, you can put a letter there.
PA coming down. PAID, CAID.
I don't see how.
I'm not thinking out in two in any way. I'm just thinking about where she can actually play something or spend to the feign and
Yeah, spend would be good. That's what she might be looking at.
yeah. So in this game, once Stingier came down, it really was all over when Andrina had a rack full of vowels. And then a quick shive. Massier got her closer, but the quick play of Victor may have thrown her a little bit, but probably not that much.
So Lewis mentions in the chat that Victor has the ability to play off tiles one by one, while she has a lot of consonants. So that's probably why he played Zig, and maybe he's seeing that he can play Ox next or something along those lines, and keep.
I see.
The spread.
Oh, I see why I got it wrong. I'm looking at my quack and I put Toya in the wrong line. That's what the problem is. That would have helped if I'd done that right.
Okay, so this actually makes that spot even more potent, as he can now play Pox. Or Poxed, rather, if he wants to use the ED. I might actually use it, considering that he may not get so many turns, unless he's seen Redua, which is actually outplay now. But yes, her P and C are going to be really annoying here as you look, so where does it play? Well, there's WOP in the corner.
I wonder if XED first, then Poxed would have scored slightly better.
Perhaps, yeah.
But at this point, you're not too worried. Yes. What does one do? No, this is
actually looking like that. WOP is the only play.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
It looks like it might be.
Yep. It's confirmed.
That's the only one. She's going to be C stuck. And I wonder if Victor knows that.
So in this game, it's mostly commentary, and this
Yeah.
tournament, I mean, wins are more paramount, far more paramount than even in an individual tournament as a team event. So this may not mean very much, but it's a great learning opportunity for how to eke out more points as your opponent has limited or no play options. In this case, you can play the P, but then she'll be C stuck, and after that, Victor can simply keep scoring as many points, and it'll look like this game was a lot more lopsided than it in fact was.
Yeah.
See, now he's just looking at one letter. It looks like he's thinking about dumping an A for Wame, W-A-M-E.
Which is another name for your stomach.
Oh, I am getting hungry.
I learned
Thanks
that
for the reminder.
after the great New Zealand player Jeff Grant told me that Wameful is like a belly full of food.
Okay, very good.
So there's no need to turn the board, and Dorina just be passing. Well,
Oh, she's double checking.
she's thinking.
Is there anything I missed? Do the little dance of looking around all the edges of every tile to see if any of them, those open spots, produce anything. And after that, she'll have to pass.
Yeah. In the chat, we've got Evil Budgie Craig Beavers saying that spread does count from time to time in a team event. They were in a team event. It was 7 by 18 games, 7 by 18 games, and it was decided by 2 points on spread.
Oh boy.
Yes, that would have been
That's probably where everybody in
outrageous.
thought about all the moments where they didn't really even care about the 2 points and thought that it wouldn't matter. And
No.
realized maybe you should just declare that kind of an event a tie anyway, just on principle.
Yeah.
That's way too close to feel
Yes.
good about.
The Can-Am was never that close, was it?
I've played in a couple Can-Ams, and we were always the underdogs, and I think we won when I played. But I think I don't think no, I think we managed to win by a couple of wins at least.
Yep. So Victor plays one of the optimal moves, GU, making UY. And Arena will, of course, pass again.
Sorry, you said that he's going to play GUYU now?
Yep, which he already has under Stingier.
Yep.
And now the optimal play is Fire, closing off the FIE.
Well, WOP blocked that, right? So.
Yeah. Oh, that's straight. I've got mine misplaced. That's right. Damn it.
So now he's going to just look around for where else is that R? He's got and then places that air.
That doesn't.
I think air might be the one.
GUR.
Yeah.
That's it.
He's crossed the 500 threshold, so that's
Which is
all the more
always pleasing.
To enjoy this bleeding out your opponent after they've suffered enough. All right.
So Victor takes it 5-10 to 372. And Dorina's early bonus of Canulai was actually very pretty and got a 5-point challenge and brought her back into the lead after Victor had started with Brewers. So it was back and forth early on, but then it just slowly slipped away. So there's still a few more games going on elsewhere in the room. So these two, because they played quite quickly, we're going to take a short break, and we'll come back to you in a little bit.
I did that. I did that. List. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, so
No. You go and have a rest. Have a cup of tea.
do I need to talk to someone or not?
No. You're all good.
Okay, cool. Good. Straight talking.
Go. Go and have a cup of tea.
Thanks, so this is lucky.
now we've got the standings up from round 19 while round 20 is being processed. You can see that New Zealand leads 133 games to 95, only 12 wins away from the magic number of 145. So this is
That's after That's after game 19. So I
19.
think we may get some updates as we go
Yeah,
along here.
yeah. So
But this is going to be an exciting final no matter what. We've got a game coming up here between Chris Tolman and Rocky Sharma, and then we'll have, after that round we'll have a little break before the finish up run. But I think these are going to be two excellent players, and looking at the overall how people have done, you see that the top performers for each country got Howard leading the way, Howard Warner with 15 wins. Fantastic spread that he's accumulated there. And also Dylan Early, also tied with him at 15 wins, have really championed this performance for New Zealand. On the other side, Russell Honeybun and Esther have done an excellent job and have each racked up quite a few wins for their nation. So I think it's going to be an exciting finish. This is a chance. And he's carrying that abroad. So I like to see it. Tell us a little bit about Rocky, about your experience with Chris in New Zealand and Rocky as well.
Chris has been an absolute fantastic addition to New Zealand Scrabble. He's been active in working in attracting new players, and he and Alexander, our producer, have been outstanding in setting up this our first live streaming event of a match. So we have to give big kudos to them for doing that because it's really helped grow the game and helped grow the game locally and internationally. Chris has won, let's say, 8 tournaments coming this year alone in New Zealand, so that's a pretty good run. I have to admit that I've only played him twice, and he thrashed me the first time, and then I squeaked out a win on the second time. So it looks like they're getting ready to play. Rocky is a little bit about Rocky is he's about to become a grandfather. Or, I'm sorry, recently became a grandfather, so good for him. And
Wow, congrats.
Yep. And against the late great Chris May, he is unfortunately 0-15. So that will never change, unfortunately, because Chris is a very good player. This is Rocky's third Trans-Tasman. He lives in Sydney, and he's currently rated 12th in New South Wales, which is one of the main states of Australia. For those of you listening abroad and don't know much about Australia. All right.
Well, I think Rocky's going to have a rocky start.
Yeah.
He may be even hoping that his grandchild invents a few new words to add to the dictionary, because all he can come up with, he's choosing to go with iwi. I would have maybe expected Win to come down to play constant, but he's chosen iwi, and just trying to muddle through a very difficult opening rack that started with IIWRRNX. So what do you think of that as the first choice?
I would have done like you, and I would have kept a vowel of some sort. Though maybe he's trying to impress the locals here, because that's a very New Zealand word. It's Maori for one of the tribes or groupings of the Maori people. And no, the camera is not. Chris's camera. Chris's camera is not going crazy. He does shuffle that quick.
And I wondered if there was any merit to even considering an exchange on that rack. Would you think that would have been something that crossed your mind for Rocky?
Yeah, you're right. I think the play of Win might have been my choice, but I really don't like the duplicated R's personally. But yeah, I think an exchange might not have been a bad choice. I might have actually kept like NIX. They could almost certainly have a play the next turn.
Well, Chris
dumping all.
has been shuffling rapidly. Before
Yeah,
he started going at this velocity, I think he had lined up magic for a second just to look at it, and that might be a good way to balance the rack. There are other words, of course, that we formed here. Ceramic.
yeah,
He could just play over top like a mag
mag.
play or something like
Yep.
that. I think magic might be the choice, just to
Yeah,
clean up the rack. It doesn't really offer a whole lot back, um, and I wonder if that's what he'll end up concluding.
yeah,
Um,
yeah. I mean, it's those double C's make it not as if he only had a single C, it would look a lot more promising.
yeah, the double C lends itself to the word mecha, which doesn't play anywhere
Yeah,
nice. So I wonder if he's looking at something different. Gamic.
yeah. Mm. Gamic would be nicer if he had the O or the A to put in front of it afterwards. Yeah,
Agamic and ogamic,
yeah,
which then becomes ugamic, which then becomes
yeah.
zoogamic, right? I believe
Oh
that's right.
gosh, yeah, that
Is
sounds
that
about.
right? Let
No,
me double
no,
check
no
that.
double. You can have ogamic, but not oogamic,
Oh, okay. Interesting.
or no zoogamic either.
Okay. So that's a ugami, zugami, something like that.
Yeah, there is some stacking along those lines.
Yeah, ugami and zugami are fine. It doesn't work with gamic, it doesn't go ugamic, which is
No,
interesting to me. Um, but he does choose mag, keeping the two C's. Okay.
yeah,
So this is, one of
yeah,
those choices where both
yeah,
players kind of had to make a choice to play that was not going to be making them too thrilled
yeah,
at the end of it. Although for Rocky, it was a
yeah,
lot harder, and yet now he's drawn the
yeah.
Z, and he can maybe do some get some points at least down here. Maybe it's going to be
That's
Sax and
right.
Mix, maybe something like
Mix. Yeah,
Izar. What are we talking about?
yeah. Just an update after round 20. New Zealand is now on 139 wins to Australia's 101. So they need, if they win, New Zealand wins six games this round, they will be crowned Trans-Tasman champions 2024. But that's only the start of it because there still will be plenty of good competition to come after.
Okay. Well,
Sorry about
so
that. No, yes. So what
you'll need quite an
Vix?
epic comeback from Australia. So if
Yeah,
Rocky can play Zari,
yeah,
Z-A-R-I, forming Magi, that might be good. Actually, this
yeah,
is actually pretty interesting. So maybe there was an outside thought from Chris that, hey, if the I hook comes down, I'll have the seed
yeah,
to kind of do
yeah,
magic later. So that might have
yeah.
crossed my mind, although it's not that likely to see a word ending with I, but at this time it might be the
Zari
case.
Zari also sets up the X next to the double word as well. If you'd want to do that, I think
So he's
he's
going
just
with a Riz,
risen Miz,
Riza. Okay.
Riza and oh, that's all right.
Yeah, it looks pretty good. I think, yeah, Zari maybe would have been a little bit too reckless for him putting the Z next to the double word score. So Riza looks
Yeah,
sound. Great stuff. And that doesn't help Chris too much. So he's going to be
no,
trying to figure out what to do here. He's got the CVC. That
yeah,
here in my neighborhood, that stands for the Credit Valley Conservation.
uh,
But otherwise, it doesn't have too much. I might even consider trading. I know it doesn't
so
seem like that kind of a time in the game where you're
mm,
just going to be trading tiles left and right, but the idea of
uh,
playing what he's lined up here, pervs and keeping two Cs, is it
that's
really satisfying? He's shaking his
that,
head.
that's his best scoring play. But I think I agree with you. I think getting rid of maybe this a C and a V or the CCV.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you have the ingredients that an exchange
Yeah,
that with gets a little bit of decent
yeah,
draw
yeah,
can turn this into an amazing turn next turn. It could also go south for you if you trade and it
yeah,
doesn't, you got anything better. So it's a participant in how much risk you're
yeah,
willing to absorb. Maybe he's not going to take that risk and play pervs after all, which
yeah.
I would find fine. It's just I can in the expression we're seeing here of his hand on his head is just tells all the story because that's exactly how I would feel in the same spot. It's like you damned if you do, you damned if you
No.
don't.
Yes. Yeah, he's really trying to figure out what he can do. And there's you can only put a K in front of Iwi, so I mean there's nothing going to happen there. They got Mage and Magic, but yeah, it's either Pervs or Exchange. I would say.
I think he's going to take pervs because I think the thing is that if you exchange and it backfires,
Yeah.
he's already playing from behind, and it would just get, it would just put him into a big hole way too early, for no really good reason, right? Like,
No.
and so I think he'll have to end up just taking some points. But what is he considering something
He's
else? Does he
certainly
have something
taking
else to
a
do?
lot of time. Yeah, it's taking a swig of drink, trying to get some brain juices flowing, I guess. So, anybody in the chat have any ideas what you think you would do in this? 'Cause it really does just look either pervs or swap.
Comment in the chat. Chris wears his emotions outwardly. Great for content.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. What is Chris's poker face? We will have to see it another day.
Yeah, I did a practice streaming commentary on Wednesday, and we were just playing some speed games on Woogles, and I'm glad my camera was not on me, and I don't think the camera was on me, but my mic was muted because they would have heard a whole string of profanity because I just got wreck after wreck of wreck.
A few
So
years ago, I played a tournament on the stream where I was very exhausted when I was even before the tournament started. So when I got to my last game and I really botched a very easily winnable game, I was quite
yeah.
upset visibly on camera and threw my hat on the ground. So if things don't turn around for Chris here, if we see a bad draw, maybe his hat will hit the
Okay.
ground.
Well,
Hopefully not.
Rocky quickly drops Dixie down off a rack of DIXIFRN. Chris is probably kicking himself now, wishing he kept one of those C's.
Yeah, I was surprised he didn't keep any of the consonants. I
Yeah.
mean, any of the heavy consonants. But he has now drawn well,
Yeah.
so he's got Panniers lined up. Does Panniers play?
Oh, first glance.
No, he's found
No.
Naperies.
He's got Naperies, and that will be the only one that plays.
Okay.
So he's found it, and he knows it's there, which is good. So he can then shuffle through a lot. And he's just dipped under 18 minutes. Rocky's just under 22 minutes left, so it's not nervous time yet. But Chris spent a lot of time deciding what to do on that swap.
Watching Chris shuffle those tiles, it feels
I
like watching an anime character fight at high speed. That's what I'm seeing going on here. Like, this is just witnessing somebody with such high power level that they can do this super fast and actually read what's going on here.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
I think I might have to go back and watch the replay at about double time and really see them blur.
So this is maybe a bit of a bazingo. I mean, this is not the typical definition of a bazingo, which is a word that we coined a few years ago on the stream, because he's going to bingo in the place that Rocky wants to bingo with frauding.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
that's something that may be considered here.
Is that like a cross between bingo and gazump?
Frauding is not even valid. Okay, sorry, my mistake. It's just defrauding. You can defraud, but you can't fraud.
Oh.
I would have never known that without looking that up.
I might have challenged it if somebody played frauding on me, because fraud is more of a noun, isn't it?
And you wouldn't want to be frauded by frauding. Like that would just be like add insult to injury. So I think, well, let me check that out. So, yeah, but there's no frauding. Okay, so not a bazingo, but definitely that we'll expect to see Naperies come down after this until he's seen every permutation. He's like Doctor Strange, seeing all the different possible 14 million outcomes.
Yeah. Rocky's quite happy to let him run down his clock. Hopefully he's not looking at him shuffling and getting hypnotized.
A great
Here comes Napier. Bang.
a great thing Chris can do now to stress his opponents out is do the same shuffling when he has like all vowels in his planning to exchange seven. Just do this shuffle for 2 minutes and just stress him out. He's got some real big tiles coming down, but now he plays Napier. It's one of the kind of bingos that lands where letters land on the face on a bonus, but he gets the face value of those tiles plus 50.
Yeah, he
So
takes a 1 point lead.
all right. So the P lands under the triple word score,
Yeah.
which I don't think is going to help Rocky in this moment.
No,
Well,
I
what
don't.
might he do with this kind of rag? Is he even playing frug somewhere or fraud? What can he really like? What will be satisfying?
I would want to get rid of FUG. I hate the G and the U. F not so much, but it would just clean up. Keeping Rand I think would be my choice. So Rocky has a rack of fraud minus the I. And I think
Yeah, I think Fug under Naperies might be my play. I
yeah,
don't feel like I would want to play more tiles than that to do anything else, even though there are a couple other options, but
maybe
that's
maybe
what I would
Fugs
do.
into the S of Napier as well.
Yeah, although Fug
Scores
seems like it'll just create, there's not much of advantage. I mean, may as well keep that
is
open.
gonna it's
Oh,
gonna
he's
play
playing with fraud
fraud.
after. Okay. Yeah, this is definitely one of the candidate options. If he draws an I to go with his NG, the F, like the
Yeah,
lanes that he's opening on the board might be helpful. It's a bit more points, so that's always good. So yeah, I could see that as probably being enough of a difference to go for it. And he's turning over tiles, hopefully get the blank or one of the other good stuff in
yeah.
the bag.
And he gives Chris one of the tiles he's looking for. Chris has C. That's good though. EIOUCPR.
He was looking
And
for that R, is that correct?
he's looking for that R. If you're a gambling person, you know what he's looking for. And there's
I believe he already lined it up, so he was seeing it,
yeah,
and
he's
it's
seen it. There are two places to play it as well
mhm.
for just a 3 point difference. I might play through the one in croupier I gave it away. Sorry, in fraud,
Yeah,
just so it doesn't open the triple lane. Putting in the another R in putting the R in the triple lane.
and that seems yeah,
Yeah,
quite a good rationale, and not really much reason
yeah.
to opt for the other one. So yeah, it's coming down.
And here it comes. He's taking the lower scoring but better defensively one.
Yeah, so he's had two low scoring bingos. So even though he's had two and Rocky has had zero,
Yeah,
it's not going to mean that Rocky is too far behind, but he does have difficult letters here, Rocky. He's going to need to just unload a few consonants and try to see what he can do the
yeah.
following turn.
So
Um, yeah.
Rocky has EGHNNRT. So if one of those ends was an S, he would have had strength and would have probably plopped down it right after croupier pretty quickly.
So for a recap of what's happened so far, we saw Rocky start with Iwi. That was
Yeah,
responding with
yeah,
Mag, and then Riza came down underneath Iwi. Then we had
yeah.
our Dixie play, hooking Mag to Magi. Then a bingo of Naperies for Chris, Fraud for Rocky, and now Croupier, the second natural bingo for Chris. So it's put the onus now on Rocky to figure out what he can do when you
Yeah.
have two consonants. Maybe he can find a way to play nth or something that just
No,
um,
he's actually
avoids.
just put down renig, RENIG, to the left-hand triple. And
Okay, this
Chris
opens the
is
board. It's a little bit less ideal for in terms of what he's keeping. As we use a lot of vowels so far, I hope he's able to draw some of the vowels that he needs in order to balance this rack out.
yeah,
But I do understand that there wasn't a whole lot when it came to flexible vowels on the board to
no.
use. And now he's drawing some. He's drawn an E, which helps, but not enough with it. Okay, so he'll
So,
have another turn to work through.
yeah. So
The
Chris
same goes.
has OOU EI, V is in Victor, and the blank. I personally would be looking to change pretty quickly.
I would think he can play voice,
Yeah,
which
see,
might scores enough points.
yep, that's true. That would score nicely. And if you could wrap it around to the other side of the board, I think you can play out voice as well.
Oh, well, yeah. So I think you'll have to play that.
Yes, out voice, Shakespearean, to surpass in loudness of voice.
Hmm.
And there it comes voice. So my hasty play would have been silly.
It's 32 points, so yeah, it's
Yeah,
a big
that's
score.
enough. Keeping OU blank, so it's not horrendous.
It's pretty strong. And now that V floating under the triple line is not very helpful for Rocky. He could play there, but he'd have to. I
And
mean, he's doing it. He's
he's
just,
gonna drop Hove. So Rocky's
he's
got,
gonna. He's just saying, "I'll just suck up the problems for the points." And what does he play here?
yeah, Hove,
Hoven. Hoven.
HOVE. Oh, he played Hoven. Okay. So he's got BENTTHO, and he plays Hoven for 36.
Okay.
And Chris
Yeah.
has
Again, points is always defensible.
EVAOUE and a blank.
He doesn't quite have Evovi.
No, he's got,
I wondered if there's no other wild long words in this particular act. Zouave almost.
no, there's no 7 or 8s available.
Yeah.
So Chris has I'm sorry, AEEOUV blank. So there's 2 turns in a row. He's had lots of vowels and a V.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised by Uvia being played
Yep.
here.
Which is just set up on his rack.
Yeah. It plays off of the R in
All right.
croupier.
Yeah.
There's not really a whole lot of other choices, I think. Am I missing anything?
No, I think Uvia is probably the right choice. And I think given that he has the blank he could use as an S, it would be better than UVI, UVEA, which doesn't take anything. Uvia takes the L and the S. So it'll leave him more flexibility.
Yeah, so it does evoke the Evovi or, words that calls it back to frenzy, but it doesn't have quite the right combination to do it. So if you remember how it's pronounced Evovi, then it helps to remember that helps in remembering how to spell it.
Yeah.
But it is the case where you need 2 U's or 2 V's, not one of each. So
You
he
can't
plays
mix and match.
Uvia after that, and this is going to be trouble spot for Rocky still, because that U is not usable for him. He's going to be sitting there trying to go, what do I do with these letters? He could maybe play Betty. That's why he lined up there, but that was now ruined. And, it's just a lot of stuff here. Like he play Betty now with the new E and see if that he can just get out of the situation. But he's not really going to be keeping a good leave.
No.
And the other consideration here is that now that 3 of the 4 U's are on the board, and he's going to be holding the Q, he's going to have to figure out some good way to get that Q down in the next turn. Hopefully, if he draws an A and I, he could do then something with that. So for now, he's got to suffer it.
So Rocky's looking at BTTYQD blank. And he's playing Wybant.
Okay. So he goes for 17 points instead of the points off of Betty. I'm not sure I would have done that because, keeping the T maybe is useful for playing cut or something. But the thing is that I feel like he would be, that bottom left corner is not as usable for him with his tiles as it would be to play off Betty and make it more difficult.
So
but
he could have played Wybet in row 12 through the E and Uvia for 26 points. I mean, that's 9 point sacrifice right there.
Yeah. Okay.
So
Let's go back to Chris, who's sitting on DEFOTY and a blank. So he's trying to look to see, wait, is there something in here that like some kind of long bingo that's not too common? So he's looking at feed and
I quickly saw
yeah.
Featedly, which won't
Oh yeah.
play, or Detoxify.
Ooh, that
I
would be
don't think
fun.
either one of them is going to play though.
Right. But Defy, he had Defy lined up, which would be a nice
Yeah,
four in the
yeah,
same column as Croupier, which he might just
yeah.
avoid the
And
first
looks like
time
he's
down.
doing
Yeah.
it. Yep. And that should be the quick 38.
And more problems for
Mm,
Rocky who can't unload that queue easily. He may have to just trade
yeah.
it. Um, does he have a way to work around it?
So Rocky's got QTN SDE blank. Oh, do you just play QUEY and just get rid of it? No,
He
he's going to
is.
play TD,
Hmm.
TEDY to the Y and defy.
I think that the belief was strong enough that I would have traded the
Yeah,
queue. But that said,
yeah,
it's not a bad choice. What he's chosen. It's just he really needs to get some luck with this queue because the queue is hanging up his rack and preventing him from getting a bonus down. And maybe you think, yeah, by now I should be able to
yeah,
get something. But if you look at actually what's gone on with the eyes on the
yeah.
board, there are a lot of them have been used.
Yeah.
So this is a factor. There's not that many U's. There's not that many I's. I would have preferred to trade the Q.
I
Maybe
think
if you
I think
wanted to
that
trade
would have been
QD,
all
you
right.
can do both. Yeah.
So Chris has tutor in a blank now, and as usual, they're blurring across the board. He
Yeah,
has
this is going to be something because
he has
what?
four bingos in there. If you
Wow,
want to try and
four.
find them, tutors is one of them.
Does he have a bingo that? But he needs an eight, doesn't he? I don't know if his sevens would play on this board.
It does up in the second row
Oh, of course,
off of
yeah, for the
EA.
EA. Okay, okay, good. Yeah, so he has options.
Yeah,
You see footrest in the bottom from the F.
yeah. Put rest for an 8 is right.
I don't think footrest would be the optimal choice though. Tutors probably is okay.
Footrest puts the R over the triple, so it does restrict it a bit.
Yeah, although the J is still
Yeah,
unseen, seems to combine well with R in that position. But,
yeah.
yeah.
Well, Chris is down to just under 8 minutes, while Rocky has over 17. So Chris has certainly been thinking today. A tip of the hat and the scratch of the head shows he's really working it up. Chris's partner Tara says in the chat says he's moaning that they didn't have a footrest at our new place. Have it out at the new place. Oh, the hardships of life, Chris. The hardships of life.
Knowing that he's getting deeper into the clock, I think that he would have probably played by now.
He's playing footrest now.
Okay,
It's only
but
one
that's
point different from tutors at the top or two tier.
well, it's going to work in his favor because Rocky has pretty much nothing
Rocky still
to.
is. Rocky's going to carry that blank for another turn. And now the question is it time to bite the bullet and just
I think he has to
exchange it?
trade. I think he
Yeah.
has to trade. And the reality is that he's behind by a lot, but it's not going to
Yeah.
get better by playing anything.
No.
So he does that. He's trading those three tiles.
Yeah,
He's got to
he
hope.
exchanged.
Yeah, he really needs to hope that they're getting deep into the game here that he can not only bingo in the next turn, but probably he'll need
Yeah,
back-to-back bingos or something to kind of keep the pace. Depending on what happens here with Chris. Chris is drawn AAEKLNS. So probably not going to have a bonus, but definitely
no.
close enough that he can just
He
feel
does have
pretty
a
comfortable.
bonus.
Oh, he does?
Yep, I'm not sure if it plays, but he does have a bonus. I thought I'd.
Okay, this one's probably not my vocabulary.
I saw it more by. Oh, it does play. Yes, it does count. I'm having trouble counting my spots on the board today. It ends in an S for if you're interested.
Hmm. Is it a 7 or 8?
It's a 7.
Okay. Yeah, I just don't happen to know this one.
It's a group of hydrocarbons,
Oh.
the paraffins, which contain only
Alkanes, not alkene.
alkanes. Yes.
Okay. I would not have considered that. I mean,
Uh,
I would have thought that that wasn't good, that I would have seen it by now, but I don't
yeah,
know. I didn't see
yeah.
alkanes. Okay.
And
Alkanes. All right.
Chris plumps for Karn, which is the second best choice according to Clackle. It takes care of that triple word threat, and it looks like he's going to get an extra 5 points for it as well.
Alkanes. Okay. Hexanes, hexines, alkanes, alkynes. All kinds of alkanes.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Karn is a
Eh,
decent play. Get some points. Have to draw some tiles. Okay. Did anything turn around for Rocky?
No.
No. No vowels. Ouch. So, if you were twinless, that would be something, but that doesn't play either.
No. So he has W S S N T L blank, and he looks
You
like
need
he's
a
just
vowel
gonna.
to play through for Westlands.
He looks like he's just gonna play off the W. You can play it for 18 next to Karn, making EW and awe, or WE and awe. But it takes away possibilities to that K.
You can also do saw if he doesn't want both asses.
Oh, he's playing ST, making Gist, Riza, and Rizas. So it's not necessarily a bad play because it undoubles those S's, which are troublesome but when you get to that point. So Chris has AAELMNS. Which
Well,
has
it's not getting any better for Rocky here, unfortunately.
oh poor yes, Rocky still has no vowels. Chris has nice balance and has one bingo that you can play in two places
I see.
through two ways to
I
play
see
into
the.
this
I
game.
see. I see. Yeah, the 8.
Yeah,
It's a fun one. Fun one. This is
yep,
one that even if you're not a Scrabble player and you don't know, strange,
yep,
obscure words, this
yep.
is one that you would
Yep.
recognize.
This
Um,
this would be a good one for players who are new to the stream to try to work out themselves. It's a compound word, so it can be broken up into two pieces, and look for common endings to words, and it should come out.
oh, it seems like he's still
Oh, he could.
proceeding.
Oh, it, if he played it down, starting with the
Oh, he found it. Wait, did he find it?
okay,
Oh, I thought he found it for a second.
yeah. If he played it,
He had it. He almost had it in order there.
yeah, he could play it to either open the board up on both sides, or he could play it and close and basically leave the top a bit harder to get to. I don't know what that was. I think
he,
it's a
he,
concession.
no, he just made a face because he's like, oh, of course, I can't believe it.
Yeah.
So then he's like,
So it's salesman. He played the more defensive way because this restricts access to the top of the board, so it makes it harder for Rocky to come back. There's still the EA
that was
hook at
definitely
the
one of the funniest
eh,
little emotions
animations.
we've seen from Blazer. It gives the audience a little laugh that, yeah, if you here's the thing. Now, if you were trying to solve the puzzle there, you had a
Yeah,
salesman great play. It also played, of course, to the triple line, and really not really any reason to open that. Not that it was very likely that there was any way for Rocky to
Yeah,
come back, but Salesman comes down, Well comes down,
yeah.
and now Husband is available. Is a play.
Uh,
Husband doesn't play. Oh no, sadly.
it's got almost housebound. Enough. Oh, Chris
Oh,
picks up the Q and the J. So he's got J L GOTQE. So he's looking just going to possibly play QAT. Rocky now has more than one vowel, which is always handy in this game. Chris is now checking the bag. There's should be 5 tiles in the bag, and from his viewpoint, 6 are vowels and 6 are consonants.
hmm.
Setting up joggle, but joggle requires two G's. And I think it's QT he's going to play. And unlike Rocky, he actually has a place to play it as well. There it goes, QT through the second A of Salesman.
Sort of ruins Rocky's play of being able to play hubs or something, forming footrests, but um, it, nothing really combines here well enough.
No,
Uh, Rocky is looking at BHNOSU and a blank. So there actually are no sevens or eights that are playable. Um, there are actually no sevens in the rack at all. There are a number of eights, but none of them are available. So he might take some time trying to figure out if he's looking at everything correctly. He does have quite a bit of time, um, but unfortunately, he doesn't have such a thing.
no.
And looks like yeah, at this point late in the game with nothing much in the bag, if he
Yeah.
if he knows that there's no bingo, then he might choose shrub and cuts. That would be not bad.
That's
Very,
what I
very
was
bold.
thinking is because the blank's not going to get you a victory anymore here. So you might as well use it. Take some points. There's 3 tiles in the bag. I wonder if he's going to just kind of be conservative and not empty the bag. But at this point, you might as well play along, empty it, and restrict what Chris can do.
Okay, playing 2 tiles.
So yeah,
Not a bad idea. He's thinking, well, you know what?
yeah,
There's still a second bingo. Let me just keep that going and give another shot. It might work out actually. There's still, a couple of letters in the bag that he could benefit from.
yeah. So Rocky plays Oho in the top left corner, making O and Ho, and playing parallel to the Hoven. And Chris has JOIEAGL. And he quickly plays join, which is going to. So Rocky now has BUNICS and a blank. This is the 7th turn in a row he's had the blank.
It
So
does not appear that there's any playable bingos for him again. Um, am I correct in saying that? I
uh,
think that the thing is that there are 2 7-letter words. They don't seem to fit. There's not too many. Um,
no, and they're not overly common for the everyday player. And
yeah,
Chris has emptied the bag with his play. He's got OLEGA. So now Rocky just has to figure out what's going to score best for me. I think something like Scrub might be the best choice now.
Yeah, it's difficult in a game where you have a blank. You're thinking to yourself, "Okay, I'm going to bingo. I'm going
Yeah,
to bingo. It's going to happen. It's going to happen," but you're not able to really get to that point, and in a way, the
mm,
assumption that they're going to kind of like even out over there, influences all the decisions,
yeah,
and you're basically working with one less tile. It's almost like if you didn't have the blank, you would just keep
yeah,
playing, keep scoring. Whereas having the blank and thinking that this is how it's going to play out, really results in a game like this where Rocky's scoring less than what his normal average would be,
yeah,
and it's a little difficult. And you know, for to be fair, Chris also played very well,
yeah.
finding his like really all of his bingos that
Yes,
are available. He had four 8-letter words on this board, really nice ones. Naperies,
yeah,
croupier, footrest, salesman,
and
and you can't really do very much when your opponent's going to put down four bingos anyway. So I'm not sure that it would have changed very much, but definitely a bit of a frustration for Rocky trying to work through all that.
yeah. I think Scrub is going to be by far and away the best choice.
If you're sitting at
Yeah,
home, you can do the puzzle of figuring out what the sevens are. They don't play, but
yeah.
there are two sevens. One makes the blank an R, and the other makes the blank a U. And if you
Whoa.
think this game has
One.
gone askew, that's because Rocky doesn't feel like rotating the board more than
Yeah.
45 degrees right now. That's understandable. So we're looking at a little bit of diagonal, but you're not missing any tiles. They're all in view.
Mm,
Um, but
yeah.
I think he's just
Uh,
like to try to see if there's any bingo that he missed. And once
yeah.
he concludes that there isn't one, then he's probably just going to put down scuba or something like that.
Scrub, scuba. So one of the words is a poisonous alkali, and that's the one that requires the R. And the other one that requires a U is an evil spirit that lies on women in their sleep.
Yeah, was
So
there a band by that name?
I think so.
Yeah.
So Chris's victory will put New Zealand at least 141. So there's the they'll only need to win 5 out of the other 11 games to declare victory. Chris has under a minute and a half to go, but it's not. I don't think he's going to be worrying about that. He'll just play some words. Rocky is playing. It looks like he's playing Scrub, making the blank an R. Yes, there it is. They've changed the angle of it. That is his optimal play in this circumstance.
That might result in ego coming back for Chris, who's just left with GLOAE.
Yep,
And
looks like they're checking the
more to
scores.
play.
9, 10, 11, 33, 34, 35, 36, 46 as it should be. Chris is down to him just about a minute now. And he plays a go next to the rub section of Scrub. Well, Rocky has IN. It looks like it's going to be a roughly 140-point win or so, 130-point win to Chris in this match.
country versus country challenges are always, very compelling and fun. Had a few these Canada versus United States challenges, and online during the pandemic, I played Canada versus was it Canada versus Nigeria? Yeah, I think that's what it
Ooh,
was.
the big
Or
powerhouse in Nigeria.
yeah, I think it was Canada
Yep.
versus Nigeria. It was either that or I don't know if we did both of those, but in both cases it was yeah, we got destroyed. Canada was not where these two countries are, Nigeria and Pakistan, right now, but it's still a lot of fun. And there goes another big win for New Zealand as Chris comes out victorious in a solid margin, playing 4 bingos against Rocky Sharma, who did his best working through some challenging racks when he was holding the cue, especially, and trying to make something out of that second blank, but not having it at any point. So, thanks for joining us as we've gone through all this, and we're going to really just enjoy the rest of this show. It may not necessarily affect the outcome, but New Zealand looks like it's cruising to victory. But we still have a lot of great players and great games to enjoy after the lunch break.
After lunch, we've got 3 games. The first scheduled on to be streamed. The first one will be Joanne Craig versus Chris Ostrowski, where Joanne's the top New Zealand player, and top female New Zealand player, and one of the top ones in Australia as well, where she is a resident. And then we're going to have a couple real ding dong dandies there. We'll have Dylan Early versus Russell Honeybun, who I believe are Australian number 1 versus New Zealand number 3, and then Howard Warner versus Esther Perrins, which Howard is New Zealand number 1 and at the tournament, and Esther is Australia's number 1. So that should be a really good match to watch.
Well, yeah, we definitely need to get Howard on stream here with knowing how great he's performing throughout this event. And Russell doing really well for his country here, and I think the next few games are going to be great. You'll have Naween and Helen providing some of their insights as they play to take you through that. And I think for those of you who have been able to watch any of the coverage over the course of the last 3 days, you've seen that the quality of this play is fantastic. So thanks for being part of this. And this is the 2024 Trans-Tasman Challenge. I think we're going to sign off from this side.
Yep. So don't go away for too long. The stream will restart in about 30 minutes. So make sure that you're back in time that should give you plenty of time to make a sandwich and get back to your chairs. So
okay, on behalf of Scott and myself, Sean, thanks for joining us for the morning, and stay tuned for more Scrabble.
All right. Bye, everyone.
Hey guys, welcome to the 2024 afternoon session of the Trans-Tasman. My name's Naween Fernando from Melbourne, Australia, and I'm joined by the lovely Helen Hines from Queensland, Australia. Hi, Helen.
Good morning, Naween. How's things in Melbourne?
Yeah, no, very good. Good morning from Melbourne. I think it's good afternoon in New Zealand and possibly good night in other parts of the world.
I think New Zealand's got the measure on everyone. They're always the ones who get to celebrate New Year's first, so I'd say they're the ones in the lead. But here we are. I'm not quite in the afternoon here in sunny Townsville, an hour behind you.
Indeed, indeed. So what have we got in store for us? I think we've got 3 games this afternoon. From what I understand, New Zealand have already sealed the deal. They've won the Trans-Tasman Challenge. So I guess we're just playing for bragging rights and possibly the overall winner, which I think is down to Howard Warner and Dylan Early from New Zealand.
Yes, and I think if we were going to call this game, I'm going to call it early and say I think Joanne will win it. What do you think, Naween?
Well, I am a betting man, and I would say Joanne's odds to win this would probably be about $1.20, I'd say. But yeah, I don't mind backing an underdog every now and then, but I will probably not put my money on it.
My experiences with playing Joanne is she's very serious over the board. Everything's got to be very official and so on. But afterwards, she can party as well as the next person. She is good fun after the games, but over the board, no joking, all seriousness. Is that your experience too?
Well, look, she's got extremely good word knowledge, and yeah, look, she's been playing for as long as I remember, and yeah, very strong player. Plays for both New Zealand and Australia, and yeah, I haven't checked where she is on the rankings at the moment, but wouldn't surprise me if she'd be in the top 5 finish or a top 3 finish even.
Yeah, I think she's up there. Another thing about Joanne, she told me about back in Perth at the Nationals during Easter just earlier this year, which was a wonderful tournament. She told me that every Thursday she and Esther Perrins spend the entire day playing Scrabble together.
Oh.
So yeah, they go. Yep, it's every Thursday, and it's their tradition. And those two are probably, I think, the 2 best female players in the country. So they're getting their practice in, and I think they have lunch together as well, and so on. So they've got a really good routine going there.
Yeah, I think they're certainly 2 of the strongest players in New South Wales at the moment. But yeah, look, it doesn't surprise me that they play that much.
They're good friends too. Both live in Sydney, and Esther's kids are all grown up, so she's got some time to do it. And yeah, I'll be excited to see some of the words Joanne comes up with. And I watched a game of Chris's yesterday. I think Edward had a little something to say about it being one of the funniest streamed games he'd ever seen, with lots of phonies. Okay. But we'll see how if he gets away with. I don't think he'll get away with any phonies against Joanne. That's for sure.
Well, let's.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Well, here we go. We're about to jump into the game, so let's hope for a good game.
All right. All the best to both players.
So we've got Chris on the left, Joanne on the right, obviously, and it looks like Chris to go first. What
do you prefer to do, Naween? Go first? You don't mind too much?
Yeah, sure. I'll go first anytime. I think there's a very slight advantage of going first. What about yourself, Helen?
I think I prefer it too, and I'm one of those players who likes to start vertically, which is not everyone's cup of tea. So yeah, I've been doing that for probably 15 years or so, I reckon. Always go vertical for the first move if I get to start.
What made you change?
I think it was just a little bit out of the box and maybe slightly throws the opponent off. I remember Jeff Wright saying, any little thing you can do. Jeff Wright's a real gamesman, isn't he? Any little thing you can do to put them off.
So it looks like Chris has already exchanged. He's kept IONS blank, and I think he changed 2 or 3 tiles. I didn't even catch it because he played so quickly, but he's got a pretty good rack and looks like he might bonus next move. Joanne appears to have Eddie EL KPS set up on a rack. Be interesting to see what she does, because she probably suspects that Chris has a pretty good rack, so wouldn't surprise me if she sort of played a, sort of opened up or didn't sort of make a longer sort of word on her first move to restrict the options that Chris might have. But yeah, we'll see what she does. It looks like she's got kelps lined up on her rack. I think she's just going to play it for the score.
So she's probably, if she will play a 5, she'll probably try and get that K on the hot spot. But yeah, like you say, she might play defensively as well. Can you see any other K words that would get, like speak, I suppose? Is there anything else that jumps out?
Yeah, look, I think kelps is pretty decent. Probably the best score, and I think Chris is probably going to bonus through the E. There's probably a few doubles through the E, but yeah, we'll see what Chris does. It looks like he's got line that's set up on his rack, but I'm not sure he's going to play that, but I'm sure he'll find something here.
Okay, yep. And I suppose if she'd played speak before, that would have opened up the ING possibility of the triple, so that wouldn't have been the best move.
Yep.
So what's he got on his rack? For some reason I can't see it at the
yeah,
moment.
so I think he's got ILNOST blank. So yeah, I mean he's got plenty of bingos available. It's just we'll see if there's any suggestions on the chat.
Nothing. Come on, folks. Yet. What do you reckon? Let's have some interaction from the people watching. What would you play, folks?
We're not going to give away any answers yet.
What's your initial thought? Going for the double or looking?
Oh yeah, you got to try and find something through the double. Looks like he's got his rack covered, which probably doesn't help. But I mean, I can see stuff like toenails, but it's not quite a double. I'd be surprised if he doesn't have one. We shall see. And there's probably even bonuses onto the S to cover the triple word square. But like nostrils, for example, 5, 6, 7, 8, 74 points. Which, so we'll see what he does.
And what prevented you coming over to New Zealand this year, Naween? Do you mind if I ask?
Well, nothing prevented me, but none of my friends went. So, what prevented you?
Probably didn't qualify, if I'm honest.
Oh, really? No, I'm sure I'm sure you would have qualified. Has your rating dropped that much in recent years?
Yeah, it just seems to be on a bit of a downward trajectory every time I play a tournament. It goes lower, but that's okay. So what's Chris doing here? ST.
It looks like he's played Stallion. Yeah, Stallion. Or it could be Stallion. I suspect it's a A for Apple.
What was the other option you said? Maybe an E. Could an E go there too? Could it?
Yeah, I think Stallion is good. Let me just quickly. Yeah, Stallion's fine. Yeah. So it looks like Joanne has AC double DOYS on her rack.
Coy dads. Those fathers who are a bit shy. Alright, so Letterhead has just come in on the chat and said that the best move, according to Zizaba, would have been Noselite. NOSELITE.
Sure, that would have scored.
Yeah, that would have been a good double.
Yeah.
Thank you, whoever you are.
So it looks like Joanne's got Yod set up on her rack, possibly making Yo and On. Yeah.
Yes.
Which is
and
fine.
And then she's leaving CADS, which is fairly synergistic, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
And doesn't look like Joanne bothers with organising her rack alphabetically.
Yeah, is that something that you do, Helen? Or?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
Oh, okay, interesting.
What about you?
I don't think I do. I do it sometimes if I'm trying to unravel a possible bonus, but generally I don't think I do.
Alright, so as you suggested. Joe has gone ahead and played Yod for... Not sure how many she got for that one, sorry.
Yeah, and it looks like
Chris
has
got
played
a...
pawns, keeping
Okay, so he had a quick move there.
Yeah, is Chris like a fast player? Do you know? It looks like he is.
Yesterday he seemed to wrap up his game fairly quickly.
Okay. It looks like Joanne's got cardies with CT. She should probably want to get rid of her Q here. Yeah, possibly making something like QAID onto the D or Yod or
down to the S, perhaps get a 20 for the Q, keep your S.
Yeah. Or make him, if she wants to be. It looks like she's got QIS on her rack. Possibly making Yods, which is decent. Although I don't like the CADT leave, it's not great.
Okay, so in that vein, QI under K would also not be a great choice either, right?
Yeah, look, it's not too... Okay, so now she's got cuts lined up, which is not too bad, because... and I suspect she's considering cuts and Yods, because she's got an eye for QI, but I suppose the risk is if she plays cuts making Yods and Chris has an eye, then he comes back with a fairly large comeback. But I actually don't mind cuts, given that she's behind by 22, and yeah, there you go. She's got the eye. Good play.
Yeah, so that would have been your move too, you reckon?
Look, I don't know if I would have played it myself, or whether I would have had the courage to play it, but I mean, she's only down by 22, and she probably fancies herself against Chris, as in, to beat him. I think cuts is fine.
So Chris is probably not feeling the best about this mix, although at least he has one vowel.
He is playing insanely fast. Looks like he's gone
What's he doing?
Frogs.
Okay, yeah, I remember yesterday Julie was commentating. I was helping her look up a few things, and before I could even type them in, sometimes he made his decision. So
yeah, which probably makes sense. I mean, if he feels like he's the underdog, he's probably just trying to fast play her and put some time pressure on her, which is completely fine.
Yeah, and I don't know if they're club buddies or not, but they're both New South Welshmen, so he's probably not too intimidated by her. Probably plays her quite a bit, socially and otherwise.
And what's Joanne got? Looks like CIDARZ something. Two eyes, I think.
Another eye there.
Yep. Looks like she's got Darcy lined up.
Darcy?
Yeah.
And where would she pop that?
I don't know. The board looks a bit... Is it clear for you? It doesn't seem...
So what I'm doing, just for your information, is I'm actually switching over to the live stream, which is a bit of a better one, but it's just a tiny bit behind, so just so you're aware.
It
sounds like you've got the same resolution thing as I do on the...
I've just expanded the board. Thing. It's a lot better now, yeah.
Okay, lovely.
Yeah, cool.
So has Joanne had her move?
Joanne's played CID, and it looks like Chris has picked up a pretty good rack.
Very nice.
I think he's got Minder with a blank, so he should be able to find something here, like a reminder through the R of frogs. I think we're back. There was just a slight delay with the microphone there.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. Sorry, I just put myself on mute for a sec.
So we'll see what Chris comes up with. Looks like he's trying to find something here.
Okay, so he's got.
I think he's got
Minders with the R as the blank. So
Yeah.
EDIMNS blank, but he's covered his rack. Oh no, there it is again. I can see.
He's got a
See it there?
Dermin set up on his rack, but there's no place to play it. Can we see anything? Have there been any suggestions in the chat?
Maybe add A double D, making add and then D minor. What
Yep.
do you think of that idea?
Yeah, no, that's good move. In fact, that's been suggested by Nomi in the chat as well. So, yeah, I think D minor came in a couple of editions ago, but yeah, we'll see if Chris uncovers something here.
That would make nice use of that triple lane. I wonder if there's something he could do with making QIN, although that'd need like a do or something, so it might be a bit tricky to find something there.
Yeah.
What do you like here?
Well, I think D minor is probably best. Scores close to probably 90 plus. But yeah, if I didn't spot that, I'd probably play something like Reminder.
Well, Nomi's called it. We'll see if Chris can see it.
Oh, here we go. He's found something. A. He's made it a A. What's he? Oh, that's a phony. Oh no, what's he doing?
Yes. Oh, Chris and his phonies.
Dre mine.
Is he doing it, do you think? He hasn't actually done it yet, has he? Or he's
Yeah, that's an instant challenge from Joanne.
Okay, Joe would know.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's going to come off.
Yes, she'll officially go over now.
Yeah. Oh, well.
Yeah, so she's just checking everything's as it should be. Chris is crossing his fingers.
Yeah.
All right, Chris. Try again next time, mate.
So it'll be interesting to see what Joanne does. Whether she'll try and block some of the possible bingo options. She might set a.
So she's got lazier, Lazieer, and what's that last letter on her rack there?
She's got an A. So look, it wouldn't surprise me if she takes a bit of time here trying to work out what bingo options Chris has, and then she might sort of try and block the most feasible, or what she thinks Chris might sort of. Oh, here we go. He's got D minor lined up now. Wow.
Oh wow.
Okay.
So it might not have seen it last time.
Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see what Joanne does. Whether she'll block that D minor spot, or whether she'll block the reminder spot.
I wonder if it was worth Chris just saying, you know what, I've got heaps of time on the clock. This is a really good rack. I'm just going to take a few minutes here to find my move. Because if he had done that, perhaps he would have changed the game around a bit.
Yeah, possibly. It's interesting. It looks like he's definitely spotted it now, and assuming he's confident of it. Now he's got something else set up.
Okay, so has he still got D? Oh yes, he's still got D minor there. He's changed it around to DERMIN something. Wonder what he's thinking there. And you're someone who has an interesting scoring sheet, Naween. I've noticed you just sort of do a line down the middle, and you've got your own little tracking system.
Yes, I do, Helen, but this isn't about me. This is about Chris and Joanne.
Oh, what's Joanne doing?
It looks like she's got Zar set up, possibly making Far to block that. Oh no, actually no, that doesn't make sense. I don't know. Yeah, like I said, she'll probably spend a bit of time trying to work out what she thinks Chris is going to do, and we'll see.
And this, of course, is the time of the tournament when everyone's fairly exhausted from a couple of days of hard play, and things aren't coming as quickly to the brain as they usually would.
Oh, here we go. So she's blocked the D minor spot. Okay, good job, Joanne. Okay, there you go.
So Chris will have to find somewhere else to go.
Gee whiz, if she made it a ZE, actually, I was going to say if she made it a ZE, he would have had Zamindar, but Zamindar is a word as well. So he's got. Has he got Zamindar? No, he doesn't. I think he's got mine. No, he doesn't. Well, unless he uses the blank, yeah. So he could play Zamindar using the blank, but yeah, it doesn't score as much as a bingo, I don't think.
Nadapat called it before Joe did.
No.
He said ZA to block D minor. But what was your suggestion? Zaminda?
Yeah, Zamindar.
But
ZA.
that's with a ZA. So would that work then with an S at the end?
No, he hasn't got an A, but so he'll have to use a blank if he's going to play it. But yeah, it's I think playing a bingo is a better option.
How do you spell Zaminda?
Zamindar.
Oh, I'm with you. Yeah. I'm sure Joe worked through all of that when she was considering.
Possibly. Okay, here we go. Chris is. Oh, I think he's going for unprimed here. Yeah. All right. Good job.
All right, and that's good, is it?
That is good.
Okay. And Joe's writing that down. She's happy enough with that by the looks.
Yep. And
Joe
Joanne's
has
gone.
OARLIE and her
LIER. Yeah. Look,
another
it's
R.
so she seems to be close to a bingo here, but I'm not sure if she does have one. So she might want to fish off one or two tiles, possibly.
And there's still a blank, one blank to come, I think.
It's interesting. So Julie Bryce suggested Xander on the chat keeping MI blank, which might actually be the best play because you get, what is it, 5, 6, 48 for Xander keeping the blank. So yeah, would have been worth considering as well.
All right, well, I've just let Julie know, even though she's sitting in the same room as me, that you are a fan of that suggestion.
Yeah, it's only because you score 48 and then you keep a pretty good leave with the blank, and you possibly look to bingo again shortly.
And in the meantime, Chris is looking at a couple of nice scoring letters on his rack. He's at least got a J there. And that might be the biggest one he's got, I think.
Yep.
It's a bit hard to see it. Is that a Q? He doesn't have a Q. No, it's a G, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, so it wouldn't surprise me if Joanne spent a minute or two trying to make sure that there are no bingos here with that 1 point. With that rack.
Okay. Can you see anything at the moment?
I cannot. So it's a question of whether she just fishes something off, or whether she tries to. Maybe she's looking for a play through the Z. I don't know. Or whether
Pat suggested just blocking off that triple lane and playing loader.
Yeah, loader or reload, something like that. Or whether she just plays something like door. AEILR is a very good leave. So I'd consider just playing something like door for 12 points and hoping to bingo the next turn.
So the priority here strategically, would you say, is trying to take away that triple threat?
Yeah, I think she's gonna. I think she's got to play through that triple, and yeah, it looks like she's gone for loader, and the good thing with loader is she's got another R for reloader if she picks up a E, which doesn't score that much, but still.
Yeah, but at least she, like you said, so IR as a leave. How do you feel about that? All right.
Yeah, it's not bad. Look, I mean, she continues to keep scoring, and yeah, that's loader is fine.
Does loader take an RE at the front? Like, could you have reloader?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which Chris has on his rack, but I I would prefer to get rid of the J, and yeah, he's rightly playing
She's
Juice
Before
or
we could
Juicer.
even discuss it, Chris.
Yeah,
Speedy Chris.
indeed.
Juicer.
Yeah, yeah, good play.
Yep. Nice score. Alright, so Jo's going to reveal to us what she has. VOH, TIR, and another H.
Yeah, so not the
VOH,
yeah, so not the best pickup, but and she's slightly behind on the score, so I think she'll probably just want to keep scoring here as best as she can.
Okay, so let's have a look what this board would yield for Jo if she were to try to get a good gain out of this one.
It's yeah, it's definitely not the best rack. So she might spend a bit of time trying to work out what to do here, whether she considers exchanging or just tries to keep scoring with what she's got.
Is there anything, Ween, that would go on top of OHM down from Juicer? So, like is there a front hook for OHM that would work?
Well, there are front hooks for OHM, but I don't think there are any with her rack.
Okay, yeah.
She might consider something like, I don't know, Turfy or something through the PT or PHI, but yeah, HRV isn't a great leave.
Yeah, so you'd want to try to hang on to at least one vowel.
Yeah, well, I'd try and get rid of the V if I could, but I mean, she could play something like VoIP onto the P of pawns, keeping HRTH, which obviously isn't a great leave, and it opens a triple as well. So yeah, a bit of a problematic rack here. I'd be interested to see what she does.
So there's nothing significant jumping out at you at this point. You'd still be in the same position as Jo, just trying to figure out what you'd do here?
Yeah, okay, so she's opted for CH. That's interesting. She's, yeah, okay, I wonder if she's fishing for something or... Okay, that's interesting. CH, there you go.
CH, okay, so she's kept that V. And now she has ROTHIV and a...
G.
Another H, yes.
Speedy Chris doesn't have the best rack himself, but he's quickly played Goo, taken the points, and putting the pressure right back on Joanne, who's got 10 minutes left. So yeah, look, I think Chris is doing a good job here. Just playing fast, keeping up the scoring pressure, and putting it right back on Joanne to
So at this point, Chris is 9 points ahead, but 6 minutes up his sleeve more than Joanne has. So, as you say, lots of time pressure. Nadapak has given us another suggestion on the chat. He said an E pickup would have given overhit. Oh well, didn't work out, mate.
Yeah, in fact, that's there's like 8 E's left. Okay, so maybe she was in fact fishing for an E. Wow, wait, there you go. So CH probably wasn't certainly not the worst move. In fact, probably a half decent move, given that there were 8 E's remaining.
And he's got a few pesky vowels on there, but he has at least got a nice one in an X. And Joanne's just shuffling her tiles, trying to figure out what she's going to do with this rack of hers.
Yeah, if she had a F, she'd have Zaftig through the ZA. But yeah, I can't see anything through the Z. I think she should probably just try and keep scoring as best as she can and get rid of that V sooner rather than later.
I'm already looking at where Chris might capitalise on that X. Having a look around the board, seeing if there's something that he could do.
Yeah, so Joanne's gone for Gorm. Score was 17, was it 25, which isn't too bad. Unfortunately, she does hang on to the V, but at least she keeps scoring, and and state. And well, I think she's ahead now, isn't she?
Yeah, she's. Hang on. The score's yet to update. 221 to 205. That's right. So Joe's picked up. It's hard to read her thing, but anyway, Chris is going quickly again by the looks.
Yep. So he's got Beau, BAUX with II.
So he needs to try and turn over some of those vowels, hey, if he can.
Yeah, but it's an interesting. It's a bit of a cagey board, isn't it? It's not completely blocked up, but it's. I think they're just sort of trying to. They're both sort of trying to work through some difficult racks and try and keep scoring as best as they can.
Yeah, and they're definitely doing a good job of putting a lot of consonants next to hotspots rather than leaving nice opportunities for big letters to go there. There's not a lot of obvious places where he can pop an X and get lots of points at this point.
Yeah, no, I wonder if he'd sort of opt to hang on to the X and just play something like Bon and Bit and making Bon and Bit and ID.
Okay, and then that would get him ahead of Joe, at least on the scores, and he'd have to figure out what he'd do from there after that.
Yeah, it scores 21. You've got the X up your sleeve. I'd probably consider something like that.
Would you think about BEAU from the ER of Juicer, or is that too dangerous, leaving that A next to that triple letter?
Well, it only scores 15, and you keep XII. It takes a T hook as well. So, this is interesting. He's played AUK, okay. possibly trying to set up the X. I don't really like it because there's only 7 points, but look, it's a good setup. So yeah.
His rack looks better this time. Joe's got 3 T's and hive, like a beehive. So hive and triple T.
Yeah, this is really interesting because that AUK play might throw her off because she might sort of think that Chris is close to a bonus because he's played AUK for 7 points, and that might sort of spook her a bit, and she might try and, I don't know, block the board up or something. Yeah, it's a bizarre move, but it might throw her off.
So if you were in Joe's position, your first thought would be this man's close to bingoing rather than he's trying to set up a spot for a hot letter on his rack.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think it would throw me off. But there's not much you can do here. I'd probably just play hive like she's set up on a rack, making HE and... Oh, actually, you can't make hive because IR is not a word. So ignore me.
No, that's okay. And so how many lanes have we got open? We've got the one under Juicer, down from Loader, and are there any other obvious lanes at this point? Are they the only... Oh, then the one above OW at the front, so at the top. So there's it's still... She can't block everything.
Yeah, it's still relatively open. So, but again, yeah, she's got to... Like I said, she really needs to get rid of that V sooner rather than later.
Natapak has suggested... that was before. He said maybe Chris could have played Bike. B-I-K-E.
Yeah, Bike would have been another option. Yeah. Setting
set
up what?
Yeah, set up the AX.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I guess he was on that train of thought.
Yeah.
Natapit, yeah, and just chose to do AUK. For me, I always get rid of as many I's as I can.
Oh, has Joan changed? She's changed.
Oh, wow.
Okay, there you go. So she
she's
took my advice and got rid of the V finally.
Yeah, get rid of that. For me, I feel like every time I play an I, I get another one. So I reckon if I could change one thing about Scrabble, I'd have 1 I fewer and 1 K more.
Yep.
And here he is playing EX. And does he have anything for the top of that? Oh, no, he can't do that because OP's in the way. So he's capitalised on that. Well done, Chris. Not a bad setup, mate.
And you know what else he's done? He set up his Y for BY and YEA next move as well.
Oh, yes. So the scores now are 248. Chris is leading. Australia is beating New Zealand by about 27 points.
Yeah, so it's Chris is putting up a good fight. Let's hope for a close game.
Jo's playing fairly quickly here, Naween. She's just popped HIT down, and she's left another T. She changed, but she's still got another T. So she's got TTIME.
Well, she's only got 6 minutes left. So if Chris continues to fast play her, she's going to be in a bit of trouble. There's 30 odd tiles remaining in the bag. So, and is Chris holding this? Oh no, she's picked up her tiles. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. So Chris, if anyone who can't see, TRYIBIV, Chris's letters.
Yeah, so if I was Chris, I would continue to fast play her, and there you go. He's played BY using his his earlier setup, and he continues to put the scoring pressure on Joanne. So yeah, it's game on here. Joanne needs to either start scoring or find a bingo sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and it's not a high-scoring game, is it? Neither of them's got to 300 yet. We've only got 30 tiles in the bag. Jo, I'm not used to Jo having time pressure, but obviously Chris is a particularly fast player, so he has really put the pressure on here.
Yeah.
Okay, what's Jo got here? ITTENEM. So 2 E's, 2 T's, an M, N, and an I. And she's arranging men tight. Is that a word? Men tight?
No, I think she's probably just arranged ment on her rack.
Yeah.
But she's down by 32, which is it's not too bad. I think as long as she stays within 20 or 30 points going into the end game, I think or the pre-end game, should be sort of reasonably confident of overhauling this lead. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens because Chris is punching above his weight at the moment. So well done, Chris.
And Jo always crosses her T's and dots her I's. She's obviously still focusing on tracking, so she's not giving up that to catch up some time. She knows that's important, so she's having a look at what's left there and what might happen. Okay, so Jo's going to play MENT, which you said would happen, for a fairly decent score, I would say.
Yeah, no, good play.
Okay, so Chris has got VITARIB. Does anything go in front of YEA, Naween?
No, it does not.
Okay. Let's have a look if anyone's chiming in on the Minette. Was MINETTE a word?
Oh, actually it is. Did she have a spot for it? No, I don't think she did.
Yeah,
Oh, she did!
Yes.
Oh no, that's a word!
Well done, Julie. Julie saw that one. Yeah, lovely find. And
wow,
what a
okay,
surprise.
yeah.
I'm surprised that Jo missed that, actually.
Yeah, I completely
and actually,
overlooked that as well. Yeah.
You know what, Naween? I'm surprised at you too, buddy.
Yeah, well... Okay, so Chris has quickly played AIRT, and Joanne hasn't picked up the best rack either, so I think she just needs to... Oh, she's picked up that V again. Okay.
Oh.
Looks like she's going to play Varia
as well, yeah. Okay, what's Jo doing? He just played AIRT, and she's arranging AVVA.
She was going to play Varia. I don't know why she didn't play it. She needs to get moving. She's only got 3 minutes left.
And where would you pop Varia?
Making Menta, MENTA.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, lovely. And she'd know that, wouldn't she? Yeah.
Yeah, well...
Yeah. Okay, she's on the move. 3 minutes 21 left for Jo, and Chris has oodles of time. 11 minutes, almost 12. Okay, so he's got WOVI and BEE.
Yeah, so he might just play something like Vuv or Wove rather, making WE.
Okay, so he's having a look at what there is. WE down from Juicer. Is that what you're looking?
Just making WE and OR or something. Yeah, he's got it lined up. It wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, and the V is next to a triple, so you don't have to worry about anybody. Okay, so the scores are only 5 apart though, Naween, so it's quite a close game.
Sure is. Close game's a good game.
Unless you're playing it, in which case you'd rather be well ahead.
No. Look, I still enjoy a close game. To be honest, yeah.
Well, that's good.
A bit more challenging.
Yeah, that's great. Good to hear. Yep. So Chris has played Wove, and he's left IBE on his rack, and there are 18 tiles in the bag.
Yeah, so that last S could make the difference. I don't know, because the remaining tiles aren't great, but yeah, it looks like Joanne's quickly playing something like Feta, is it? Or
yeah, and I'm even noticing she's sort of really feels
okay,
like a scramble for her too. She's really getting those tiles onto that board and pressing that clock as quickly as she can.
Yeah, no, good play.
Although it looks like her clock's still ticking, so she's just adding up the score. She might have just been checking the number of tiles left in the bag, actually.
Yeah, so that should get her right back. In fact, yeah, within... she might even be ahead now, after Fit.
Has she pressed her clock?
Ooh, it appears that she hasn't.
Someone's helped her.
Yeah,
out there,
I think someone's just told her.
Not sure if that's cricket, but anyway.
And here we go. Speedy Chris quickly plays B.
Okay. Didn't give us much time to discuss what you were going to do, Chris, but what's new? So Joe has ANN, LOI, and
yeah, this is going to be really tight. Yeah, Joanne's got 2 minutes left and counting. Chris has picked up the S. There's only 2 tiles left. Wow, this is going to be hard for Joanne to work out. She might just have to play quickly what she thinks might be, I don't know, what comes to mind, and then just hope for the best. She could play something like Natal, making woven. It's because 12, 13, 14, 18, 19, 23. That's, yeah.
So Natal and Woven. And I know that for Jo, she's somebody who she always likes to try and make the very best move, and she'll definitely go back and look at what she could have done later. She likes to analyse her games, but obviously time is her biggest enemy at this point.
Yeah, she's got to just play whatever she sees pretty quick, I think. Has Chris only got 6 tiles on his rack? Oh, okay. Right, so there isn't 2 tiles left. That's bizarre. Okay, so Chris actually emptied the bag after playing
I
B.
See. So we're on the last move.
Okay, so I think this is advantage Joanne if she can guard into.
Yes, because she's a good end game player.
Well, all she's got to do is guard into.
Okay.
And score half decent, I think. But I think
she's thinking about nails.
Yeah, I don't
and
really...
leaving, and then would she have an out? Oh, sorry, she doesn't have an S, so that's not going to work. Oh dear, I think she's going to definitely go into
I don't think she's seeing.
Time.
I don't think she's seen like woven. Yeah.
Okay, so woven and natal is your preferred at this point. You would do that.
I mean that simply wins, right?
Okay, so a couple of people
I think it does
commented,
anyway.
But no one commented on what Jo was just up against there. So she's played her time's at 0, and we're on Chris's rack now. Yeah.
No, wow. Okay. Yeah, I think
so
she's
we can
in trouble
automatically take 10 points off Jo now. So essentially, he's up by 8 with a.
Well, Chris can just play. Chris can just play Eds and Fitted and Nails, and it's game over.
Okay. All right. Well, let's see if he can make that happen.
I mean, unless Joanne can play her last move in like less than a second, I think she's still in trouble here.
Andrew Fisher's chimed in, Niton, for Joe earlier.
Yeah,
And then AAL.
Yeah, it's the same spot which I was sort of suggesting, I think. Yeah. Wow, so Chris with the upset, possibly.
So what do you think from here?
Well, he's got seed lined up. Where's he? What's he? Oh, has he got...
Seed.
I think he's going to play ins and seed or something. I don't know if that's going to be enough. Well, it might be if she goes over time.
Okay, so she's got an out with ANO. So has she got somewhere to put that ANO? I imagine she would. And she's quickly doing that.
No, she's gone over time. Oh, no,
she has. But, okay, so there was no out there. I wonder whether it would have been worth her having a look if there was, you know, already having lost 10 points on time. Would it be worth taking that extra 30 seconds to see if there was somewhere to put ANO?
No, I think nail was the nail in the coffin, I think.
Yeah, I liked your natal move, or Niton. Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that. AFIS, but either of those from...
Yeah, I think Natal might be a province in South Africa, actually.
Okay, yeah, I know it as meaning to do with newness or birth sometimes. So yeah. Nice. Okay, so Katapo has says, oh, that's different. There are some clock issues apparently as well. The director's just chimed in and said there's some clock issues, so perhaps the clock may not be over.
Oh, okay. So are we saying that Joanne hasn't gone over time?
So what we're hearing is that he's going to check with Liz about what to do with Joe's clock.
Oh, wow.
So stand by, please, on that one.
That would be really interesting. Okay, so it's not quite over, folks.
So we're not sure if she is going to lose 10 or not.
Wow. So it looks like if she loses on time, she obviously loses. But if they make an adjudication that she hasn't gone over time, then I think she wins. So,
okay, so it's up to... They're doing their count back now, checking the final scores. So 364 to Joe, to 362 to Chris, gives Joe a 2-point lead. But as you said, Naween, we're hearing from the technical people that there may be an issue with the clock, so she may still hold on to those 2 points, which would give her the win.
Okay, we'll wait with bated breath to hear the final adjudication.
Yes. Joe's having a chat. They're having a little discussion there, just doing their...
Just reading the body language, Chris looks like he's lost. Whoa, okay.
Yeah, she's just handed that result slip to him to put his
Whoa, okay. That'll be interesting to sort of get a bit of feedback from the tournament director as to why the overtime was I guess ignored, I guess.
So the intel I have, she was pressing it, but she wasn't pressing it hard enough, so it seems a bit unfair.
Unfair to whom?
I don't know what to say about that comment, and I'm not going to weigh in. I'm not there. As for how hard you press a clock, is it a hardware issue? On the top streaming table, I would imagine they'd have the best clocks. So we'll see what happens.
Well, yeah, because if I was Chris, I'd be sort of going. Well, I played my endgame thinking that she had gone over time. So if he knew that the ruling was going to be in, that she wasn't going over time, then I'd be sort of going. Well, I might played it differently. I don't know. But tough one. Be interesting to sort of get the official verdict on that.
Well, if either of them is up for a chat, I'm sure we can get Down low. Okay, so I haven't heard any more about the clock situation. But yeah, what was your favourite play in that game?
Let's see. Well, nothing really sort of stood out for me. Yeah, nothing. What about you, Helen?
Well, I liked that there was one bingo each. That's nice.
Mhm.
Oh, hang on. Wait a minute. Chris got 2 bingos and still lost, so that's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he got both the blanks. So I think that points to very good scramble by Joe.
Yeah, and I think Joanne did well to pull that out of the bag.
Okay, I've got some info. So it's a loss for Joanne. Unfortunately, final scores, we can't update them on Quackle because it doesn't acknowledge time penalties. So 362 to Chris and 355 to Joanne. Not that we could tell by their body language. So lovely fair game there. So it looks like Joe did have to lose that 10 points on time.
Oh, okay, yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so
the
it
final
was in
score,
fact a loss to Joanne. There
it
you
was.
go.
Yeah. Whereas I thought she was writing that result slip and handing it to him to sign. So there you go. Well, as I said, with 2 blanks and 2 bingos, and the time pressure, I suppose that was a good win for Chris. And Joe's learned to whack that clock hard.
Yeah, well, it's like you sort of wonder. Well, I guess there's looks like Joanne or Chris rather they've left their seats, so there's no time for a post-mortem. But hopefully there are no issues with the clock for the remainder of the games. Well done to Chris for pulling that out of the bag.
Okay, yes, indeed. What an interesting game.
So, are we taking a break, Helen? Do you know for the before the next game, or are we getting straight into it?
I'll just wait and find out. But there's a pod coffee machine within 10 meters of me that I would love to go and make use of before our next session.
This is a good idea. So we might reconvene in about. Oh, actually, we'll reconvene in about 5 minutes. Hey?
That sounds great.
Yep. Cheers.
Cheers.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
No, I agree with that. I think that's right.
Okay. So finger touch in the middle.
Yeah. Okay. We're sorted. One more game. Just two more games. And then you it doesn't seem quite right out Trans-Tasman without you. You and Bob in charge. That's the very first one. Yeah. The happiest of people. Yeah, it's still going. Do you still play? Do you still play? Yeah. Brain sharp. Yeah. Which way do you play? Since watch this. If you do this, it doesn't work. If you do more than one finger, it doesn't work. You do one finger.
So she must have been going.
We need to tell everybody it's just an aim for the
Yeah,
middle.
because
if you hit the numbers, it doesn't work.
She's not the only person that has had
If you hit the
trouble with
numbers, it doesn't work. If you hit the middle, it works.
No, just sort of
Hit the numbers with a couple of fingers.
Yeah, 2 fingers no good.
Right.
So it's got to be a single finger. It shouldn't matter where you push it as long as it's a single finger.
Yeah, but
Anywhere you push it on the thing
with a single
finger.
I think what's happening, people are thinking, I've got to do it hard enough. They're going like this.
Yeah.
Whoops.
But remember we did it when Patrick was playing, remember Patrick didn't change his spot and you said hit it.
See, I did that.
And I told him, use one finger.
Yeah.
Yes, it does. It's actually very gentle.
We shouldn't do that.
1, 1, 1.
Yeah, just a gentle
As you
tap.
say,
You don't have to hit it hard, you just have to tap it with a single
But if the
finger.
player doesn't do it, we can't interfere.
No, you can't.
No, I know.
It's even clearer, just about, than the other clocks. That is that your clock is still running. It's really clear.
That's true.
It's really clear.
I just felt bad because I know that she was definitely pressing it on the turn. Like she thought she'd pressed it.
Yeah.
You know?
And I know she was short of time, so she was probably panicking and not looking. But I would not.
I mean, at least the result is academic anyway.
Yeah, yes, exactly.
If it was sort of deciding the tournament or something,
that actually makes it even harder for the tournament director. It's like, what am I supposed to do? Favour my team, my team member? I'm not going to. And I wouldn't. I just think the clock has not failed.
Yeah.
The person has just forgotten to operate it, and it's not the first time she's been there. So can you just make sure that the next two, they actually have a little practice with it?
But Joanne played before.
Yeah, she did.
Yes, I know she did.
Yeah.
So she's doing it not right.
Yeah.
That's the issue.
So we're good. We're sorted.
Well, yeah, we'll tell Russell and Dylan. I don't think Russell and Dylan had trouble with it. They were both fine. Right. But good practice. What the protocol is.
It's the operator on the machine.
And Dylan does actually use all these times.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. High pressure. You did
We're very happy to see you here, John. And I hope everyone that knows him will come and have a chat with him at some stage.
And the reason you're all playing today is because John Foster and Bob Jackman got together in 1995 at a hotel in London and said, well, we're in a world camp, but we should organise something between Australia and New Zealand. That's the result in 95. It'll all fit in there.
Hey guys, welcome to the penultimate game of the Trans-Tasman Challenge. We've got Russell Honeybun from Australia and Dylan Early ready to battle. Welcome, Helen.
Thank you, Naween, and I'm looking forward to this one because these two are vying for some of the top positions in the overall standings, I think. Is that right? I'm just trying to get that update. So I think Russell was on a high number of games and Dylan maybe a little bit ahead of him. Do you know what the standings are?
I don't have the latest standings, but it looks like Dylan and Howard are vying for the overall standings. So and Russell is vying for the top Australian player. So prior to the previous game, I think Howard and Dylan were on 17 wins each. Howard ahead on spread, and Russell was on 13 wins. That was as at the end of round 21. I believe New Zealand have secured the Trans-Tasman Challenge. So yeah, like I said earlier, this is for the overall bragging rights, I suppose, and the final placings.
So an important game for Dylan in particular, as he's trying to win the whole thing. But of course, who's on Russell's heels Australia-wise? Is there anybody who's coming up behind him who could overtake him?
Yeah, so Russell was on 13 wins prior to the previous game. Esther on 12. Bob Jackman and Ryan Sutton on 11 wins from Team Australia.
Okay, so there's still a possibility that it's not going to be a Russell Australia win overall. So he'll be fine in this game. Very important one. Have you played Dylan before, Naween?
I think I have. Yeah. Look. I think both of these guys are on the top of their game. Russell is the top Western Australian player, and I think he had a really strong finish at the World Championships last year. And Dylan, I think, has been on the top of the New Zealand ratings for a few years, I think originally from South Africa.
Okay. Well, we're underway. Russell, I notice, has some headphones on. So does he always play with headphones on? Are you aware?
I would have objected to that if I was Dylan. No, I'm kidding. No, look, I haven't. I don't think I've noticed that with Russell. Yeah, maybe he finds it relaxing. So I'm sure it's all been okayed by the tournament director, and we're off.
Oh, you know what Russell's doing? He's tuning into the live commentary to get tips.
That's a great idea.
Hi, Russell. Wave if you can hear us.
Russell, blink,
okay.
blink if you can hear us.
You got two Australians commentating, mate. So Dylan has an opening rack of, is that Taboo? Taboo IE.
It is Taboo IE. I think Buai might be best here, but or even Bertie's, a reasonable option. So we'll see what he does.
Okay, it looks like he has arranged Boaty on his rack, but he's thinking about possibly something else as well.
Yeah, Buai. I think that's best. Yeah.
What a great word. Okay, so Dylan's dropped a lot of vowels there. He's left a TE on his rack, and Russell's one of those players who looks like he doesn't care what orientation his letters are in.
Yeah, it looks like he needs to get rid of at least one of his U's here, I think. He could play something like Ahuru through the A, but it exposes a triple word score. So he might even consider exchanging here. He might consider exchanging something like UU or UUH, keeping EIRS, which is a pretty strong leave.
So UUH is a word in itself?
No, it is not.
Okay, sorry.
Like he might consider exchanging that, or he might just play.
I'm with you. Yeah.
He might just play OU and UH for 20 points, keeping EIRSU, which isn't too bad either.
And Buai is a remote area in New Zealand, for anyone wondering what that means. All right, let's see if anyone's got anything to say on the commentary. Yeah, Liz, I agree. I do feel for Joe as well, but there's no fault with the clock. So those of you watching earlier, Joe did have her win taken because she was just over time. So Russell's still having a think.
I think he's going to play UH here. Oh no! Wait a minute. He's playing HUI. Okay, that's not too bad either. It keeps the board sort of fairly tight, and EURS is a decent leave.
And Dylan has BRETTIE, Bretty.
Yeah, I think he's hoping for a C for Brettis.
Yes.
But yeah, he's not going to bingo on this board after HUI. Not that he had anything. I don't think he had anything, any bingos prior to that either.
Okay, and you don't see anything else possible from that rack with the tiles on the board. There's nothing in itself.
No, I think HUI was a fairly defensive play. So yeah, I'm not sure what Dylan's got to do here. Certainly not many, hardly any scoring options of any note.
So Huey, the back hook for Huey is an A. Is that all that takes?
I think it takes a C as well. And does it take an S? Yes,
and
it takes an S as well. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay,
So
Tribe's good play. Yep.
Great. That puts Dylan up by. Dylan has an early lead with 20-17. Oh, Russell's rack looks quite good.
It does look very promising, but I can't see any bonuses here.
So Russell has TREMULS.
If the B was one spot to the right, he could have had tumblers, but yeah, I don't think he's got anything with this rack. Yeah.
Russell's word knowledge, of course, is exceptional. He studies daily and puts up a lot of his puzzles and plays up on Facebook for people to try to work out. So he's a wonderful interactive player on the Australian scene, getting everyone involved.
Yeah, in fact, I think he's planning to come to the Decathon next month, which is a big, it's a 10-game event in Melbourne, as you know, Helen, held over the Christmas break, or just after Christmas. So that'll, for anyone sort of considering coming to the Decathon, a bit of a plug. Yeah, it's going to be a pretty strong event with, I think, a lot of the top players in Victoria playing as well.
I think you've probably won it once or twice yourself, Wayne, is that right?
Well, surprisingly, or maybe unsurprisingly, I don't think I've ever won it.
Oh well, 2024, here you come. It's always a lovely way to spend the few days after Christmas, going and play lots of Scrabble.
Indeed, and you've played that event a couple of times as well, haven't you, Helen?
Yeah, I always found it really exhausting, but then I thought that was the worst, and then I ended up going to Malaysia and playing Causeway a couple of times, and I thought those were the longest days I've ever had. So there was once a 24-hour event as well. Have you ever done the 24-hour Scrabble?
Yeah, I missed that tournament. Yeah, that was again, there was a tournament that used to be held in Victoria a few years ago. I think organised by Norma Fisher, which is a marathon leading into the new year. I think that was a great event.
Yeah, I remember by the end of it, I felt like I was just so zoned out, and I think a lot of people were feeling the same.
Anyway, back to Russell. What's he got set up? Has he got Mule set up on his rack for 6 points? It's I'm not sure what to do here, because it's he might be considering getting rid of MUL, keeping the great ERST leave.
So someone's asked, did Dylan block Tremulous?
Whoa, yes he did.
Oh my goodness, good spot. Yeah, wouldn't Russell have been rapt to find that?
Yeah, no.
He probably. Do you think Russell would have seen that?
Russell loves his 9 and 10 plus letter words, so it wouldn't surprise me if he, in fact, I'm reasonably confident that he would have spotted it if it were left open.
Andrew Fisher, thank you for your suggestion, which is ITERUM of the I of tribe. What do you think of that, Wayne? Good one, ITERUM?
Yeah, look, it depends.
Interim, I suppose.
It depends which way Russell wants to proceed here. Whether he wants to, if he wants to keep fishing for a bingo, then I'd be leaning towards dumping 2 or 3 tiles. Or if he wants to keep scoring, then something like ITRM or ITRM. Where is it? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 27 points. It really depends on your playing style, and if he was basically confident of the word.
Yes. Well, we'll wait and see what he decides to do here. He's certainly not a fast player like the last one we watched, who's Chris. He takes his time to consider what he's going to do.
Well, it's funny though, because my experience playing Russell is that he is a reasonably fast player, but perhaps he's taking his time because this is a difficult position to navigate.
You mean his position in the standings or just in this game at the moment?
Oh, just this rack and this board position. It's because what he plays basically dictates, I think, which way he's headed. So he's chosen to play lump for only 8 points, and looks like, is Dylan holding? Oh no, he's picked up his tiles, and so he's Russell's basically fishing for a bonus, and I'm not sure if he's got anything, but it's now back on Dylan.
And Dylan has a J and 2 N's for November, D, E, T and S.
Yeah, well, Dylan doesn't have the best rack either, but okay, so he's opting for... That's interesting, so he's opting to blow up the board even though Russell made a fishing play the previous move, and this might come back to bite him because he's now given Russell a couple of, or at least one bonus option through the E of indent.
And what's that one you see?
Treasure.
Of course. And do you imagine that Russell would have seen that straight away?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think he's got Ostera as well, which he's almost got lined up.
Nice. So would you play Treasure from the far left?
I might play Ostera because it scores more, right? Across the 2 double letter scores. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see what Russell does. Treasure might be more defensive, I don't know. Actually, Treasure scores the same, doesn't it? Yeah, my bad. Yeah.
He's going with your suggestion.
Yeah. Yeah. No, good find, Russell.
And just a quick look to see if Dylan can use that J to his advantage with the newly opened lane there with Ostera. So Dylan has C-E-G, J-O-W-S.
Yeah, you could do something like Cowage here, C-O-W-A-G-E, but he hangs on to the J and it exposes the E, so he might opt to, I don't know, play a bit more defensive, something like Jows, for example.
Yep, he's thinking about Cowage by the looks.
There you go, yeah.
It would be a nice score, wouldn't it?
It would, and he might be able to, score well with the J next turn. I'm not a big fan of holding onto the J, but Courage is a decent score.
And then would you worry about leaving that triple spot open, or would the score be worth it?
Yeah, look, it just sort of depends on his risk factor. Like, he's behind by 30 points, so he doesn't have to take any drastic risks at this stage. But even if he plays something like Jowers onto the S of Ostera, he still leaves that cowage spot open for Russell to make use of. So, yeah, it just sort of depends on, I guess, how he's feeling and, yeah, his game style.
And Russell's got another S on his rack, a couple of A's, so he's not in a bad position for the next move. And it looks like Dylan's thinking about JOE somewhere as well. Maybe above Ostera there, on top of the AUS. Perhaps.
Oh yes. That is a bit risky though, because it sets up the double word score. Making JA something like JAY like Russell has on his rack. So yeah, I'm not a fan of Joe. Maybe yeah. I think I'd probably play something like Jowers onto the S or Cowage.
And Joe does take an S at the front too, is that right?
Yeah. I think S Joe is a South African interjection or something.
Oh, Dylan probably says it all the time. Certainly got more time to chat on this game, Naween. The last one we were trying to keep up with Chris.
Yeah, both of these guys are
Australian player.
Both of these guys are taking their time. I think they're not the easiest of moves to play through, and looks like Dylan's opted for jaw, which is perfectly fine.
Okay, and Russell has 2 A's, an F for Fred, S for Sam, and TOY.
So I think Ofay is allowed in CSW 19, isn't it?
I'm sorry, I don't know, but does jaw take a Y?
No, it does not.
Okay. So, Ofay, you'd play that. Have you got a spot for that?
No, I don't. I'm just... you could probably do something like Fatty through the T, which probably isn't the best play. Yeah, certainly none of the moves have been straightforward apart from I think Russell's bingo thus far.
And Ofay is acceptable, by the way. Yeah. So he's having a think, listening to his... I'd love to know what he's listening to. I wonder if it's heavy metal or relaxation.
Well, you can probably ask him if he wins the game.
So if you were a betting man, what do you reckon Russell would like to listen to?
Heavy metal, I think.
Maybe some pop, some relaxing pop music.
Okay, so he's gone with Fatty. Okay, that's all right.
Yep, I think you suggested that one. And Dylan has CIOGIES. So he's put CIOGI in a row. Is there any reason for that at this point that you can see?
I do not know. He did have Logicize lined up on his rack as well prior to that, but there's no L to play through. I can see Letterhead, in fact, suggested Ofay and Luma, which might have been slightly better, just from a rack leave perspective for Russell.
Oh yes, that would have been nice.
And it looks like Dylan's got Kogi lined up. Not sure where he's going to play it. But,
does LUM take anything other than a P and A?
Nope.
P and A are the only... Maybe S, I suppose?
Yeah, maybe S. Yeah, there is... Yeah.
And in case you're interested, we've also got the overall top game standings, which I'll share with you in a moment.
I think he's got Dogi lined up through the D of Indent.
So.
Oh, I think Fatty blocked Egoistic, didn't it?
Oh, it did.
Which he's got lined up on his rack. Yeah, wow. There you go.
So Dylan is coming second overall in the tournament as of last game. And Howard has the lead by about 500 margin points over him. So same number of games, 18 each. And then Blue Thorogood, also from New Zealand, rounds out the top 3 at the moment on 16. So he's 2 games behind the leaders.
So it sounds like Dylan needs to win this game to stay in touch with Russell for the overall individual standings.
Yeah, definitely needs to win the game, and also if Howard continues to win, he needs to somehow absolutely smash his opponents to get ahead of that big spread that Howard has amassed.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, I would say that if Dylan doesn't win this game, Howard would have the tournament in the bag.
Yeah. So I'd probably even consider something like GIES making IF and EA. It's not the best sleeve keeping CIOS, but it's just one of those. It just seems like one of those cagey games. You just gotta, I don't know, just keep sort of trying to score and balance your rack until it eventuates into a bingo, hopefully. Oh, there we go. He's played GIS.
Yeah. Well done. Oh, goodness me, Russell. Couple of consonants and the rest vowels. So Russell's got an S and a D, 2 A's, 2 E's and an O.
Yeah, so... Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thoughts?
Another rough, tough rack to play through. I mean... yeah, so just looking at his rack, I'd consider getting rid of some of those vowels. Maybe something like ODEA, ODEA, making OR and ER for not a lot of points, but what do you do?
Yeah, that's not bad. Above Austera there, you thought?
Yeah, perhaps.
Yeah. Because playing it next to LUM is too risky, isn't it? Playing ODEA.
Yeah, and like he might wish to preserve or keep the D. Okay, there you go. He's gone for a bit more of a score making Bear. I don't like the leave ODAS, but Bear scores a bit more than ODEA, so.
And Dylan's having a look at his rack. He's got CEIOO and 2 S's. So it looks like all the S's are out of the bag. 3 of them are on the players' racks and 1 of them is on the board as a bingo.
Yeah, this is turning into a really sort of cagey game, isn't it? It's like the bottom left hand side of the board is like completely clogged up.
Yeah.
So it's just a question of I guess who blinks first or who's gonna bingo first. Looks like Dylan's got coups lined up on his rack, possibly making OB and SOH, which will further block that side of the board with the C in that position.
Edward thought earlier that perhaps Russell might have played a bear instead of BARE. Might have been a better move.
Yeah, possibly keeping the retaining the E. So okay, so Dylan's opted for coup instead, keeping the S, which is fine. So that's blocked up that side of the board as well. And okay, Russell's just going for score here, which is fine.
Yep, and that leaves Russell with SADUG, and poor old Dylan has 2 S's and 2 E's, 2 O's.
I think he's picked up 2 more O's.
Did he? Oh, he did too. Oh,
Are these guys?
Are
these guys shuffling the bag before they pick up their tiles?
Yeah. Seems that way, doesn't it? Oh dear, how frustrating.
So look, I think I can just see him playing OO here, making OW or OU and OM. Just keep, plugging away. I think.
Yeah, lots of very short words being played here. Nothing, no great flow going on at this point. But they're both making the best scores they can with what they have. So where would OO go? Do you reckon on top of Lum, or would that just be too risky?
Not really. I mean, like Lum is sort of fairly open anyway. So whether looks like he's got Ooze lined up somewhere.
Andrew thinks maybe OSE and make Jaws just to get some points.
Yeah, that's another option if he wants to get rid of one of his S's. Yeah, personally, I'd try and get rid of both O's, but yeah.
Both O's, yeah. And then watch him pick that last O out of the bag after that.
Okay, so it looks like Dylan's decided to go with Andrew's suggestion of OSE. He's about to play it, is he?
It looks like he's poised.
Yep.
There it is. Leaving OEI and that precious S. Okay, Russell has 2 A's. S, U, D, G, E.
Oh boy, they're not making it easy for us, are they?
No. But it's a close game again, which, as you said before, you love a close game.
Sure do.
It's good for the viewers. Hard to call from here, for sure.
What do? Do you just play something like EAU, making TA and YU? I don't know.
Well, if that's what Naween's suggesting, that sounds like a decent thing to do. EAU, and where would you put that, sorry?
Just next to the Tia Fatty.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
That's exactly what he's doing. Okay. Yeah, great work. And Dylan's looks better. So 2 I's, EMNOS. Can you see anything? Yes.
Nothing pops up at me off the top of my head. Yeah, and there's certainly no floaters to play through. So
yeah, there's none at all actually.
You could possibly just play something like OM and MM just to keep scoring, I suppose. Two eyes aren't ideal, but.
And speaking of floaters, if there had been an S, one of the comments is that Russell could have played a swaged.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Well, at least Russell should be bingoing next turn. Looks like he's finally picked up a decent rack.
Yep, so he's he'll be in the lead after that. It looks like he'll definitely find something, won't he?
Yeah, and Russell should bingo. I think Andrew's just pointed out in the chat that Dylan's got Ionism making ME, but whether he would want to blow up the board, I don't know.
Okay, so he's going to play MOI.
Oh, that's interesting. So he's gone for MOI instead of in that position instead of making MM for a few more points. That's interesting positioning.
All right, so Russell gets to decide what he's going to do here. He's got a space above the MU now to make something ending in E, I suppose. Does OM have an S on the top? Can you do SOM? I can't remember.
Yeah, you can have SOM. Yeah, he's got stuff like, I guess, glassed, for example, but he'll be looking for a double here if there is one.
So you'd need to, oh goodness me, that's difficult, isn't it? You'd have to finish with E and then something S. Yeah.
someone's pointed out in the chat that there's a sideways blank alert, which I think people were sort of saying might be a little bit of a giveaway, but I think Russell's just fixed that very quickly.
I wonder if anyone can quickly have a look if there's anything that would go across that MOI. Have you got something there that you can have a look?
Well, I can see. Well, he can. He's got stuff like Legends, Lagends, making DI. It's not quite a double, but it scores fairly decently.
Yeah.
And
right. So yeah, you'd want to try to get as many letters on top of that as you could. Yeah, I like that idea. What was it again? Legends? Or
with a A, yeah, Lagends. I'm sure someone in the chat will tell us if there's a double.
Yeah, Lagends. I reckon, and you got the D on top of the I for maximum points as well. Yeah, love that. Dangles, I suppose, would work as well. Is NOM a word or not?
Yeah, dangles. Okay. I think would score pretty much the same. So I think plenty of options for Russell. I think he'll want to try and keep it as tight as possible.
Yeah, it was interesting that Dylan opened it up like that.
Oh, here we go. So Julie Bryce has suggested Be Glads in the chat. I didn't know Be Glad took an S, so there you go. That actually works as a double.
Wow, Julie, thank you. I wonder if he'll see it. He's having a look. I mean, he'd see it straight away if it was a straight wrap without a blank, I imagine, but because Russell would know that sort of word, but with a blank it makes it so much harder to go through all the possibilities.
Yeah, so Russell will probably take his time here, just he's still got 10 minutes to play with, and just make sure he's making the best or second best play.
And just having a look back at the standings while he's thinking, Russell's currently in 6th overall, but he is the top Australian player, just ahead of Esther. He was on 14 wins after the last round. Esther's got a massive margin. She's on 13 wins, but she's actually got 1,321 margin, which is huge, just behind Howard Warner, who's the leader. So when she wins very convincingly.
Indeed. So Russell has gone for glands, which is fine.
And he's the sort of bloke, I reckon later he'll have a look and he will find big lads when he does his analysis. Dylan's got a Z.
Yes, unfortunately Russell's set up ZE for Dylan, so he'll probably play Zing fairly quickly here, I think.
Yep, take the points. So Russell's only ahead by 9 points after a bingo, is that right? Or is the score's not updated? He must be more ahead than that. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
259 to 169, yeah. But Zing will get him right back in.
Sure will.
Yeah. And he's still thinking about it. It's just making sure, I suppose, that there's nothing else that would get a better score.
Russell has picked up the second blank, which makes him the clear favourite for this game. So Dylan really needs to probably have a good pick-up after Zing, I would say.
And there goes Zing. And Russell's got a blank.
Yeah, and interestingly, Zing actually sets up QIS. Wouldn't surprise me if Russell just drops the Q off here, because VOTR is a pretty good leave. Even though it's not great on this board, it's still a pretty strong leave.
Yeah, definitely. Yep, I'd say that he's probably not going to waste too much time on this to Meanwhile, another big tile's come out on the other side. There's an X to play on the next move for Dylan. Edward said with only one hooking tile left, Zen would have been a cheeky move.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, so does Dylan have the last S, does he? Yeah, okay, yep, that makes sense.
And I was talking about Esther and her huge spread. Apparently she had a 630 to 217 game in her first game against Stanley.
Wow, wait. So I'm surprised Russell's spending this much time on his move. What could he be thinking?
Yeah, I guess he's looking at the openings that are possible if he does. Oh, look at this! He's not doing QI.
Whoa. Okay, that is very surprising.
Okay.
Perhaps the triple opening spooked him, and he decided to take that out. But yeah, I don't like that leave because there's no U's left. Not that you necessarily need a U these days to play the Q, but yeah, interesting play.
Do you think he's hoping he can just do it on the next move?
Yeah, look, I suppose he's picked up an I now, hasn't he? So he can now, if that spot stays open, he can come back with QIS and QI. But yeah, I think I would have dumped the Q off last turn.
So Dylan is having a look here. He's got an X, S, L, A, N, E, V. You see anything obvious at the moment?
Well, I think has he got venal lined up to the L of glands, possibly. But yeah, look, tough position for Dylan. He's down by 60 points. Yeah, I guess he just got to keep scoring and I guess hope that he can catch up with only 25 tiles left.
Yeah, on the commentary, people are generally going along with your thoughts there, Naween, that QIS was the gift.
Yeah, wow, interesting. There we go. So Dylan's taken out the QIS spot with his X. That's interesting. Okay, which is not bad because venal is a decent leave, and unfortunately he's picked up another N.
Yeah.
But he could simply play venal and axis for a bunch of points next turn.
That would be lovely. Yeah, that would be very nice.
I think Russell was about to play QI, but then he held back after the X dump.
And he's just going to pop the QI under. Oh, he got a 30 for the Q, so that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was not too bad in the end. He's lucky he got that I though.
Yeah. Edward's gone. That's so Russell. Edward knows his man.
Oh, yes, he does. So 6:30 for Esther earlier in the day. Do you remember what your high game of all time score is, out of interest, Naween?
Well, I think I got 700 something against my old friend Dawn Browning many years ago in a tournament game. Do you remember her?
I do. Yeah. I'm sure she was absolutely gracious about it too.
She actually was, yeah.
Yeah.
She doesn't play anymore these days, but yeah, I was very grateful for that score against her.
Well done.
Now,
what do you think?
Why has Dylan? Was he about to play venal and did he take it back?
I don't know if he was. Is that the obvious choice for you?
Yeah,
I mean, it's such a good. Do you think he's worried about blocking that lane?
No, I think he's got to play it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's 40. Well, how much is it? 12, 34, 33, 43 points. Yeah, you got to play it.
Yeah, and then that leaves just one lane to get it. Oh no, sorry. There's tribes. There's tribes as well. I guess he's still got that beautiful S up his sleeve, so that will be helpful.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a bit grim for Dylan given that Russell has the blank, but Dylan doesn't know that, so he's got to play for the blank. And he's still got a S on his rack, and the remaining tile pool isn't too bad. I think he's just got to keep scoring.
And at 5 minutes, would you be worried about time, do you think, at this point, or he's fairly comfortable? And NAV, he went with.
Yeah,
do you think
interesting.
he missed Phenol, or?
I don't know. Nav he's sacrificing like 20 plus points there, but yeah, I guess Nav gives another bonus lane, but yeah, I think I would have played Phenol.
Edward thought maybe dump. Hope for access. Bong is.
Yeah, and that's game over. Russell's just got drafted. GG.
Oh, look at that. Yeah. So that'll be it. So Russell will still be in the running to take out the top Australian spot if he wins this game, which you can't always say it's going to happen. And Dylan will be hoping Howard loses.
Yeah. So well done to Russell. I think I'm going to call it now. I guess we'll see if Dylan can try and cut down on some of the spread if he can find a bonus this move or the next.
So he's got PALE, pale, and then NST. Is there something playable in that rack that you can see at this point?
I cannot. I don't think there's any place for planets or Platons. I guess you could play planet and taxis and just get it over with, but yeah, it just depends what Dylan wants to do.
Tribe doesn't take anything weird at the end of it that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Yeah. And GI is still... There's nothing on top of GI that can go up there? There's no new additions that I'm not aware of?
I don't think so, no.
Yeah.
Here we go. So Dylan's just planet and whatever, and he'll empty
what happens.
Yeah, just empty the bag and get it over with, I think.
Russell's got some nice letters on his rack that he can use to really consolidate a good score here. So W, C, Y and H that he can play around with at his leisure with 6 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, I think Dylan sort of did pretty well given the tiles that he had to play with. Looks like Russell got three bingos to 0 for Dylan, so I think it pretty much came down to who picked up the last blank, so I think Dylan did a pretty good job overall, and Russell played quite well himself.
Dylan looks like he's a bit over it all. He hasn't even bothered putting his letters in the right way. Disappointing for him. I think it must have really hurt when he picked up those 2 O's after he dumped them.
So Liz has just pointed out in the chat that giant killer Chris Ostrowski has accounted for Howard 518 to 442, which means the overall standings are still up for grabs, I think. So even though Dylan is losing this game, it's still it'll probably come down to the last game as to who takes out the overall standings between him.
And what a lovely position for them to be in to not have to worry that they haven't won the team event. They've got that in the bag, so now they can battle it out not battle it out against each other, but at least hope that one of them can get across the line for the top position.
Yeah.
And
well done to Chris as well for a couple of big upsets there in the last couple of rounds.
I wonder if he put the time pressure on Howard as well.
We'll have to get Chris on the mic and ask him how what his secret was.
So L-I-C-H-I, is that a word, or is he thinking of chili, or C-H-I-L-I is not a word?
Yeah, lychee is fine. Chili is also fine. I wonder where he's considering playing it.
Okay, so
I think lychee is good with a T as well. L-I-T-C-H-I.
just having a look at that spot down next to drafted to see if there's anything he could do there, but it's a bit hard with those eyes. So where do you think he's thinking of putting L-I-C-H-I?
I have no idea. I'd probably just whatever and just play something like, I don't know, city or something. Or, I don't know, width maybe, W-I-T-H. Oh, wait a minute, what's he... Okay, so he's going for lychee there. Alright. I wonder if he's trying to block an outplay for Chris, perhaps.
Yeah, so Chris has got 6 letters left on his rack, and I bet he wished he had those sort of letters together earlier on when he needed them, but A-E-N-P-R-S.
Yeah.
Do you think playing Planet and only taking 6 out of the bag, was he already at the point where he decided there was no point trying for a last 7? Do you...
Oh yeah, no, it was game over at that stage.
Yeah.
So I mean, he had like, I don't know, what, 3-4 minutes on his clock. So I think just get it over with.
Yeah.
I don't think spread makes a difference to Dylan. I think Howard has a reasonably strong margin on him. So yeah, I think Planet was fine.
Can you see an outplay for him with those?
No, I can't. He's got Arpens lined up. I think Perrins is good as well, but I can't see what he's going to do here. Yeah.
I suppose he just needs to regroup and have a look at his next opponent, his final opponent. After this, I wonder who he'll be playing from Australia in the last game.
I think something like Sneep is fine, making AL and PI for Dylan. Unless, oh wait a minute, unless he wants to block the, oh no, I think Russell's got multiple places to go out, so that's fine.
So he's just left an end, he's played rates for something like just above 30, so Russell has YW left and the game is all but done. Russell will probably win by around 100 at this point. So YEW from in the area where drafted is perhaps is the first place I can see. Is there a better scoring opportunity with those letters?
Yeah.
NEWY is not a word, is it?
NEWY? No, I don't think so. No.
Okay, so he's gone out with you. Well done, Russell. Well done, Australia. For what it's worth at this point.
Yeah, so well done, Russell, yeah, well, I guess well done to Dylan as well for doing the best with the racks that he had.
Yeah, they weren't great, yeah. So 2 bingos in the game, 3, and they were all from Russell.
Yeah.
So Glands, Drafted, and Ostera.
We might try and have a quick interview with Russell just to get his thoughts on this game. Yeah, and see how he's tracking.
Sounds great. I'm sure he'll be up for a chat.
Yeah.
And he's taken those headphones off so he can have that post-game analysis with Dylan.
Yes.
I wonder, are you going to mention Big Lads?
We can.
When you play Huey,
When you played here, I have tremulous through the OU.
In fact, I'm not sure.
So we both blocked each other.
I might be moving to the table.
Sitting there cursing my racks, but I hadn't actually missed anything from follow-up. I don't know. I'm very unsure of any of the hooks on Lum.
Yeah, it takes an A. I wasn't sure about the E.
I was the same. I was like, does it take an E? And it does. So it doesn't take the E. It takes the A. So.
Yeah, I didn't want to put the E. I wanted to play Kogi, but I wasn't sure of the E. And then I was desperate to put a T or a P there at some point.
Yeah.
Just to open the side of the board.
Yeah. Well, I think that didn't do you any favours because it just does my job for me. Yeah.
I kept GIES.
But also I have the blank, so I think maybe if you had the blank on your rack, might be more things. Because also, then I mean, I don't know what you kept. You obviously had very nice tiles when you kept that.
I kept SEM. What was your question?
With Zing and just with your X, you dumped the X for no points.
Yeah, because I kept slave with an N.
Okay.
Venal.
Yeah.
And I was pretty desperate to open.
Yeah, I don't like keeping the V and the L together. I think L gets overrated a bit. Just.
The board was blocked.
Yeah.
I needed.
There was also
I needed to open.
Is that I kept the board stupidly blocked. So you kept Venal. So you could have.
Could have played Venal.
So you could play Venal maybe play Venal and then try for like an N bonus or something.
And
you had this.
With what opening?
Well,
there wasn't any.
Make your own opening.
Yeah. I knew you would never let anything stay, so that's why I switched to Nav.
I did score quite a lot, and it's almost like if I on another day, Well, you there are things like. I mean, I don't know how confident you are with your nines, but like nines that start this way, and you've still got the S. So like if I dip no one, these are things you leave those really outside chances.
Yeah, well played. Nice game.
Oh, thank you. Oh, I better actually write the score.
You want me to? Can I pack away?
Yeah.
It was a very low-scoring tactical game.
Yeah.
G'day.
Hey Rusty, it's Helen and Naween.
Hi.
How are you going after that game? I bet you're glad you're still in the running.
I'm hoping I wasn't making all the mistakes in the world. I felt like I made them. I felt like I could have done better with me blandies, but that was all the best I could see without playing something I wasn't 100% sure of.
Would you like to know what
the of course.
Live commentators, live people? So Julie Bryce actually found Big Lads.
Oh, Big Lads. Okay, I didn't think of making a V. I did see Bellegarde. Obviously didn't have the letter. So I was looking at other words with the V, but Big Lads would have done the job. But as it turns out, picking the other blank was a bit of a blessing. So, and I don't know if you saw if you noticed the controversy of my rack got knocked over, and I think it exposed both the Q and the blank. So it was a little bit. It was like it could be an international, incident about to happen, but
wow, no, we missed that. Russell, g'day, Russell. It's Naween here. How are you, mate?
G'day, Naween. Yeah, good, mate.
Look, I'm not sure if Helen asked you already, but there were people were inquisitive to find out what you were listening to.
Oh, I just have it noise cancelling on the headphones.
Okay. No, we were taking bets on what sort of music you were listening to.
Okay, and what was the top bet?
Well, Helen asked me what I reckon. I thought it might be heavy metal, but I think. What did you think, Helen? Was it?
Well, Russell, I thought you might be a light pop sort of guy, or maybe some relaxation music.
Now, I'm pretty sure that's not a serious response. So, Naween's a little closer. I think if I was going to be listening to anything, it'd be something between heavy metal and the most thrash electronic hardcore you could get. So
So we might see you at the Metallica concert next year.
Yeah. Well, my friends are going. I'm not sure I really have the musical interest to sit there for $600. So that's another tournament, really, isn't it? So.
Yeah, especially since you're in the lead of the Australians with Esther's huge margin. But if you can keep chipping away at the wins,
I'm not sure
it is.
I'm not sure what happened with Esther's game, but I've got to play Chris Tolman in the last game, and I think is Esther playing you, Dylan? Is Esther playing you next game? Is Esther playing you next game? Yeah.
I think she's playing Howard. Is it?
Oh, Howard. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. So.
But, yeah. No, but look, well done, mate. Grab a quick break and good luck for the last game. And look, we'll see you back in Australia.
Yeah. Okay, mate. Thank you very much. I'll give it my best. All right.
We'll be glad if you win.
Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. I'll go.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, 1 minute. See you soon.
I mean, the chance of winning on this but I've been losing to win the chance of the lower side. That's a big one. Go figure. Come on, positive.
yeah, I think having it not right here, we'll do it much easier. Yeah, that's good.
Alright, good luck for your last one. Right. Oh, the humans, yeah.
And Esther's starting, so she's here.
Did you mind doesn't
Hey guys, welcome to the last game of the Trans-Tasman Challenge for 2024. Big game coming up between Howard Warner and Esther Perrins from Australia. Welcome, Helen. Are you excited?
Yeah, and I'm feeling very honoured that we get to be the people who bring to the masses the commentary for this very important game. Howard's trying to win the entire tournament, and Esther is hoping to overtake Russell in the Australian standings. So we'll see how we go.
Yeah, I think Russell might have a 2-game lead on Esther at the moment, but yeah, I think like you sort of said, the overall winner might come down to Howard and Dylan from New Zealand. I think they're tied on wins with Howard. Howard's got the edge on spread, so I think if Howard wins this, he'll take out the overall standing winner, individual winner.
And he's no stranger to winning big games. I think he's rated #1 in New Zealand, apart from perhaps Nigel, who's still playing over there. Is that right or not?
I don't know if Nigel still plays in New Zealand, but yeah, I think Nigel's based in Malaysia these days. But yeah, I think Howard's been on top of the New Zealand ratings for a long time, and I think he's been to like a dozen World Championships, I think.
Esther's arrived at the table, woman after my own heart, here with her cup of tea that will get her through this last game.
Yeah. So for those that don't know, I think New Zealand have taken out the event already. So they've convincingly beaten Australia this year in the Trans-Tasman Challenge. But yeah, still an important game this for the individual standings, and I think these are probably the top 2 rated players from each country. So should be a good game.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what happens. Hey, do you want to call it? Do you want to have a bet?
No bets for me. No.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll tell you who I'm going for.
Mm-hmm.
Esther, because she's from Australia.
Sure. Your unbiased opinion?
Yeah, so unbiased. Love Howard though. He stayed in Australia for 6 months or so. He used to come to a club that we had, and really got to know him. And he talked about his role as an editor. I think he is, he does something to do with literature. So. He's a great person to hang around with and play.
Yes, I remember. We used to play at the old Homestead Inn in Fitzroy, and Howard made a few appearances many years ago. There you go, blast from the past.
Yeah, they were really good days, and we used to have lots of beer and lots of meals, and at least 3 games a night, I reckon, we got through. So
yes,
Melbourne's a great scene for Scrabble. These days I'm up in Townsville playing in a lovely private apartment with beautiful views of Magnetic Island. I don't know if Julie said yesterday, I think she did, that next year Townsville's hosting the Queensland Championships and the Women's Championships. So everyone's welcome in August from all over to join us up here.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yes, I haven't been to the Magnetic Island tournament in quite a while, but yeah, perhaps I'll be back there one day.
Yeah, we're calling it a festival of Scrabble, and you'd qualify for all of them except, of course, the women's.
Thank you. Okay, looks like Esther is going first, and yep.
Sorry.
Yeah, all good. So looks like Esther's a bit of a clunky rack to start with. Plays WUD, which is fairly straightforward, I think, and it's back on Howard.
Okay, so Howard's got 2 Bs. END, he's put out bend on his rack. Guess he's thinking about playing that just above the... Oh, where is he thinking about playing that actually? Naween?
I don't know, I'd probably consider something like just bunk or something, keeping BEDS, which is a pretty good leave.
Oh, okay, yep. And Wad takes an S, is that all?
Voodoo is good as well, with a U.
Nice. Okay, so he's thinking of KN. Is KNUBBED perhaps a word?
Gee, I'm not sure. Is it? It is not. There you go. He's played bunk. Yeah, makes sense. He's got an S. Good setup.
Would you consider playing bunked, or is that not worth it?
I'd probably keep the ED. It's a pretty good leave, so yeah.
Fair. Esther's got a Z and a J, so some early big tiles coming out of the bag. And of course she's got ING, R and V.
Yeah, Esther's got a fairly clunky rack to play through. She might consider changing here.
Obviously, no big spot. Oh, she did. Look at that. You can read minds, Naween. Change 6 for Esther.
Yeah, interesting. She's opted to keep the Z, which is fine, I think.
Would you throw a Z back?
I don't know. Yeah, really good question. I think there are occasions where you would, and there are occasions where you wouldn't. Yeah, I think it's marginal. Wouldn't surprise me if Howard decided to change here as well. He decided to play blends and go for the score, which is fine.
Looks like he's all about just getting these words down and getting this game done. And Esther's got ISZIMDA, so 2 I's. She's just checking Howard added that up correctly. Always a good idea, so that you don't have to worry about counting back later.
Yeah, I think these two are they're both sort of reasonably quick players. So I think, yeah, assuming there are no awkward racks to play through, I'd expect this to be over. Yeah, before. Without going into any overtime.
Right, yeah. So, any obvious spots with the Z that you can see at this point?
I cannot.
Let's have a look on the chat, see if anyone's got any suggestions. Not
probably,
at the moment.
Probably consider something like Kazi, maybe.
Yeah, I like that too. Looks like she's arranged that to consider it. MIDS, not a bad leave, I suppose. Meanwhile, Howard has a pain in the arse.
Yeah, no, he hasn't picked the best rack, has he? He might consider changing this time, depending on what Esther does. And she's opted for Kazi. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, as soon as you suggested it, I thought that's a great one. Alright, I wonder if he will chuck a few R's back. Maybe get rid of those I's too. Would you keep an eye, Naween?
Yeah, look, I'd consider exchanging, keeping RIE, or maybe even something like Rulier, maybe, through the L.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Rulier's just as good as throwing back, I suppose, and you get some points. I always feel like whenever I throw an I back,
you get more.
I get another one. He seems to have arranged RU on the side, but I don't know if that's with any particular motive.
Yeah, I think he's going for Rulier, yeah.
So scores are pretty level. So hard to call from here. So Howard's just played Rulia, and that brings him up to a score of 51. Snap.
Scores are tied.
Dead level, yeah.
She's almost got Residuum if she had another U, but...
Oh, that would be lovely, wouldn't it? Yeah.
I don't think she's quite got a bingo here.
Rubia is a suggestion. RUB. IER was probably a better one than Rulia. Did you agree with that?
Yeah, look, I wasn't sure of Rubier. Yeah, that's probably slightly better than Rulier, yep.
I suppose Howard might not have been sure of it either.
So she's got MEU lined up on her rack, which I think is reasonable. It depends where she opts to play it. If she plays Voodoo and MEU, or whether she plays it next to the E of Rulier.
Seems to be lots of options.
Yeah, no, I think this is a good play. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's a lovely leave too. SIDE.
Meanwhile, Howard's drawn more vowels.
Oh dear. You can never tell though. He's got quite a level sort of face when he plays, so he doesn't.
Yeah, a bit of a poker face, perhaps.
Yeah, yeah. Whether he's winning or losing, he tends to have the same attitude, which is lovely. So you reckon you'd change?
Well, I don't know. I think, has he got OO and ZO lined up here?
Oh yeah, ZO and IO, yeah. He certainly does.
Would have been nice to get rid of a few more vowels, but Howard's quickly played OO, which is fine.
Okay, so Esther's got Edgley with an S.
Yeah, so she hasn't quite picked up a bingo, I don't think. But she's got plenty of scoring power here, like playing, GEY and YER, for example.
And then that would leave her with GLIDS, which is a nice leave.
Are there any suggestions in the chat? Let's have a look. Oh yeah.
Radio silence. Feel free to hit us with your suggestions, folks. So nothing stand out to you at the moment, hey Naween?
Yeah, I think she might just try to score with the Y. Just until her rack materializes into a bonus, perhaps.
There's nothing through that ER that gets her Y on that triple letter, is there, that you can see? I'm just having a look if there might be something.
Well, she's got eerily, but the Y doesn't quite fall on the triple letter score. So.
Yeah, so nothing else to play with around there.
I think she might just be better off playing GEY or DEY, making YER. Which she's got lined up at the moment, I think.
And Howard still doesn't have a great situation that he's looking at there, so he's just taking the time to track and wondering why he plays this game.
Yeah, he's had a few clunky wrecks, hasn't he?
I'd say that she's going to do what you're saying, but she's probably just thinking about all the possibilities that it brings.
She's probably just double checking to make sure there's no 7s or 9s that she's missing.
Through the ER. Is that what
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good play.
So YER came in the last round of words, did it?
It certainly came in the last couple of years. I'm not sure which edition it was, but yeah.
Yeah. All right. So Howard, 2 consonants, 5 vowels, almost the full set of vowels, except for the O.
Yeah, this isn't ideal for Howard. Yeah, he might just have to dump off a couple of vowels and keep fishing, unfortunately.
Is there anything that would go in front of that, like the AG, making some sort of 5-letter word down to the ending in A? Is there anything that would go there? I'll see what anyone has to say. Oh, someone said they'd try sedully.
Tempting, but yeah. I think Esther wisely did not.
Yes.
And she's been rewarded with a bingo here, so
lovely. So Howard played ANI, getting rid of a few of those pesky vowels. Hopefully he'll have a better situation. No.
Whoa.
I'm laughing at Howard's poor Howard. 3 R's again.
Did he pick up like or something from the bag? Oh no, he had the U already, right? Yeah.
He had an R, so he definitely picked up 2 R's, I reckon.
How many is he had all the R's? He's had 2 R's when he played Roulier. He's got 3 now.
Oh yeah. And there's yeah, he'll probably get that last one that's in the bag too. Oh, nice score here for Esther with dilates and Kazis. Didn't take too long over that one.
Yeah, so Howard's in a bit of trouble here. If especially if Esther picks well, he might just play something like Tur, TURR, and get rid of some of the R's.
Yeah. He's just having a think. He's got plenty of time. RUER. I wonder what he's thinking there. Maybe true, TRUE.
Yeah, and I think I'd play a Tur, keep the E.
So TIRR over to...
Oh no, TURR.
The triple. Yeah. Oh, TU, yeah.
Yeah, normally I don't like keeping the V, but that leave is pretty good. I reckon EIRV.
It looks much better, doesn't it already? Yeah.
And it also opens up a few lanes which Howard needs to bingo with. And there we go. He's picked up the blank, so I think he's back in it.
Yep, definitely. And Esther, in the meantime, has 3 O's, an H. EAT, heat, and 3 O's, but she's not taking too long about this one, playing HOO.
Yeah, pretty good score. I would have briefly considered playing Toaroa through the R, which it might be a New Zealand word, I don't know, but I think who is way too many points. I think she's got to play that.
I wonder if they have those theme competitions. Sometimes they have at tournaments, you know, the best New Zealand word and so on.
Sure. In fact, Toaroa is a kind of New Zealand shellfish, apparently.
Well, hasn't Howard's luck turned around? Isn't that great?
Yeah, looks like he's plonking down Grievers.
Esther, meanwhile, is probably going to have a sip of tea at this point because she is looking down the barrel of heap of E's, I's, T's, O's, nothing significant to play with here.
Yeah, although she probably wouldn't be too concerned because I think she's still ahead by about 30 or 40 points, and it's not a very open board, so I think she'll still be she'd still be the favourite at this stage.
So she needs to do what our good friend in Melbourne, Jeff Wright, suggests, which is GIFSIF, which stands for Get in Front, Stay in Front.
Haha. Shout out to Jeff Wright, who's a long-time tournament player from Melbourne. I think he's been playing since the early 80s, I'd say.
Also a regular at our pub gatherings that we used to have, although I don't know if he'd have the technical capabilities to be joining us on the stream, but you never know.
Indeed. Yeah, so not a great rack for Esther, but she might just consider something like Toio or something like that, or Iota, like she's got lined up next to Dilates, perhaps.
There's not a lot of E's left, so she's got 2 of the last 3 E's. If I'm reading that correctly.
I think she's considering Toe next to Grievers, making Geo and RE.
Yeah. Leaving AITE.
Yeah.
Howard's got RASV, N, P and M.
Looks like someone suggested Vampire in the chat through the I and the E's. That's a good find. Well done to Zan A in the chat.
Let's see if Howard finds it.
He's quickly played Map. I think Vampire might be slightly better, perhaps.
Especially if you're thinking along your lines, which is get that V off your rack.
Yeah.
Oh, but Esther's rack doesn't look too bad here. FETIALS.
Yeah. Does she have a bonus here? Oh, she does. She can play Fetals and Woods.
Lovely. Anything through the R over on the right hand triple?
Cannot see.
Have a look if anybody else is seeing anything. There's one cool anagram of fetials. Do you know it? Please?
I should know it.
Putting you on the spot, aren't I?
All good.
And she is playing what you said, and we will get back to you all with that answer.
Ah, yes, Sea Lift. That's right.
Nice.
Which wouldn't go down on this board, I don't think. But yeah, I think Howard's in a bit of bother here. He's picked pretty poorly, and interestingly, if Vampire had come down, I think Esther wouldn't have had a place to bingo, so that could be pretty costly.
Do you know if Howard looks at his games later on to see what Backer would have suggested?
Don't know. It looks like is he holding? I think he's holding Fetials. I think because he realizes this could be the game. Or perhaps they're just counting the score.
Yeah, it looks like the clock's going back on. So Howard's got a cue. In answer to my question that I asked before, Naween, apparently Howard just forgets about the game as soon as it's over, doesn't go back.
Ah, interesting.
Surprising, actually.
Yeah, so he's got cut lined up, but yeah, his leave is just very average. But he doesn't have many options here, I don't think.
Yeah, it's not looking good for him. So Dylan's wife, who's in the chat, she'll be hoping that he'll get across the line if Howard can't do it this time. Wakfa is also another option suggested. WAQF.
Yeah, certainly worth considering, but it probably gives away a bit too much. He might even consider changing here. I don't know. His rack leave is just so bad. But he's down by almost 100, so he probably just needs to, I don't know, maybe just keep on scoring and just QAT and hope for the best.
Yeah, it's that V's still pestering him. Esther's just taking the time to check over all the leftover tiles that are not yet seen. She's got ING again on her rack, IO and YNO, so she's got quite a lot of vowels again. She's certainly not going to come back with another bingo, that's for sure, in the next move.
Oh, that's interesting. He's opted for Nor. Okay, there you go. Interesting. Pretty bad rack leave, but he's gone for the score. He really needs a good pick up here, or else it's game over. Yeah, I think it's over.
Okay, so he's picked up O, F and C. Okay, so he's yawning now. He's like, oh, can we just go have some wine?
Is that a bit of a giveaway, you reckon?
He just looks a bit checked out, perhaps. Esther's played you.
Yeah. Okay, so she's taken out the slightly sort of blocky sort of move, taken out the front hooks for the R of Rulier. So yeah, making it even more restrictive to bingo on this board.
Yeah, and I guess that's what she's trying to do, isn't she? She doesn't want to keep it open for any more bingos for herself. The main point of the game here for her is to keep it blocked. Is that your thinking as well?
Yeah, well, I mean, if she's not too concerned about the margin and if she's just going for the win, she probably just wants to finish the game as quickly as possible and yeah, just keep it blocked up, I suppose.
It'll be interesting to see the final standings, see if Australia's caught up a bit in the last few games. I feel like there's been a lot of Aussie wins, so we might have made up some ground in the latter part of the tournament. Esther certainly doesn't need to worry about her overall margin after that big win she had in the first game with a 630 over 200 something against Paul Stanley.
I think Howard needs to exchange here. He's had that Q and the V for far too long. Yeah, it's got to go.
What would you put back in the bag?
I'd probably exchange everything and keep RS on my rack.
Okay. And just hope you can find a bingo off that R, perhaps, or onto the Y.
Well, he's got to try and pick up one of the E's and that last blank to have any chance. And then maybe hope Esther gets stuck with the Q. Yeah, put it back on her.
And he didn't change. He played VROW.
What's he doing? He's playing through the... Okay.
Yeah, you're not a fan of that move?
Well, I just don't think it does his winning chances any favours. But I mean, who knows? I mean, he might have something up his sleeve that we're not seeing.
Okay. Yeah, so what you're saying essentially is that the only real chance he has is of getting a good rack and bin going, making some good scores is not going to do it at this point.
Yeah, and I think put the cue back in the bag, so hopefully it goes on Esther's rack, and she's got to deal with it.
Yeah, nice move. Yep. Yeah, there's obviously not. I can't see anything at the moment for a cue, so yeah. So Esther's got towing plus another I, TOEING, and an I.
Yeah, I think I was going to suggest something like just ignite and RE, but that exposes the QI spot, so maybe not.
So not a vowel to speak of on Howard's rack there. And Esther's just taking her time. She's got just under 10 minutes left, and we've got 21 tiles left.
Hey, you're right about Howard yawning. He's let out a few yawns, isn't he? that might be a sign.
Oh, he's just thinking about wherever they're all retiring to, whichever salubrious drinking establishment they're all going to go and have their debrief at. Does Howard live in the local area? Do you know?
I don't even know where they're playing. They're playing in Auckland, or really?
G'day from Australia. We don't know where you are.
Sorry, guys, we haven't done our homework properly.
I think it's a Rotorua or something.
Ah, okay.
We're in Auckland. Sorry.
Oh wow, she's played Gov. That's interesting. That's actually quite dangerous because, he could have a pretty big comeback if he had a vowel.
Yeah, interesting.
I think she's probably fixated on blocking all the bonuses, so I can see why she did that.
So is it too late to no, definitely not too late to change. So your suggestion here would be get rid of those letters and keep the S. Maybe just the S.
I mean, if he doesn't change here, then I mean. So meanwhile, Scott's confirmed in the chat that they're playing in Auckland, and Scott and Lewis Hawkins have confirmed that Howard lives near Wellington these days.
Lovely. And apparently, along with you, Naween, Quackle also thought exchange was the best option. So,
are you crackling away in the background, are you?
I am not.
Okay.
I'm getting intel.
Oh, the secret intel.
Yes. No, I don't think I've got a minute to quackle. There's too much yawning to watch. Okay, Esther's back on, and Howard did what you suggested. Is that the leave you would have done yourself?
Look, I don't know. At this stage, I think it probably doesn't matter too much. But look, PHS is a pretty... Yeah, look, I don't mind it, because he's going to have to bingo, and he's going to have to score quite well as well. So, unfortunately, he hasn't picked up the last blank. But at least he's got the cue back in the bag, and he's just got to hope that Esther picks it up and, gets stuck with it, maybe, to have any hope.
Wouldn't be enough, would it, though? I mean, 20, getting stuck with 20 should probably still be ahead enough. Depends on sort of what strategic play he chooses to go for. He's at least got an X now, but like you say, it's nowhere near a bingo.
Yeah, I mean, he could just dump the X, making X and XU next turn, and I don't know, hope to pick up the blank, but Esther's just blocked that.
So she's taken away that lane, which leaves The only one left I can see is the one onto the Y, is that right?
Yeah, Esther's just in full blocking mode at the moment. She's just going for the win, which is, yeah, fine. Yeah, I just don't know what Howard's got to do. Maybe he's just got to try and score and keep opening. And interestingly, Esther has picked up the cue, but she's got a pretty good rack to deal with it. So.
And good news is we've just hit the highest number of subscribers, viewers for the tournament on this final game. So everyone's very keen to watch and find out what happens. Thank you to all our viewers.
Yeah, thanks for the support, guys. This is our last game for the event, and oh, here we go. We've got the standings up. I don't know if people can see that. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yes, and New Zealand have convincingly won the event, and the individual standings are they're between Howard and Dylan are vying for the overall individual placings. It'll probably come down to this game because it looks like Howard's going to lose this game, so it'll probably depend on whether Dylan wins his last game. So perhaps if we can switch back to the game. There we go.
Yeah. And I suppose, yeah, who's Dylan playing? Chris, was it Chris something? No.
Well, Dylan should be playing somebody from Australia.
Of course. Chris
Oh, okay, Chris Ostrowski, you reckon? Don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'll find out in a moment. My intel will update me.
Oh, yes.
So Howard's playing Esther and Dylan is playing Victor. Victor, of course, quite a consummate poker player as well. So he won't give in to Dylan easily. So that will be an interesting result when we get it.
So, what's Howard looking at? Has he got pars set up on his rack?
What's he got? PAHS? Yeah. He wouldn't use the S though at this point, would he?
I mean, he would if he's got a decent play making govs onto the triple word score, but I can't even see anything that he could do there, anything decent. He's just playing lap, yeah.
And hoping that the S hook comes good for him.
Or the A.
Or A.
Yeah.
Lap. Yeah. Just thought of that too. Is that the only... there's...
Clap.
Oh, there's two C's there. Yeah.
Oh, here we go. He's got the blank. He's got a pulse. He's got a pulse.
That's good. There is hope.
But I think you'll find that Esther will just quickly play cut and TAG. Leave 2 tiles in the bag, and I think it'll be game over after that.
So a couple of people just asking about the standings again. I'm pretty sure that if Dylan wins and Howard loses, that Dylan will win the tournament.
Esther just played DQT and quickly fixed it up.
Do you know what I did once against Esther? I had 2 vowels. I was so proud to find beetroot, but I played it as beer-toot.
Ooh.
And she said challenge. I said, oh, why are you challenged? She goes, that's not how I spell that. Beer-toot. Oh, I was so annoyed at myself. Especially after finding that with 2 blanks.
Yeah, so Howard needs a Hail Mary here. He needs to. There's two in the bag. He needs to dump off 1 tile and I don't know. Somehow hope that something like AAL, for example.
You know what one of those tiles in the bag is? Oh no, sorry, the cue's been played. Sorry,
Yeah,
I thought the cue was still there.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's gone here about. Yeah, he might sort of try something. Well, he has to try something drastic.
But where would he even play it? Just down to the Y? Is that what you're thinking?
No, I'm saying I'm saying he needs to open something up, which isn't easy to block, which is probably not possible on this board.
Well, if anyone can find it, I reckon you might be able to. So have another look.
You know what he could do? He could just dump the S on Oyers, hoping to pick up a E for hexatic or something like that. Which, I mean,
but then she'd block it anyway, wouldn't she? Though.
Well, you'd think so, but you know, who knows? There are 2
I
E's
love
left.
that idea. Hexatic, how wonderful that would be. What about something on top of the AL, like AAL or something, and then would that work for hexatic?
Unfortunately, Al sets up Tal, and she's got the last T, but yeah, I mean, he might have to try something like that. I mean, he doesn't know that she's got the T, so yeah. Or he might just throw in the towel. We'll see.
We think that there's an E and an F left in the bag.
Yeah, he's thrown in the towel. Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's impossible to win from here. So he's just taken the score, and yeah, GG.
And then he'll wander over and have a look at Dylan's game. Now, which of the 2 is better off in terms of margin? Is it Howard?
I think it's Howard comfortably on margin. So
yeah. So he could still win the tournament if poor old Dylan falls over.
Correct.
Yeah.
Do we know who Dylan's playing yet in the other game?
Yeah, Victor.
Ah, okay. So
Victor Tung, yeah, he's very good.
Victor's no slouch.
No.
In fact, is that Victor in the background? I think they've already finished.
And you know who Victor's regular sparring partner and mentor is? You know,
yes.
don't you?
Yeah. She's playing.
Is Esther?
Yeah.
She has absolutely taken Victor under her wing, and it's over the many years I've known him, he has grown so much as a player. He used to be so grumpy whenever he lost. Now he doesn't lose as often, and he's a little bit more nice after a game.
Yeah, we should try and find out what happened to Victor's game, because yeah.
Let me get some intel for you. Yeah, so yeah, Victor's recently won quite a few tournaments, and yeah, his ratings have really gone up, so he's doing really well.
In fact, if I see correctly, Victor's packed up his bag and he's ready to catch his flight, I think.
Well, he also does a very good poker face, so sometimes it's hard to tell what's happening with him. Like you, a fan of poker. So
I have some intel myself this time, and I've been told that Dylan has lost, and which means Howard takes out the individual standing. So well done, Howard. And Team New Zealand, who've taken out the overall quite convincingly.
Yes, well done to our friends across the Dutch.
So, a very impressive Kiwi accent there, Helen.
Thank you. Hope it didn't offend anybody.
So what's Esther thinking? Is she looking for Is she just double checking everything, make sure that she can't possibly lose this game, or has she got inject lined up through the sea of chais? Or oh, there we go. Okay.
So a good outcome for both of them. Howard got to sort of muddle through a lot of very unyielding racks and still win the tournament, and Esther gets to take home another win.
Yeah, I think Howard just plays flex and yeah.
And goes and gives Dylan a hug.
That's that.
Yeah, Dylan. Yeah, it'll be tough for him, but he played really well as well.
Yeah, I think both players played pretty well this game. I mean, I can't like they weren't sort of blessed with great racks. I think the only a couple of just interesting plays there from Howard holding on to the queue, I suppose. But yeah, apart from that, I think they both played quite well.
Yeah, I think the only thing you weren't sure about was whether or not he could have perhaps exchanged a bit earlier than he did.
Yeah, and I think also that vampire play. I guess we could sort of ask him after the game if he's coming on the mic or whether it's Esther, whether he sort of saw that. But yeah, I think that would have made a difference as well, because that would have blocked the Features play.
Just going through the final motions here.
Could have played PUH here.
Yeah.
And in fact, I held back the P and the H for that lovely spot there. But then, of course, you blocked that.
I had to, because that was the only scoring spot.
Yeah, obviously. But, you know, so all round that was.
But I had lots of fouls and 1-pointers, and I couldn't really score, you know.
But you had those two really nice,
Can you have tea, Annie?
I think you can, yeah.
Just dilates would have fitted there.
Yeah.
But I wasn't sure of it. So I know Thames. Yeah, but oh well. They'll tell me off when they see
it was just those two sort of straightforward ones that were.
And I mean, it was a block board because when I wasn't going to open it.
And that was.
I was pleased you did that.
I could have done QAT, leaving myself with 5 nasty consoles.
Yeah.
With, you know, WV and so on. I thought, well, you know, there were still some eyes to come, so I took the risk of that, and I never got an eye.
Yeah, well, I had loads of them, and I was keeping one back for the queue because I thought I'm not going to blow them all.
And so I held the queue for so many turns, then of course you got that. Never realised. So 407 and 360. Yeah. I was going to see what happens with a little smiling. So I'm guessing he might have won that one.
Yeah, I should have played it down there. It would have been a big score,
yeah.
But I wasn't sure of it. I thought, well, if it comes off, you know. Yeah.
Well done. Yes, it was. Oh, that was probably just my worst tile drawing of the entire tournament.
All right. Well,
What a time, especially while you know on the screen.
Yeah. Oh, not really, but anyway, yeah, okay, yeah.
Oh,
okay.
Hi Esther, well done on the win.
Oh yeah, going to say, why didn't you play down there?
Not sure what, sorry?
TEME, I could have played dilates down there for a lot.
Yeah, okay, well, no one saw that, so
really?
yeah, no, all good.
What are you doing? You're supposed to spot those things.
We're just having a chat and having a good time here.
Okay, well that's good then, because it's tense here. Anyway, that was good. Yeah, but it was too little too late. I stuffed. Well, I didn't have good first days, so anyway. Oh, did it?
Oh, yeah, no pressure. I'm absolutely zonked. I just lost the last game by 1, and I was absolutely shattered. And I just thought, going onto the camera like this, it was just, yeah.
No, well, we didn't notice any glaring sort of misplays. I think both of you played really well. It was interesting. We sort of noticed after you got in front by about 80 or 90 points, you started sort of blocking the board with stuff like Gov and Trine. Was that a
oh yeah, because
yeah.
if he comes down there, he's going to get 80 or something. So I had to try and kill it. But I was conscious of the queue, so I was not going to burn both eyes. So I was always going to keep an eye back because, Q could make me come unstuck, So
yeah.
yeah, Howard threw it back. He said he threw it back. So yeah. Well, mine didn't flow to start with. I mean, it was just one pointers.
It's interesting. Like I've just noticed, both of your bingos have the tiles A, E, I, L, S, T.
Yeah, that's right. And I hate L's.
Yeah. But
no, I was pleased. I just couldn't believe that he was struggling more than me. Oh well, that was only because I'd only just finished the other game, and I was so sort of parched because it was. We did a recount because it was just the 1 point. It was just such an exciting game, that one, again with Chris Tolman. He was saying, it should have been on camera because it was such a amazing game. But anyway, glad it wasn't.
and
yeah, good, excellent.
And what did you think? What did you think about the whole event? It sounds like New Zealand won convincingly. Are they the real deal?
Oh yeah, they are. Honestly, I knew going in that we were going to be on a hiding to nothing because there's so many good players here now because they've had all these imports and it's an amazingly strong field. When you think of all the players that weren't playing, they didn't qualify. Like, some of the old timers just weren't good enough. So it's.
Yep.
Oh well, no, she's always defected though, but I think it's revitalised.
Fantastic. Well, our director has just confirmed that Howard has won the tournament, so we might.
All right. Yeah. Do you want to talk to Howard?
Yeah. We might set it.
Okay.
Yeah. No, well done again.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks a lot. See ya. Bye.
Hey Howard, well done. It's Naween and Helen here.
Hi, long time no see, particularly you, Helen. Yes. I can't believe it. That was the worst drawing I've had in this whole tournament. It was horrendous. All vowels and then all consonants.
Yeah, no, we sort of noticed when you played Rulier and then after that, you're just sort of struggling through your racks and I think that there probably wasn't a lot that you could do, but no. Is there anything that you might have done differently, perhaps, or not really?
When I changed those 7 consonants, I was thinking of doing PUH, which is about 30-something points, but it still left me with 5 big, nasty consonants. And then you noticed I kept back P and H with my S, so that I could still take that spot, and then Esther blocked that with the trine, which was sort of an obvious spot to go. So I'd never got into it. It was just and when I played Chais, I'd given up.
Yeah. No. Did you have any intel that you'd won the tournament despite?
No. No, I thought it was so gone on me because Dylan doesn't lose 2 games in a row, but then I don't normally as well. So go figure. We've both been romping along throughout today, and we both lose the last 2 of the day. Yeah. Yes, he had a thumping big game. 4 big bingos. A couple of them with over 90 points, and I was having good tiles myself, but everything was just going his way. So I thought I was just sort of just coming to the end of my run.
Yeah. No, there was only. Yeah, there was one play spotted in the chat which we didn't sort of spot either. When you played map, a player vampire through the I and the E. which might have blocked Fetals. Did you see that, or because I think you played map pretty quickly, didn't you?
Yes, I did. Vampire double, was it?
Oh no, it wasn't a double. Okay. It was just through a disconnected I and an E, I think.
No, I think I had quite a reasonable leave when I did map, didn't I? And I was also trying to keep. I was trying to keep that channel for myself. Down onto wood. So I was really quite pleased with that play because it was scored well, balanced my rack. Even though I think I picked up a whole lot more constants, didn't I?
Yeah, and it was just unfortunate. I think after that your racks went downhill, and there probably wasn't much you could do after that. So.
I really only had one good rack, and that was the Grievers.
Yes. So where to from here? When's your next big event?
Couple of small New Zealand tournaments, and then New Zealand Masters at Easter, National Championships in June. I haven't got any other internationals planned, but might try and get to the World Seniors in Berlin in, I think it's September. I'd love to get back to that part of the world.
Fantastic.
Yes. Thank you, and I hope I see you guys again soon. I did come over to Australia earlier this year for the City of Sydney Masters, but you guys weren't there.
Yeah, well, I think there's a couple of big events on our... Sorry, go on.
Can't remember. Sorry, I didn't win it. No. They all start to blur after a while, Yeah.
Well, if you think of coming to Australia, we've got the Decathlon in December, late December, which is a 10-game event. We've got our nationals over Easter I think it's in April next year, and then we got the Victorian Champs I think in around June next year as well. So
that could interest. I never come to your nationals because it's always the same time as our Masters, and our Masters is my favourite event.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, you heard about that? I heard about that. We've got some people coming from going from New Zealand to play in Berlin and Budapest, and they're going to go via Townsville. So that's a possibility.
Yeah.
Okay.
So tell us a bit about the event and the streaming this year. Like, is this the first time that you guys have had sort of a streaming sort of this quality and such a great product?
Absolutely, it's the first I've had anything to do with this. I helped the guys do an early commentate on an early trial. I was commentating together with young Lewis Hawkins, but and that was fun. But this is the first time I've been streamed. Let's say, no, apart from the world virtual champs. So I think I was streamed there, but that's great. It's a really wonderful development, and I hope lots of people from around New Zealand and Australia and the world came to watch.
Yeah. Well, not only that, I was having a chat to the producer the other day, and hopefully Australia can take a leaf out of this as well, and incorporate some of what you guys are doing. Because well done to you and the team, and I'm sure there's many people behind the scenes who
absolutely huge amount of
made
work.
this work. Yeah,
and don't hesitate to tap into Alexander's expertise. He's brilliant. He is. He made a fantastic movie about New Zealand Scrabble. Have you seen it?
Have not.
It's on. Look it up on the spin-off. Scrabble, and that'll show it to you. And Alexander, what's it called? What?
I don't think Alexander's on the stream, but
every word counts.
Okay.
And it's Oh. Yeah. I'm not. I have had some amazing words, but I'm not very good at remembering. I tend to forget as soon as the game's over. I forget everything. No, sorry. I'd have to go back through my score sheets.
No need to say sorry. You guys have cleaned up, won the individual, the overall team, and Yeah, hopefully next time when, if there is a next time when you come back to Australia, we can give you a bit of better competition.
Especially you, Naween. I know that you've played in a lot of them, and you've been so close so many times, and you're probably itching to get this one under your belt.
Or have I not ever? Yeah, you're probably right. I probably never won a Trans-Tasman. Yeah,
but
thanks for reminding me.
But you've always been right up there and with a chance.
Yeah. No, look, it's always good to spar with you guys across the ditch, and look forward to doing it again sometime in the future.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Very good. All right, we might switch to the prize giving ceremony in a little bit, but thanks for coming on, Howard, and well done again.
Thanks. Thanks, Helen. Cheers.
Okay.
Bye.
Cheers. All right, we might switch over in a bit.
Yeah, well, I'll throw.
Yeah. Yep. All right. Well. Yep. All right. Well, thanks everyone for tuning in. We'll be switching over to the prize giving ceremony shortly. Thanks Helen for joining us. It's been quite enjoyable. Any final words before we sign off? Thanks, guys. Bye.
Just sort of getting over the exhausting nature of playing this tournament, but I'm so proud of all of you guys. I can't believe that we've won this comprehensively. We've been slipping behind the Aussies for some time, which in terms of our Trans-Tasman rivalry, it hurts a little bit. As much as we like you guys, you Aussies, we sort of want to occasionally get a few crumbs, but. I'm so proud of all you Kiwis. It's great and lovely to catch up with all you our Aussie friends again. And roll on Brisbane, is it? Next week? Yeah. Fantastic. Great.
So it's the start of something big for New Zealand, and it's really, really exciting. So the next big prize...
So before you do, sorry, I forgot to say, a massive thanks to you guys who helped us, who helped organise it, and put so much work into Liz. You're a champion, congratulations. Amazing food, Belle, and you were there the whole weekend. And Annette too, thank you, fantastic. And you guys on the stream, incredible. Yeah. Well done. The whole live streaming part of this has been a massive success, and can't wait to see it happening again.
Thank you very much, Howard. It's you to speak
again.
The overall champion and winner of the Mattel New Zealand Cup for the individual winner of this whole tournament for the highest score in the stats harbours. You've got all of this paper marked up. I don't know. It's late in the day. Thank you. Howard wins, and he had 18 wins out of 24 in a spread of 1,504. The average per game, 448 points.
Thank you.
I'm going to get these all out.
John's going to see a few John's going to say a few words about this trophy that he donated many years ago. John, it's over to you. The winner, of course, is Howard. So, if you'd like to say a few words, we'd be very, very grateful. Just make yourself organised.
My voice isn't too good, as you know, but I'd just like to tell you about the origins of this competition. It came from a suggestion from Bob Jackman in London some 30 years ago, and Bob, which I proposed the format, and I said, yeah, well, because I was president at the time, and I said, yeah, we could start handing the bat down the track. And Bob's words were, bugger down the track, I want to do it next year. And it did happen.
Yeah, it was a different format then, wasn't it, John?
Yeah.
It was a round robin format for the first year. Yeah.
You're still going nearly 30 years later.
That's right.
Yeah.
So thanks to you, John.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you for coming to You should thank you. And last but not least, and it's not least, we've had a fantastic tournament, but we've also broken new ground, so I'm going to start with the amazing production team, and I'm going to name them all. Alexander, take a vote. Important up-and-coming young players. You will see him in Australia. He's coming over to take you on. Cooper from I also want to acknowledge the role Chris played in all of this, because this has been a long time coming. Chris, thank you so much. You were an integral part of this production team. Looked in and did the work behind the screen. We had Courtney, who was here. We had Tara, who was here yesterday.
Callum's not here. I see.
Now, the food. Nobody's hungry because of the wonderful catering of Val. Where are you, Val? And where's Climax? She came in.
No, thanks to everyone for bringing the food. I certainly didn't do all the cooking, cracking. So everybody bought
was amazing. And even though they didn't announce like cakes and made those beautiful Afghans, and everyone, cakes from Julie, yeah, it was fantastic.
Thank you. Last but not least, this is the unsung hero of Scrabble New Zealand. And we'd never be on time. And she keeps us in check. Liz, you are a legend in your lifetime. And we are so pleased to have you with us as Secretary of the organisation. And I should say, Chris Tolman is the Vice President of the Association. And he's been doing an amazing job. We have worked really well together, Chris, and I'm really grateful. Thank you. The only other member of the committee who's not here is Susanna, our webmaster, but Cicely's our treasurer, and it's a collective effort. I just want to say thank you so much for coming. It's been great. All right, here you go.
I just actually hope that you've enjoyed this venue.
Yeah.
We were lucky to find a nice venue. I'm sorry about the weekend being cold today, but if any of you were lucky to go and see them, lucky you. And I thoroughly enjoyed it, probably more than playing. It's not quite so stressful. So I'm really pleased it's done and dusted and all finished and all went smoothly. Now, if you would like a copy of the overall results and a copy of the team results as well, I can print one off for you. I'm more than happy to do that, as long as I don't run out of paper. But they will be on the New Zealand Scrabble site, scrabble.org.nz. You can just go to that and click on Alexis, and it'll show you the team results followed by the overall